Yeah, no worries.
All right, here we go. And still, oh, wow. Okay, it's not letting me go live over here on
Hold on a second,
YouTube.
Neil. Do it
Oh,
now.
no, there it is. It is. Okay. I just had to refresh so I could see the
Oh
screen.
shit. What if I
There we
roll
go.
up the windows?
That's on you, brother.
No. My wife came out. She goes, I can hear it inside the house. I was like, badass. The whole neighborhood is gonna get fucking learning some shit. We'll
Put the
educate
fucking
more than we thought that
loudspeaker
was
up.
in the chat.
Shit, yeah, we're gonna get a lot of thumbs down from your neighbors.
He's an asshole. Right.
What's up, Zardo? Long live coins, Gerald. We got Jake here. We're gonna talk about some stuff, give different perspectives that we're coming from, and everyone should have a different perspective because we're all not coming to the precious metals industries looking for the same thing for the same
Right.
reason. So there's going to be a lot of differentials. The bottom line is we're getting the precious metals, and we're just telling two stories or two sides of things from two different perspectives. I actually kind of sort of like him. He's not that bad a guy. And so we're going to start off with the generational wealth and the different types and perspectives and viewpoints that people have on generational wealth. So you want to get started, or you want me to get started?
Yeah, go ahead and start, and
Okay,
we'll just bounce
I'm gonna
off
start.
and play it by ear.
I'm gonna start off to let people know why I'm real excited about crystallized osmium, because it is a precious metal. It's the eighth precious metal. It's very rare, 1,500 times more rare than gold. But the instant that it clicked in my mind, what's up, JM? The instant it clicked in my mind, what crystal osmium potential was that I saw was the ability for us. It's a type of generational wealth. It's a thing that you can take and add to a piece of jewelry or create instant extra wealth, generate wealth by a 300% markup, because anytime you take precious metals and turn them into jewelry, there's 300% markup. And that's fine. But you have that aspect, but because of the rarity, there's only 24 tons supposedly they reckon on the planet. They mine about a half ton a year, and they've been mining it for a couple of years. So it's going to run out before any precious metal. That right there means for generational wealth, if it runs out within 20 years, you don't even have to worry about generational wealth. It'll be, pretty much unobtainium. You can ask your price for it at that point in time. But if you have
Right.
it in a piece of jewelry, I instantly thought of like the Queen's jewels and that generational wealth, or how grandma would take that ring that she got from her dad to give to their granddaughter at the wedding as an heirloom ring of the family and its wealth. And I saw in crystallized osmium that opportunity, that it's something you can purchase for relatively cheap comparatively to the return on investment you could ultimately gain off of it. What's up, Tom? Constitutional Stacker. So that's why I instantly got into the crystallized osmium and started looking at it real hard, because the opportunity for not only wealth creation right off the bat, but for the generational wealth per capita put into it to its gained value. It's just, I can't even see how long. Well, it's not just heirlooms. Tom says heirloom stuff. It's not just heirloom. It's you're creating it. And in doing that, the value is gained as if it was a queen's jewels, because its rarity is more so than diamonds. So if you create a one-off piece, or you come up with your own design and you put something in it, such as crystallized osmium, the uniqueness there, no one else has it. So it's a one-of-a-kind thing, and that also adds value. Just like if you're
Right.
looking at silver for silver, or silver versus numismatic silver. So you can have a piece of 1 ounce. I just, from Long Live Coins, I bought a piece of 1 ounce, $25 silver, but it was in the form of a GS registered Libertard from 1983. So I paid 85. So the
Right. Hey,
numismatic
hey, Neil. Let me interrupt for a second.
Go ahead.
Let the guys know that I can't see the chat. Let me run inside real fast and grab an iPad. See if I can get a chat up and working, because I feel bad
Okay.
for
Yeah, not a
not
problem.
saying
I can
hi
run
to
my
everyone.
mouth.
Just keep it going. I'll be back in a minute.
I can run my mouth. Yeah, he knows that. He always hangs up on me when we're talking. I talk too much. But anyhow, that's the opportunity I see and it's not an opportunity that everyone would instantly see. And that's why I'm talking about it, to open up others to the possibilities of what could be if you see that possibility. It's not for everyone. And the longer you wait to see it, the more valuable it's going to be, because it's also, since it's been in its crystalline form, gained 15% value year over year, which blows away gold, silver, and platinum. So, it's going up on its own. You add it to a one of a kind piece of jewelry, you're getting 1,000x over years on that, over any other kind of stacking, inheritable, generational wealth thing, from my perspective. And I saw that right away. I hope others can see that too, or at least see the possibility of it, because that in and of itself, everyone should be buying the crap up, just like what I did. I mean, you can ask Ian, you can ask Long Live Coins. As soon as I had a chance to buy it, I bought every piece Ian had of this one style plus my H. I just bought him. I was like, nah, I'm getting all of it. I mean, he's getting more in, but every time someone buys all of it up, one day real soon, there's not going to be more coming in. And that in and of itself is going to increase the value of everything that you got of that substance, which is crystallized osmium. And I just see that potential in it.
Sweet.
So
yeah,
can you see the chat?
No, I'm firing it up. It'll take a few minutes to get it on, but we'll see how it works out. Anyway, yeah, so I wanted to let everybody know I've only been stacking for a couple years. Really new to it, stumbled across, I guess, watching prepping channels years ago, trying to make sure I had things stocked up and way I had a plan and all this kind of this and that. And then COVID hit and I kind of stumbled across stacking because of all of a sudden you're watching prepping channels and they're talking about stacking. Then you stumble across some stacking channels and stuff, and then you see stackers talking about prepping. I was like, wow, this is working out pretty good. Anyway, so that's how I got into it. My uncle had some coins and talk about gold and silver and stuff like that. So originally I got into this hoping for generational wealth for my kids. And on the off chance that mom and dad, for some reason, ran out of money, couldn't pay their taxes, something happens to the ranch, Jake, oh no. Anyway, so I started stacking for that. And then come to find out the last year or so, I find out that other states and, they might make gold and silver legal tender. I think Texas is halfway through it. I think they passed it in the House, but not the Senate. But I'm not going to count any of my eggs until I find out for damn sure when Governor Abbott signs it. If he does, if he doesn't, that's kind of where I'm at for that, on just the basic description of generational wealth.
And also one thing you said in there is the reason why, and everyone knows I'll even repost it right now, because this is my saying. It's what I say: buy silver, platinum, crystallized osmium. There is not gold in there. And it's because I don't care really for gold. But through being in the stacking community and other research and other things of interest I have found a small possible reason to have some gold. And I'm starting to change my opinion. I'll never say buy it, because as Jake and I already talked about, and I'm actually online with that guy, Ted Speaks. And he and I are pretty similar on our beliefs. So don't buy gold right now. Wait till it drops back down. But anyhow, for other reasons other than monetary reasons, I'm looking at getting some gold when it drops back down. And it's not going to be for stacking or anything like that. It's for the possible other reasons. And that's, my personal stuff for other research on other things. But so I will be buying a limited amount of gold when it drops back down. But it's not sure. I'm not going to be buying it for stacking or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I have 3 kids. They're all in their 20s. I'm throwing everything I got at the kitchen sink I'm gonna try and do everything that I can to get them what I can, and we'll just play it by ear and see how it goes. Um, but yeah, I'm holding long term. So, kind of one of the stories Neil wanted me to get into was about these old guys back in Indiana. This has been about 2 years ago, and so I feel that if you're in it for the right reasons, man, it don't matter if silver goes up to $27, $30, back down to 20, whatever. I don't have any plans of selling or doing anything like that down the road. So to me, it's nice to watch the price action, watch the videos, get some current stuff. Maybe my topics change over the years, but when I think it really gathered up in the beginning when I figured out my plan on how I was going to start stacking. And everybody knows my mentor is trying to help me and suggestions. You watch videos, but about 2 years ago, I was in northern Indianapolis. There's a really cool jewelry / coin shop, and it's up on 86th Street on the north end of town. Really nice old lady, and her husband sits behind a two-sided glass with an AK. Pretty exciting. Anyway, so one time I walked in, and these two old guys in overalls were walking out laughing, having a good time. And anyway, so I asked her, I said, man, those guys are doing good. And she's like, oh, yeah. Well, kind of find out, she says about every year or so, these two old boys walk in with these old leather bags full of gold double eagles. And she said they are full. And that she's tried to ask, like, hey, can I look through? And, them guys don't care. They walked in. At the time, I think each one of them sold 10 a pop. And at the time, I asked her how much she was buying gold eagles for, and she was like 2,200. So those guys walked out with a bunch of cash. They had their own, reasons on what they're doing, but it kind of goes back. Neil and I have seen it. Everybody in this chat's seen it a million times. People whining, bitching, complaining. Oh, I bought it 2 years ago or 4 years. It's up, it's down. I'm breaking even, whether it's gold or silver. Look, man, like I said, some people are able to buy it, flip it, make some cash, whatever. But like we said, if you plan to really hold long term, but for some reason you might have to sell, like Neil, we were talking about probably a week or two ago, is that maybe try and not get yourself into a problem, beforehand, so that you're not selling. Your metals are your first thing, your last. I mean, everybody has their own plan. I ain't gonna knock anybody's deal, but it was cool to hear those old guys, and whether or not they got them free or, these guys, I thought they were in their 90s, but who knows? But it was pretty cool to see two old dudes walking out laughing with a shitload of gold double eagles. I mean, that's just not something, what I'm saying? She said they come back, once a year. I thought that's a badass story. I need to share that with people.
Yeah, and it also goes to generational wealth.
Because if laughing with a shitload of gold double
yeah,
eagles,
you got to turn the volume off.
Yeah, I know. She said they come back.
But
I was trying to figure out how to push the button to figure out where the damn chat is, and I ain't having no
Rush Hour 2. Listen to the little girl who jumps out with the bomb around her. Push the fucking button. If you've seen the movie, you understand the reference. But yeah, the generational wealth thing, those guys had that money because someone at some point in time, a long time ago, filled that duffel bag full of those golden 333 Eagles. Someone did that for them so they could be in the position they're in. That indeed is generational wealth. And that goes to what you were saying with someone, and we've all heard it. Oh, I bought high, and it's down now 2 years later or whatever. Well, you don't look at it like that. You look at it like the story Jake just told. Those guys, they might have been in their 90s, who knows? But when that bag was getting filled, it was their grandfather or the father that was filling it for them to be in that position. And that goes back to choices and decisions and choosing wisely. When you get into things, there's lots of different perspectives to look at them from, but never lose sight of your initial perspective. You're doing it for wealth preservation, or if you're doing it for generational wealth, never lose sight of that. Never count, in my opinion, count on your precious metals for barter.
Right.
Learn some skill that's valuable, so that way, when everyone else is bartering away their precious metals, you're getting paid that valuable skill in precious metals, and you're adding. Always think of ways, if there's any scenario that's possible, think of a way you can still add to your stack, whatever that scenario is. Learn that skill, do whatever, to where if that scenario comes through, you will be able to take advantage of it. It's the old saying, adjust, adapt, and overcome. Those people that can look at a scenario, see the problems, adjust to them, overcome them, win.
Right.
And that's so paths in the middle of going through the obstacle course to make it over that one obstacle that's giving you more problems than you thought. Just change strategies a little bit to make it still happen. But it's all leading to the same spot. So you can change your perspectives through your stacking career, and you will, as you gain knowledge, you will change your perspectives. That's just how it works. Anytime you learn something new, you have to rethink what you know and add what new information you have to it to make yourself better and more prepared and have a better vision of a direction to go in the future.
Right. So the way I figured with these two guys, it only went two ways. Either these old dudes bought it when they were young, and they bought it themselves and whatever, or their father, grandmother, somebody left them, bags of gold. That's cool. Well, regardless, this is 2022 when this happened. So those guys had those coins for a long time, which meant they hold on to it. They got out of trouble. They survived somehow. Maybe they only sold a few every once in a while, bought it back. But to bring it up to date, I have a friend of mine down the street. He got out of the Army in the early 2000s. I got out of the military in 2000. And if one of my family members, one of my military sergeants, some of my mentors I had there, if one person would have mentioned, hey, dude, do you know that gold's at like maybe 400, maybe a coin, 450 out the door? Okay. So if I would have bought some, or my buddy down the street, he just goes bananas every time you mention it. Oh, if I would have known, woulda, coulda, shoulda. Man, I'm 53, and we've all been down that road. And if you didn't learn that lesson when you were in your 20s and 30s, everybody wants to bitch about, oh, if I was younger, oh, if I remember, oh, if I would have known, I coulda, shoulda. Yeah, you should have bought it. So no different than pistols, man. If I fall in love and I see a CZ75, I ain't getting one. I'm getting fucking two. If you fall in love with something, it don't matter if you're stacking, if you're prepping, whatever, and you find a great lantern or whatever item you think you need and you fall in love with it, buy fucking two right then and there, or just know right off the bat, hey, I'm picking up two. But yeah, I bet you now those people, even if they went, I know a person that bought a roll of gold eagles. They still have them, and they bought them around that time frame. So I'm betting you right now, if I call him up on the phone and go, hey, are you pissed off? You're almost $2,000, profit on each coin times 20. Yeah, I fucking know he ain't. He's going to be like, damn, yeah, I'm doing good. Is he going to sell it? Shit, no, he's going to hold it. And so it's just a different perspective. But, just because you got something the last couple of years and it's not going to the moon or whatever, don't worry about it, man. Just keep on stacking, doing what you can, and continue living life. And God's going to bless you either way you get it, because you ain't going to have nothing without him anyway. But, all of us are here for some certain reason, and we're all meeting together and people are stacking, and, we try to help people. So it's just one of those things that's going to be hard to deal with for some down the road, but, you can't help everybody.
That is true. And we are all, I think most stackers are not greedy, not selfish. At least the ones I've met, they don't seem to be that way. You seem to be, all of them seem to be semi-level-headed and, above average IQ of a high school student nowadays. Yeah. So, it seems like we're just, in it for the different reasons. And again, that's kind of sort of what I want to talk about tonight is different reasons for being in. You stated you're doing it for your kids, and I know you got those 3 buckets and you're filling them up equally. And I'm thankful that I was able to talk you into buying platinum, and they will thank me later, even though you're not thanking me now. They'll be like, Neil, do you know that platinum was the best buy you bought? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see when the dust settles and everything. And like I said, these prices, it's nice to watch them go up. But let's just see, because, some people are going to sell. Some people might, start stacking. It's hard to say.
My perspective's, again, a little different. The platinum I get, I don't buy and sell. Crystal osmium I get, I don't buy and sell. I use silver like I'm my own bank. And if
Right.
I have too much money in the bank, I'll buy silver. If I need money, I'll sell the silver. It doesn't bother
Right.
me what the spot price is or the price of silver, because
Right.
my objective is to stay out of the bank with my money. Because yeah, I could have more use and more convenience if my money was in the bank, but who's going to take most advantage of that? I can guarantee it's not going to be me. And if I use
Right.
silver as my bank, the one thing I can guarantee is I'm going to get the most advantage of it. And that's what I
Sure.
work for my most advantage, not someone
Right.
else's. So I look at things differently than most stackers, you know, and that's again another perspective. That's why I put BYOB. You know, it's not bring your own beer, even though that's cool too, because I don't drink beer, so you're gonna have to bring your own beer. But it's be your own bank, and that's kind of I'm trying to learn and condition myself with the lower priced, you know, metals, which is
Right.
silver, because you know it's more easier, more liquidatable.
Right.
So hey, what's up, ATM? So
Yeah. So,
that's how
yeah.
I
So I
stack,
also
and
want,
that's where my differences of opinions come in with like Jake, and I give him different opinions, he gives me different opinions because we're coming from different places. Neither one of us is right, but we're both right for our own scenarios that we're doing it for.
right. So right from the start, I don't know if these guys are in the chat. I'm kind of pissed off that even though I got an iPad with YouTube on it, I can't find the chat. So I'm sorry I can't say hi to everybody or comment, whatever. But I know that guys like Thomas and Thuran and John B. and there's a few of them out there. Some of these old guys have been stacking for a way long time. So you want to talk about patience? You know, these guys that all of us that have been in the last couple of years, if this thing goes like the way you know, these shows are talking, and Vinny and all these other guys, it's looking pretty good for this next year too. But to me, like I said, I'm just here for the action, enjoy the fun, and you know, maybe get to tease my brother on against his cryptos. But yeah, but these old guys have been stacking, and so if you ask them, well, I got all these coins and all this shit at $4 an ounce, you know, whatever, you know. So even if they're up 25, you know, with premiums, it's 27. Those guys could sell if they wanted to, and they've been making an ass load of money. But
Well,
the guys that are holding are still holding, you know.
we'll see.
So everybody just needs to just chill and quit bitching about. I bought my first monster box last year, and I'm maybe breaking even, or I'm in the hole $1,000. You know, if you're worried about $1,000 or down a couple, you know, I got some friends I can talk to you about with stocks and construction businesses, and these guys are whining and they're losing money hand over fist, and I'm just like, oh damn. So there's always
One
people with way more problems than you got being upside down 500 or $5,000. That ain't shit.
one thing I've discovered here as of recently, more people are not more. It's only been like two maybe, and it's been very recently in the past week or two. People are starting to mention about keeping the money local.
Right.
And for years, decades, I go around here in California, cashing my check, you know, different local places. I found one good Mexican market. I got to know the people, known them for like 15 years. So I get my check cash for free, better than a bank. And I get cash, but I see all these people, and this is no offense to anybody, man. I'm a first generation American. Half my family is in Scotland right now. And the other half is in, well, other countries, and I got a couple here in this country and myself. But damn, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I know
All
it
right.
sucks.
Yeah.
It's
All
good
right.
weed, guys. Good weed.
Well, I got one more little story just to share, then we move on to something else, but or take
Yeah.
questions or whatever you want to do. But yeah, when people are trying to stack, um, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of, well, I don't know. I guess I want to move on to that other topic, but we'll we'll just leave it. Just leave it at that. Whatever. If you can read off the chat, if somebody's got comments or
uh,
questions or something, we can.
no one's
If
actually
not,
no one's saying any questions.
all right, cool. Let's go to the next topic
FJ
then.
Enterprise found a place that sells palladium bars, which is cool, but they're sold out.
Right.
ATM got his first Utah gold back, and I know both of us have our own opinions about that. C4 is
Right.
laughing at me because I'm stoned and forgot in the middle of my sentence what I was talking about, which is nothing unusual for me. And Alan's, of course, saying "lick the silver, not yelling" or something like that.
There you go, Alan. Yeah, buddy.
then
Yeah,
we got
Alan's probably about an hour south of me, give or take. So one of these times we need to meet up. Let me buy you some lunch.
well,
We can hang out for a couple hours,
Renita.
meet at an LCS.
Renita, hello, how's it going? First time in chat. Just said transition town currency is local. And back to my story of my cash and my checks, I would see a lot of people working, and this is back to my point that I forgot that C4 was laughing about. They would take their checks and cash them, get American cash, and instantly send that money out of country. And here I am looking, going, man, our economy's fucked. And I've been saying that for 20 years because they keep shipping money locally out of the country. And I'm like, I'm glad we're under Keynesian economics, because that doesn't work in the regular economics. You end up fucking your town, your county, your city, your state, and I've seen it going on for a long ass time, and I'm like, damn, man. But then again, now at times like now, everyone's saying, oh, the dollar's coming out of roost. More countries are starting to use the dollar as their currency because their shit's already gone to the toilets. All these smaller countries in Central and South America, a couple countries in Africa are using gold and the dollar, US dollar, as their currency, as these other countries are leaving the dollar and it's no longer the petrodollar. And then these stories are getting reported about these countries accepting the dollar as their national currency. That might be part of why the dollar is not crashed yet. What's up, Chad?
Yeah. Well, we'll see how all that plays out down the road. What other topics you want?
Let me get that list. Where's that list go? It's around here somewhere.
Oh, shit.
Oh, there it is. Just like Ninja, I got a list. It's from my tax, not my tax. It's from, where's it from? Mail-in ballot. I don't do mail-in ballots. I'm a mail person. I go person to person. So I write my list down here and I draw my jewelry designs up.
If I need a sponsor, I need to be sponsored by Taroni's Pizza in Evansville, Indiana, because that place has got the best damn pizza. Yeah, that's my favorite. I eat it I don't know, every night for lunch and dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Except for one night when I was on holiday. And Dave, if you like thin crust pizza, holy shit, it's good.
Since we got a few new folks in here, I would like you guys locally to call your local branches of your banks and see how much cash, if you went down there, how much you could pull out. We're getting a similar number between Texas and California, but I want to see nationwide if it's the same number. Because Jake and I were talking about this, about pulling money out of a bank.
I posted it last night. Yeah. Check it out. So I posted this on Twitter last night. My neighbor 3 doors down, he came by the house freaking out. He bought a roll of Eagles for $600. I was like, okay, whatever, $600. At least you got some. Yeah, well, I need $4,000. I need to go buy some gold. And I was like, yeah, that's cool. He goes, I'm gonna head to the bank. Well, half an hour later, he calls me. Now, the funny thing is, we bank at the same bank, and we're here in we'll say North Houston, but Alan G, he knows it. Wood Forest Bank. It's a big, I guess, like a medium regional size bank. It's all over Texas. They do have other locations around the United States and other, not like as famous as JP Morgan Chase, but it's a good sized bank, especially around here. Well, he goes in there and calls me up freaking out. He walked into the bank on a Saturday. They wouldn't let him take out more than $1,000. Now, he claimed he had $5 or $6,000 in the bank. Of course he did. Well, they wouldn't let him. They only gave him $1,000. So he had to go to 4 different banks to go, and they only let him have $1,000 each out of each location. And it took him all day to get $4,000, a couple hours. I don't know if he got what he needed or buying or whatever, but the more I hear stories from people, you hear Andy and other guys telling banks they're holding up ACH transactions. People can't go in their bank and grab $10,000. And so, like I said on Ron's Basement Monday last week, I got a neighbor of mine. I think he's going to take me up on the $100 bet. And I laughed and I told him, I said, go pull $10,000, 12. He said 9.95, whatever. Well, we're gonna find out tomorrow if he's gonna do it, because I told him bring you $100 and let's see if you can walk out of that bank with 9 or 9,500 without like getting your ass beat and all crazy. But what are you doing it for? And within a few minutes, reasonable. But I bet you don't. And if I lose, I'll get with Neil and I'll tell her about it and go, nope, I lost. Or I'll be on live with $100 bill laughing, going like, here's the first guy, and no, they couldn't get him 10 grand or 9 grand. Within a minute, 5 or 10 minutes, and say not bullshit about you got to make an appointment. We got to schedule this. And we'll give you 2,000 today and 2,000 next month, and some runaround bullshit. So the reason why Neil was asking was if we can next Sunday, if you can at least type in your state, and if you want to do the name of the bank, whatever, if it don't matter, whatever, but call your branches and find out that if you walk, not an ATM, if you walk into the bank and say, I need some cash, I'm buying a motorcycle, tell them you want to go to Vegas and party with Big Jake and need some
there's a
fucking money.
$2,000 piece of furniture you want and need cash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's on Craigslist.
Yeah. See how much your bank, and it's not $1,000. What I'd like to find out is wherever you are at, whatever state, if you could just leave the state and say how much they will allow you to withdraw cash if you were to go in and ask for cash out of the bank. So we can get kind of a feeling for how the nation is, because Jake and I also have a very strong opinion about the Ponzi dollar scheme and Las Vegas withdrawals.
Let's go down that rabbit hole another time. Let's save that one for next week.
That's for next week, though. That's for next week. If you guys could just let us know so we could get a feel for 5 or 6 different states, what their average is that they will let you withdraw cash out of your teller, out of your bank. That would be
cool. So tomorrow, whenever the lazy ass bank's open, I'm gonna call 2 of them. One of them's right down the street. The other one's not more than a mile. I mean, these branches are all over my town, and I'm gonna call both of them up and I'm gonna ask them. And if it is 100% true, maybe it's a weekend thing, I don't know, whatever. But I want to ask them when they did that policy and when, because I've told people for years, you better pull out your cash. I don't keep more than a couple hundred in my bank, and if my lovely wife wants to go shopping on Amazon or something crazy ass, I can just drive down to the bank, slide in a couple hundred or something, and I'm not worried about it. I'll drive back and forth all day. But I'll be damned if the bank's going to close or we're going to have a cyber attack or something, and I'm stuck with more than $500 or something in my account. I'll be like, yeah, and it's coming. We don't know when. I don't care, but you ain't going to be taking that much of my money. I'll just laugh and go, well, $200. That's what, an hour on the slots. It'll all work out.
It's funny, Renita. I belong to a Travis credit union, and I can only pull out $300 from the ATM once a day. And if I go to the branch, I can only pull out 1,000. And there's not that many branches, so I can't do what Jake's friend did. I'd have to drive a couple hundred miles to other towns that are out of the way out of the way here in California. Yeah, pull that off.
Yeah, so like a year ago, well, for a while, I'd just pull out 500. And then one time when I was going up to Indiana doing something, I talked to the bank. I said, hey, I'm going out of town. Last time I was a little short, and there ain't no wood forest up in Indiana, I can tell you that. And so I told him, I said, hey, I need to increase my limit. At least if they're going to smack me with a $5, $8 charge, I want to at least get. And he said, oh, we'll bump it to 8. Well, it's been 8 for the last year or so, which I'm thinking, okay, that's cool, 8. But a few times I've gone traveling, and 8 ain't enough. 1,000 ain't, whatever. So you got to plan weeks in ahead to go pull out some cash, have your roll, and then when you get driving down the highway and you get pulled over for speeding, then they're going to want to search your car. And, oh, my God, you got cash? Well, shit, yeah, you see the license plate. It's fucking Texas. So if I'm in Las Vegas, I'm coming to Las Vegas.
First off, Tom just came in the chat. Tom just came in the chat, and he said,
hey, Thomas, what's up? I can't see the chat.
Thomas Larson, not Thomas Stoops.
Oh, Thomas Larson. Okay, well,
500 a day at the ATM in Michigan. So you can get $200 a day more than I can get here in California, and it's more expensive to live in California. But I would appreciate if next week you guys come in so I could get so I could actually drop a list and have them all, and I don't have to keep up with it because I'm not that organized.
Yeah.
So, but and Alan, to your point, what we're trying to see is with all of these limitations, if a bank run hasn't really already started in concurrence with what you've been saying, Alan, there is a bank run. It's just it's a hidden bank run because it's been well hidden. and I'm trying to kind of expose it to get us all to see that it actually is going on, other than just saying it. And that's why I want the list from different states and how much you can pull off, so we can see with our own eyes. Oh my God, we need to have
something weird. Something weird's going on. I can tell you that. When I told my mom and dad today, they were like, "Holy shit, are you serious?" I was like, "Yeah." I was like, but if there's any updates, whatever, I'll pop some shit on Twitter. And I did post the actual screenshot of our conversation. Even had the part of the Eagles, and he's like, "Man, I'm gonna get $1,000." I was like, "Damn, that sucks."
Well, that's why I started this YouTube channel, man. Because I want to look at myself in a video 2 years from now, say, Neil was wrong. No, that's not me. I don't like being wrong. I don't like being wrong. So if I'm gonna put my mug up on his face, and you can see me in 2 years and say, he was wrong more than 5 times out of 100 videos, there's something wrong with me. I'm not gonna put. I'm vain. I like myself too much to leave that legacy forever in video. So I want to get facts before. And I can't like do research like these lawyer people do who can get into these places and all this stuff. I'd rather just get through chat people and see everyday people and see what we're experiencing. And, because the numbers that they give, you can't really trust anyhow. I would rather trust what's going on here in chat and what these people are telling me in chat, because it's real.
Right.
It's real.
Yeah. Because we got people.
Right.
Yeah. Because we got people all over the United States. And so I believe the people in the chat, because like I said, after 2020, ain't nobody, or 16, ain't nobody believing no polls and shit you hear on the news. I don't hardly even watch the news anymore. I watch as much YouTube and Rumble, a little bit of X, try and get some information, pass along some shit. And that's really all my channel is on X. My podcast or whatever. I mean, not podcast. I just reprint articles and try and get good information to pass it out to stackers and other people. So, we're all trying to do the same thing. Just get out the right information, not bullshit, the right information.
And we do that by talking with each other and coming up with a consensus. And by the way, this shirt, it says Neilberhood Watch. The whole neighborhood gave me, they made this shirt for me, because I do live what I say: be kind, helpful, and grateful. And I have been very helpful around this neighborhood to stopping crime and stuff throughout the decades. And all the people who are still here have gotten together, and they recognize, they call me before they even call the cops, because I'm kind of.
That's because you're awesome, Neil.
Well, if you live the lifestyle of a good person, but people online don't know me. You don't know this, so that's why I did the one video of the street, showing the difference in the street, showing that I do get out there and I do what I say. I'm just not talk. Again, this is recorded, and I don't want to be made to look like an ass in 20 years from the recording.
You're not an ass, Neil.
I'm a lot of things.
Yeah, I hear you. I've been called it all too.
But anyhow, what were we were going to talk about? Okay, we got generational wealth. Well, let me show you. Let's see here. I'm going to talk about. I'm going to talk about FOMO.
Yeah, if you want to do FOMO, go ahead.
All right. The reason why, and I don't know how many of you guys watch like the Silver Stacker or Silver Surfer, or Stacking Surfer. Excuse me, Silver Surfer. I'm thinking of my comics. What's up, Homer? He has this guy on TED Speaks or something. TED Speaks, and this guy was saying, everyone who's buying gold right now, it's like you're FOMOing in. And this guy's like fucking experienced, old, retired, all this stuff. He goes, you got to wait till it comes back down. It's always going to drop down. You don't buy it on the up, which is the same thing I've always, well, not always, but here recently I've been saying, don't buy now. Once it reaches its all-time high, wait till it has its pullback. Yeah, it might go up 100 a day, 100 a day, 100 a day. It might not. But one thing's for sure, it will have a pullback. When that pullback happens, several things occur. You have an indicator right off the bat above its last all-time high, which last all-time high should be its new bottom low. You have an indicator of where its next level is going to have to reach, and it has to go. It's a Fibonacci thingy. It's a mathematical scheme. I learned about it when I was in doing the crypto shit. There's a Fibonacci scale or something like that. And if you look at that, it's got to go up to a certain level. Then it's got to retrace and come back down. And that's when you buy. I'm not saying don't buy gold. Just don't buy it right now, because the math is going to work against you. And in a couple months or whatever, you're going to be like, fuck, I bought it at 22 and it's only 26 or 21 right now, or 2060, instead of waiting to buy it at 2060. You know, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is where me and Neil definitely disagree. If you talk about FOMO, okay. So let's go back 100 years.
Yes,
let's go back to, were people FOMOing when they had $20 bills and they would take them to the $20 gold piece? Maybe they wanted to collect gold. Who fucking knows? All right. So if you go up past the 30s and the 40s, and then it was illegal, and then finally in the 60s, at each point, now the only reason why we can talk shit now is because if you look at gold at $20 in the 1900s, and right now it's 2,200. Only now we can look back and go, well, basically gold's been going up. So we can do this right. Gold's been climbing.
Yeah.
If you look back at the whole 100-year deal, gold's been climbing. Every week or month or whatever it is. On the long term, it's going up. We all see the downs and that bullshit. We don't need it. But at every decade, somebody was buying gold. Somebody was trading it. Somebody selling it. Was it FOMO then? Was it not? No, don't buy it now. You're at the high. I totally disagree because I think that even at some point, whether it was in the 1930s when those old boys got their coins or 2000, every time I hear somebody talk about buying gold, whether it was now, years ago, you see articles, it's too much, it's too expensive, this and that. Okay, well, every time you turn around, if it's always too expensive and you didn't buy it, well, if you would have looked back like my buddy in 2000, I could have dropped 20 grand. Okay, but he didn't. So he ain't up the money because he ain't got the gold. So if you bought some gold, I think Ron even made a statement. What was it last week? He said, nobody bought it at 21. Well, I think I do have one or two pieces that with premium and all that, I'm in 21. But the problem or the good thing was I bought a lot of my shit the last couple of years. And so am I up a little bit? Yeah. Does it matter? No. Because I ain't fucking selling anyway. So the FOMO, right. But if all of a sudden, now people want to say that the people at Costco, they say Q4 or 23, they sold over 100 million. Well, you know what? At what point is it FOMO? And at what point is it people that are now waking up to gold and silver? They would like to have some gold in their hand besides the gold jewelry they bought their wives. So they're like, hey, you know what? I would like to have some gold.
Let's agree on something. Everyone that's going to be buying within the next year, they're not going to be buying for generational wealth. They're going to be buying out of fear of something, right?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. Not all going to
be new stackers. They're going to be looking at the economy going, holy fuck, I need something. That's not a stacker. That's someone looking for a refuge. And if you're looking for a refuge, you're not going to want to be FOMOing. That's the difference of perspective.
Well, I think So I think FOMO is way overused. They just want to say it as an excuse. So it's kind of like
what FOMO is it's a psychological thing to actually get people to buy. Oh, don't FOMO. That's going to get you to look at that product.
Right. Well, look at like this.
It's a sales technique on a different psychological level. For basically the same thing when I did and still do to this day. And I'll tell everyone I do it for psychological reasons. Buy silver and platinum. I did it for almost 2 years. Half the people in this chat will say they bought platinum because I said that. 2 words, silver and platinum. Or 3 words, buy silver and platinum. Buy silver and platinum. Now it's buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium because it makes you think. And if you think about it, you're going to look into it after a while because it's going to be on your brain. And if you look into it and you're half-assed reasonable, you're going to say, holy shit, I need some.
Okay, well, let's look at it this way.
It's a psychological.
If everybody wants to say FOMO
is a psychological ploy to get people to buy more and increase the market cap of gold.
Okay, well then, if you don't like it on gold, try it on silver. Okay, well, silver's at 25 and premiums at 30 or
But
something,
hold on a
and then
second now.
so if there's new stackers, hold on, if
What's
there's
the
new
all-time
stackers
high?
and there's
What's the
people,
all-time
it
high?
doesn't matter. An
Yes, it
all-time high
does.
win.
It's not FOMO. I don't consider FOMO until it passes its all-time high. It's still a good investment till it reaches its all-time high, whether it's up or down. If it's below its all-time high, it's still a good investment because the same reason you're using right now of if you wait enough time, it will go higher than that. You're guaranteed. So if you're buying it all the way up to its last all-time high, but once it passes its all-time high, that's uncharted. And they'll tell you, yeah, it's uncharted. And yeah, there's a good possibility it'll go up. But hold on, wait. There's a chance it won't. That's all.
And they all go up and down, right? We all know they'll go.
They all go up
but you
and
can't
down,
throw
exactly.
it. But you can't throw it all in the same thing, and you can't have it both ways. If somebody's new, hold on a second. They'll give me a few minutes. If there's a new stacker in the chat that is just getting into stacking in the last 2 years, and he bought gold, raise your hand. Say, hey, I got some gold. Now, does it mean that in the next year or two that it might go up? Yeah, it might. Could it go down a little bit? Oh yeah, sure. But if he holds on to it for 5 years, at what point can this new stacker say, hey, I'm going to get in and I bought a 1/2 ounce gold eagle and a 1/10 ounce because I had some extra money. If he holds it for a few years, the longer he holds it, the chances that it goes up. But at what point can a stacker or a buyer jump in the 1970s, the 1980s? Well, we can only say that now because we can look back at the charts in the decades and gold goes straight up. Now, silver has gone more sideways lately, but the same thing goes for silver, that if somebody is just now getting into silver and they're like, oh, don't buy it now with the premiums, it's not worth it. It's too priced. No, if you fucking go buy a monster box now and you hold on to it for 5 or 10 years down the road, or generational wealth, or you're just beginning a stacking, at some point when you're buying it, maybe hopefully everybody's prices go up, but it doesn't mean everybody's FOMOing just because they're buying now.
Alan said he's a newbie.
I bet he is.
He put that emoji in too.
Right. Yeah, I mean, but what I'm saying is basically it's not fair to call everybody FOMO.
No. But what happens, and you can't deny this happens, people will buy after it passes its all-time high, it'll go down, it'll hang out there for a while, and what do you hear on these chats? A bunch of crybabies that bought not for the long term at all.
Okay.
And you hear it all the time. And that's all I'm trying to tame that number down. Because I'm tired of people saying, oh, I bought when it was at 22. It's only at 21.60. I've lost money with premium. Yeah, well, you're obviously not looking at the same perspective that you're giving now.
Right.
Obviously, they won't be looking at that. And we've all seen those people on chats. Oh, yeah. They're annoying as hell because they don't have the right perspective. And those are the people who are going to be FOMOing because they're in it for the fear. They're not in it for the right reasons to begin with.
Well, I mean, I'll agree. Right now, I'll agree maybe a little bit, not that much, but a little bit.
Okay, I missed you a couple degrees though. That's cool.
No, I mean, the FOMO does for some people, but it's like people that maybe want to just invest in stocks right now. There are people that maybe just want to start getting into crypto. Don't get into Bitcoin. It's going to bottom out. Maybe it will. Some people say it's going to go to 1 million. Okay, cool. But some people still want to speculate. If people want to buy precious metals, now's the time to get in. Anytime's a good time to get in, because if I would have got in 10 years ago, hey, my stack would have been bigger, but I didn't. Did my grandparents tell me about it when I was younger? No. So the FOMO doesn't work.
If my papa, the few memories I have of him, if it hadn't have been a deer hunting and it had been a buying gold and silver, I'd have a ton of gold and silver right now.
Sure.
But it wasn't introduced to me at the younger age. Life didn't smack me upside the head with the reality of it until, most recently. So, it's all, again, we can be that for everyone else, though. We can be that for our kids and our nieces. You're stacking for your niece and you're getting your niece into it. That's what all of us in the chat, you and me, that's what we need to be for the next generation. Is that person that says, hey, get into this, and change the whole perspective and direction of our economy.
Right. Well, so try to think of it this way. It's not fair for us or all the people in the chat to go, well, we're stackers, so we're not FOMOing into gold or platinum or silver or anything. We're just stackers, so we're cool. No, there might be other people, even though maybe they're just now getting into it. Maybe people are realizing, you know what? There is a problem with the U.S. treasuries. There is a problem with inflation, this, that. Maybe they've seen Andy's and Chris's videos. Maybe people are starting to realize their own, and there's people that have money, they have credit cards, they have cash set aside. I hear that people are pulling out of Nvidia and buying Bitcoin, and some people are getting out of cryptos and buying metals. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's
no, it's always
two
gonna
in
be,
the same.
yeah.
But you can't call everybody FOMO. Out of 100%, I would say maybe 3 or 5. But
Well,
it's not fair for everybody to go buy gold next week and go, oh, he's FOMO.
I'm going to throw a scenario or a perspective out that agrees with you and disagrees with me, but it's just a perspective. Okay, say you didn't buy because you didn't want to FOMO, and they reset the price of gold overnight. You're totally fucked then. But is there a guarantee that's going to happen? Now, in this scenario, we're in this time of history, it's more possible than it was 10 or 20 years ago. Is it going to happen? Probably not.
Right.
But, I'm still thinking there's anytime there's a 5% chance, it could happen. Right. Small percentage chance, but it could happen. China's been talking about it. America's been talking about it. It's a way to handle a lot of the monetary issues of just resetting the price of gold and all of our money's good again or some crap like that. I know it's more complicated than that, but basically that's the end game. So if that happens and you don't have gold and they say they reprice it to 81,000 an ounce, guess who's fucking never getting any gold?
Right. And what are they going to claim? Oh, it's too fucking expensive. Yeah, I can't buy. Yeah, but you could have bought it at 25. Yeah, I mean, it's
Neil
a hit or
told
miss.
me not to FOMO, so I didn't get it. In that scenario, I'm fucked. Yeah, you're right. I told you not to, but a disclaimer, I am mentioning there is, and that's why I'm not saying do or don't. It's just a majority of the perspectives of people will be FOMOing because they're going to be new people who aren't stackers. Stackers don't.
Yeah, but how do you know they're not?
Well, the economy's going to drive them into it. That's how.
Well, I mean, you start seeing
we were floated in like the old Chinese proverb. We're lotus blossoms on a river, and the current carried us to it. These other motherfuckers are going to get fucking cherry bombed, and the fucking wake is going to blow them into it. That's the difference.
Yeah,
they're not looking now saying, "Oh, I'm going to buy some gold and silver," and then the economy bellies up and all this other shit, and they're looking for economic security. Most of the motherfuckers at retail don't even know it. That's why only less like 2-3% of us have any are even considered stackers. It's not we are a minority of minorities. So when the majority, 15 or 20%, that's a 20x, that's a 10x of people coming in. They're not all going to be instant stackers, or else they'd be here. There'd be more of a bigger flow of them coming in, not all at once. And as the economy collapses, it's going to be more of an all at once. And that's why the saying says, I'd rather have some and be early than have none and be a minute late.
Better to have some than not need it than to need it and not have some. Yeah, it's like
two is one is none,
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like, what Andy said. At some point, something's going to happen. These elephants are going to turn around the room. They're all trying to get their fat asses out the same door. It ain't going to happen. I mean, I'm just going to laugh and go, well, but this is the point when I said, whatever it was, I don't know, it might have been 6 months ago or anyway, a while back, I got some gold and it's like, oh yeah, it's kind of pricey. Yeah. But if I didn't buy any, it goes up. If it don't go up and it says, I don't have no buyer's remorse. I mean, I hear people talking about, oh no, overpaid. What happens if platinum that we know was at 2000 is now severely underpriced? And what happens if they all go with water cars and no more catalytic converters for platinum? And a year from now, we can have this discussion. And next thing you know, platinum's at fucking $80. Hey, Neil, buy more. Holy shit, it's going down. Yeah. Hey, Neil, what about I was going to buy some platinum? Now it's down to $100. Oh, shit. Yeah. Did they FOMO in? If you're collecting and stacking and buying metals, it don't matter. If you're worried about trying to buy and flip, good luck. You're on your own. But if you hold it for long enough, if you make the right decisions, and we'll all have to see how this all plays out. Nobody's got all the answers. You just try to do the best you can and enjoy the stack that you have and all the stuff. And you never know, man. Stuff could get crazy this year, and then maybe you can't buy anymore, but you can look back and go, oh shit, yeah, I got a pretty decent amount. You never know.
Sarge, how's it going? And yeah,
oh shit, Sarge. No, I know him.
Yes, Sarge 27271. And I've always
What's up,
said,
Sarge?
if you look at the tip, the very, very tip, it's real small because there's not much of it. But right after it comes to silver and it goes down, there's a little piece of platinum holding that whole fucking pyramid.
You're full of shit.
So buy some platinum.
There ain't no platinum in Exeter's pyramid. He was like, fuck that. That's for catalytic converter. Yeah.
Yes, Silvershire, I can imagine. That's why we're talking today. We're
getting Silvershire is on. All right.
Yeah, we're getting different perspectives of stacking, collecting, buying, purchasing, investing in different perspectives of the metals markets. Because as everyone here should know, I'm more of a platinum groups metal guy. I like my platinum groups metals more than I like the silver and gold. I like platinum and crystal osmium, but they're still precious metals. And I do like silver, but I'm not so much.
Yeah. Hey, so we can take a minute break, whatever second. I want to shout out to Silvershire. I wanted everybody to know that I met him at a shop. In Indiana. If he wants to post the name of the shop, I couldn't remember all of it, so I didn't want to throw it out there and fuck up the shop. But man, there were some cool dudes there. They were closing down. Me and him are in the parking lot having cigarettes for a couple hours. Really cool guy. Everybody's trying to jump in and help and educate people. And yeah, there might be different ways to educate and try and help explain. Everybody has different opinions, but everybody's just trying to help everybody. And if we wake some more people up, maybe some more people. I mean, because if there was 100 million sold at Costco, and those people are just now getting into some gold, I'm saying go get it, enjoy it. Maybe they'll hold on to it for a few years or whatever. But whether or not the price goes down, we got some good times ahead of us. This shit's gonna get fun. Buckle up. That's what I can't wait for this shit to start blowing and popping and it getting crazy, and we're just gonna be laughing and we can do some live streams, and I just can't wait. I'm looking forward to it myself. Sorry.
Oh yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. Like some of these comments I've posted, man. A lot of people are going to be coming in. Someone posted there's like one time 3%. Now there's like 0.5% metals, and 99% of people are going to jump into it. And that's again, you want some now. When's the best time to have bought any precious metal? 30 years ago. When's the second best time to buy them? Right fucking now.
Well, hold on. Now you sound like FOMO. Which is it now? FOMO to get in metals. And start stacking?
I said metals. On, man. I go for all metals because every one of those metals, except for gold, is under its all-time high. And that's why I follow the net Zhang, where she says undervaluated, fair evaluation, overvaluation. And she even states you never want to buy on overvaluated assets. Once something reaches its all-time high, I consider it, from my perspective, as overvalued unless there's a chance of a reset. Then I start thinking, because that's where you've got to hear everyone's perspective to see the validity of how it'll fit into yours and where you might want to consider a little diversification. Right. And that's why, as I told you earlier, there was one reason why I'll probably buy some gold, but it had nothing to do with even the reset. But the reset is another aspect to where I should own a little bit of it, even though I'm never going to promote it. But I will throw that disclaimer out. I will probably have found 2 reasons that I'll probably buy some because of it.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey, you want to jump to that topic? What was that one we were talking about?
Let me get my notes here.
Cost prohibitive, or that bullshit was cost dollar valuation.
Dollar cost averaging.
Yeah, let me start off on this one. This one. I got this one.
Okay.
Let me handle this one.
Go ahead.
I've only been on the channels for about 3 years, and I'm telling you what, I'm sick and tired of hearing that comment. A few of the people I've talked to, and you ask them and you challenge them, I think it's fucking bullshit, really. people throw it out there to say it, all this and that, whatever. So some information I want to give to the young stackers is if you, sometimes people get receipts from the shops, sometimes they don't. Okay, so if you're just starting off, and let's just say you got, a couple rolls, and and you can inventory it, and you know what you paid for it, and then you can kind of keep track as you go, year after year, decade, whatever. But and I'm not going to throw no channels down, but there's sometimes you see somebody that throws down a stack on a table. I mean, they got shit everywhere. They got eagles, they got rounds, they got poured silver, they got a 1,000,000 ounce bar. I mean, they got all this shit. Oh, I've been stacking 30 years. Okay, so when you ask them the dollar cost average, oh, well, how much was that fucking piece? Well, I think I got it 10 years ago, and it might have been $8, or I trade. It's bullshit, man. If you're going to dollar cost and you're going to say, okay, I have receipts and I know how much I paid for this, does it really matter? It might not in the end, but if you're going to sell, like I said, if a lot of people bought it at 20, and let's say in 10 years from now it's at 50, at what point will your dollar cost? Well, I bought all mine at one time and it was all $20. Okay, well, that's damn well easy to remember. But all these guys I'm looking at, like, special coins and all this, that's cool, dude. If you like pirate ships and UFOs and God knows what, that's fine. But if you don't know how much you paid for everything and you don't have receipts and inventory, the other funny question is, how the hell do you store all that? That's what I like. How many fucking ammo cans you got?
Hey,
like this one's my $5 one.
That's where I step in and offer my free storage service. Send me all your precious metals. I will not give you a receipt, and I'll never tell you where they're at. They'll be safe as hell.
Yeah, I mean, it's like some of that stuff. I don't know. I mean, like I said, if you keep it organized, if you want to keep receipts, you do. Maybe you're smart enough to remember every piece you bought, but some of these guys, they just throw it out there. But then when you start pushing back, well, okay, so how do you explain that? How did you organize this? Where, do you got a folder? Do you start asking a few basic questions? It's no difference in politics. Their shit just falls apart, and you're like, what the fuck? Yeah, but you say it. Well, yeah, it's just, that shit just gripes me because, I think it's bullshit.
I got Alan convinced. He says he's going to trust me with 10 ounces. Hey, yeah, I sell life jackets for individual silver coins. They're $19.95 per life jacket. Oh, no, wait. What's silver spot? They're $25 for each life jacket.
For floating. Yeah, it's just
I'll get an ounce of silver to send you some crap. It's $25.
So is there anybody in the chat that disagrees? Like, somehow I'm like totally way off base because, I'm thinking like, surely I'm wrong on this. And I'm thinking like, yeah, show me your receipts. Show me how. I mean, like I said, all those poured. I mean, that's cool if that's what you buy whatever the fuck you want to buy. It's your money. I don't care. But, how do you store it and how do you inventory it? And, how do you dollar cost average when you got 15, 20,000 goddamn ounces? There's, I'm like, I just call bullshit. I'm like, this is fucking insane.
It's perspective. See, what you're failing to realize, Jake, is
please help me.
Oh, I'm going to. You're a 1%er, you elitist bastard. Everyone's only going to have a couple ounces of silver, man. As soon as people start jumping into it, there's not enough for everybody. So if you have 30 ounces, if you have more than that, yeah, name your price, man. You've said it. Everyone said it. Sarge 27271 says it. First it becomes unobtainium, then it comes unobfortium. How many? We're less than 1% that have it right now. If 50%, 49% more jump in, that's 49x. That means it's all gone. Right. There's none to be bought.
All right, I understand that, but let's just finish on this topic. And if nobody else has got shit to say, then we can roll something else. But I'm just saying, I think that dollar cost average is.
Well, at that point in time, dollar cost averaging doesn't matter because if you take one of your coins and you sell it for $500, just one silver ounce, well, what's your dollar cost averaging for all the rest? 0? Because you don't know what your dollar cost average is until you sell, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're going to barter
Exactly.
or trade or sell or
Exactly.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
But I mean,
just
but
hold it
I
until
don't
you
know.
can sell whatever for $500, and your dollar cost average is 1 penny per ounce.
Right.
It's
Well,
it's
anyway, so right. So the one thing I'm going to say to any of the stackers, if possible, if you've done a full count and you got receipts or you can kind of remember back, yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, like I know what I paid for my shit only because I got receipts and I keep up with all my shit. But I started from the beginning, so it might be some good advice to new or young stackers that might only got a couple hundred ounces. Might be easier to keep track and count up your shit because I'm gonna tell you what, the bigger it gets, I'd be loving to hear how some of these guys, I don't want to name no names, how some of these guys are storing their shit and what they're storing. Like I said, how do you even inventory that? I mean, it's just
yeah, it's
anyway.
not worth
That'd be cool to hear.
because
It
if
better
your
be
dollar,
worth your time.
well,
Yeah,
I
because
know, no,
people
I mean
call up and go,
dollar cost averaging. If you're dollar cost averaging, you got to keep track of all your the premiums at that time. Their shipping, all this other stuff. That means you're keeping records. That's your time. Now you've got to add your
right,
time into that.
that's
So
right.
it lowers all the numbers. So why are you even doing it?
Well,
There's no
I don't
use
know.
in
Like I
dollar
said,
cost
I heard it
averaging.
for years. I didn't know what it was, and people are like, "Oh,
Yeah,
I'll
it's a
make some off the
psychological
high,
buy-in.
lose some."
It makes people
Yeah,
want to buy. That's all. They're
I don't know.
buying and for the wrong
I think it's
reason.
fucking bullshit.
For the wrong
Yeah, if
reason.
somebody's got something else, cool. If not, let's roll something else because I just think it's fucking bullshit.
No,
But
it
what do I
is.
know?
I think dollar
Uh,
cost averaging is a bunch of crap.
yeah,
Total
I
crap.
don't know.
It's a ploy to get people to buy as it's going up, basically,
Right.
in my
Well, I
opinion.
mean, if you're keeping your inventory, you know exactly then you're cool. Then you can say, hey, I paid $20 for this one, this roll
It's
of
a
coins.
feeling.
Just
Yeah.
like on Ron's, whatever it was last year. Oh, nobody paid 40. Well, I fucking did. I decided, hey, I'm gonna go buy Eagles, and I bought 6 rolls. And yeah, it was pricey, but I'm thinking like, if you don't get some, what's my excuse going to be in 5 years? Oh, I can't afford it now. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe in 5 years I won't be able to afford to buy any metals. Now just kick back and go, okay, what did I get? Oh, I got 3 silver dimes. Okay, great. No big deal.
Hey, Alan Greenspan's telling people a different perspective. He's telling them to FOMO into silver because it'll help us all out.
Yeah, choose wisely. In one of my opinions, but
Oh, that's life is all about choices and decisions. You are where
sure.
you are today because of choices you made years ago. And you're going to be where you are tomorrow because of choices you made yesterday. So choose wisely today for your future.
Yeah. So let me ask you this in the chat, and if everybody doesn't know, for some reason I can't get the chat up and on my deal. Next time we do, and I'll have to do a laptop or have this shit organized. But
You
how many
definitely are.
people? Right. So how many people in the chat live in those 25 up to 25 states that are trying to pass gold and silver legal tender half and half? Anybody want to admit what state they live in? You know, I already know where some of them live, but you know,
I think
you
Silvershire spoken some fun at you. He said Jake's Pyramid has FOMO at the bottom of it.
yeah. Well, you know what? If I FOMO'd in, I'll be happy with my 3 dimes when all this shit blows up. I can tell you that shit. I'm gonna be laughing my ass off, and I'll probably call my friends drunk when shit blows up in the stock market. I'll be just like, "Wow, what are you doing, Jake? Partying? I'm partying."
Yeah, hopefully more states should make those changes to where there's no tax on silver and gold. You'll find the states that do that first are going to have a population increase of wealthy people, and
Yeah.
that
Well,
always stimulates economies. So here's some financial suggestions. The states right now that are looking to make it to where you can't tax money or silver and gold, uh, move to them because they're going to be very prosperous because all the rich people that have silver and gold will move to those states so they can cash out with that silver and gold and not pay a capital gains tax on buying it cheap, especially if they reset the price of gold. There will be so many people selling gold at a reset higher price, and they will move to states that have tax-free sales on precious metals, and those
right.
states will boom. And it's just like Texas and just like Florida. Everyone moved to Texas. Everyone moved to Florida. Now people want to move out of Texas and move out of Florida. it's a fucking migration of stupid, and it's gonna keep going until they all die off.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see. I think they got a few states that have already done it, Idaho, whatever. Some of those. It would be
Hey,
cool.
William.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
it would be cool to follow up, or if somebody actually does it. And like I said, I think Texas is halfway through with it, but I'm not counting my eggs until everything's written in stone. And funny enough, whenever the governor of Texas signs signs bills into law, he passes them on September the 1st, which is my birthday. And 2 years ago, for my birthday, Governor Abbott passed open and concealed carry in Texas, which I've always carried anyway, and I didn't have no damn permit because I didn't need one anyway. But yeah, so now it's lawful, and but like I said, people, we'll just have to see how many of these laws get passed. But I think people need to pay attention to what state they live in, or maybe their family, and you might be able to get out of renting one house and go move near your family, or it's always better. But and you might get lucked out, and years later, maybe you can save your mom and dad's house or the ranch, or something happens. But we'll see
Yep.
how it goes.
Well,
Play
that's
it by ear.
where you should always have. And I'm a more of a purveyor of silver is silver, and for the most part, I'll stand by that. But because of new laws, the eagles, whether it be platinum, palladium, gold, or silver, if it is an eagle in these states that have changed their laws to accept American eagle as the currency to pay for things, if it is an American eagle, no matter what, again, palladium, platinum, gold, or silver, it is worth having in the American eagle form. That's just the laws are changing. My perspective changes with reality. And will I have only those? No, hell no. Am I going to start buying them because I don't own any now? Will I start buying them because they're changing the laws? Yes, I'm going to start buying them because they're changing the laws. It makes it more of an advantage to have an American eagle of any of the 4 precious metals they are minted in. It's worth having for the legal reasons alone. So,
Yeah.
changing perspective is a good thing.
Yeah. So last year I did get a full printout of the Texas House bill, and now, like I said, it's not law, so we don't know yet. But at the time, they said they would accept all sovereign coins, junk silver, Canadian, 70%, anything that was minted by a sovereign mint. And I don't remember if they mentioned Mexico as a libertad. I don't remember. I don't think so. But other than that, they did pick only the 7 mints. And like I told on Ron's channel, we had a discussion after that. But I'll keep it to myself. But my opinions are strong, and I tell people that, man, you better be stacking coins, because when this shit goes down and people want to sell, I know Andy and them, Bill Holter, all of them, they'll tell you liquidity, and it's a whole lot easier to show somebody a silver eagle than it will be some generic buffalo round, because it's not just one company. There, from what I hear, maybe there might be 20 or 30 mints that make a buffalo, and then when people trying to test it, or do they know how to test it? We'll just see how it all goes. But
as far as liquidity, another way to look at it is the way I'm going to look at it, which is why I buy kilos. I'm going to go to a landowner and say, hey, I got 3 kilos of silver, pure silver. Let's test all 3 of them. Give me the land. Here's the kilos. That's, and I'll take a loan out for the rest, or whatever. It'll be for a down payment, or, whatever the value is at the time. I will use my bulk of silver for that, because of my thought processes on bartering are, I have valuable skills. I will barter my skills for whatever I need. And plus I will barter my skills for gold and silver. So my plan and my personal way I'm going to go about it. Anything that bad happens or whatever, I plan on using my skills as barter and not my money, basically. And that's that's my perspective. Everyone's got different perspectives. It's just one of many, and that's
Right. And so the cool thing that I read, like I said, it's not official yet, but supposedly if I wanted to go, I don't know, say mom's ranch, she needs 5 grand. And let's say, for instance, I have a bar, which I don't have any bars. If you go take a 10 ounce or a 20-ounce bar and it's more than the cost, whatever, supposedly you'll be able to go down to the comptroller's office. They're going to assay it, check it, test it, blah, 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 whatever. And then they're going to go through the court system, for instance, to either buy, so like I want to buy your property. You and me go see a judge. We sign paperwork. The judge agrees on it. And then I provide the silver 10-ounce bar, 20 ounce, 100 ounce, whatever it is. They assay and do it all there, and then that transaction. But I also believe that you can just walk over, and if you have a neighbor's car that, he's got a Camaro for sale and he needs 10 grand, and you plop down, yeah, a couple Eagles or whatever, however it works out, you can still just barter and trade just like that. You take the title, he takes a gold piece, whatever it is. But it'll be interesting to see how it works in Texas, because once they get this depository thing going, it's going on down. I'm gonna take my ass to Austin because I know where the depository is at. I'm gonna go knock on that door and figure out what's going on. I'll definitely do that. It's only 4 hours away. I can get some pizza on the way back.
Yeah, that's nothing, man. Yeah, you want to tell them the story about no, don't worry about it. Let's see. Does anyone in chat want to come up here? JM or who is that?
We got any more topics or anything else? Do you have any other topics?
News for next week or the next time we get together about the percentages of or the amount of dollars you pull out of banks and whatnot in different states, and let's get into
okay, but any more precious metal questions or topics? Anybody else want to jump in and chat or ask or?
I was just asking if anyone wants to jump up here or has any questions. Silvershire's I don't know, he threw you under the bus a couple times. You probably lost a little weight after what he's thrown on you. I'm kidding. He's making fun of you. He says Goldbacks is the way to go. He knows you don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so check this out. So, yeah. I mean,
Goldbacks won't work because they're too expensive for the amount of gold they have in them. Most of it, what's paying for, is the artwork. If they could take,
well, yeah, I mean, the most of the premium is in the production.
Yeah. You hate premiums in real gold and silver. The premium per amount of 1/1000th of a gram for $1 or $10, whatever it is, it's mostly in the artwork and the lamination that they did. Is just. They have this technology and they've had it for years. And that's why I believe we're going to go to actual physical gold currency.
Right.
Is they've got this technology of a 2-dimensional scraping where they can take a 1,000-ounce bar of gold and scrape it at a 2-dimensional level, which is single cell. And this machine scrapes that fine. And it'll leave you a sheet of single cell gold that you can cut in half and laminate. And it actually be a certain weight for the price of gold at the time, where a 1,000-ounce bar would cover a couple $2 billion in bills. There is a physical way through technology that we have to go back to a physical gold standard if we reevaluate the price of gold. And that's where I state about owning gold, because of a reevaluation is highly possible, because never before in history all the economies of the world have been kind of so shitty all at once. Usually they're and rely on each other.
Yeah. So there's something funny. So my brother bought me a bunch of those Goldbacks for Christmas, and whatever. I was like, oh, okay, great. It would have been cool if you'd give me a 10th ounce, but he knows a stack. He knows a lot of cool shit. But anyway, he gave me the deals. So I gave them to my niece in Indiana. She's 17. She's learned how to stack. She's doing her own research and history, and I give her a few little things every once in a while when I come into town. Uncle Jake's helping her out. Well, she's 17, so if she holds on to it long enough, who knows? But I don't want to tell her my opinions of the Goldbacks. I think they're novelties. Will people barter with them? I don't know, man. Nobody really knows. But I'm not going to force her into saying, hey, look, it's my way or the highway. Let her investigate them, and who knows? Maybe years down the road, maybe if gold, I mean, obviously, I guess maybe if gold goes high enough, Maybe they are worth something. Maybe people will want to trade them. I don't know, but like I said, I'm not going to force my ways on her. She's doing her own investigating. She has a few little different things, and we'll see if she starts stacking a little bit by herself, or she's going to kick back and let Uncle Jake stack for her. We'll see how it goes.
Well, if you teach someone younger about something, it's more likely to stay with them. If they don't know about it, never told about it, or never taught about it, they're never going to know about it. They're never going to get into it. So your results are nothing. So whatever little bit you put into it, there will be a return on the investment at one point in time. And so what you're doing is good. I like the idea of you giving her the silverbacks because she's a girl, and the artwork on the silverback is awesome.
Let's go back.
I love the artwork. It's just not worth the money for the amount of gold that's in it to be a tangible. Yeah. And it just doesn't work at wallet. It's not right.
Yeah. Well, like I said, who knows how it plays out in 10 years from now.
Yeah.
And like I said, but remember 50 years ago or whatever, like my dad's old friend, supposedly this old dude, now he's a Korean War vet. I think my dad said he's 91 or 92, still gets around. This dude has a room full of 5-gallon buckets of nothing but junk silver. This dude's been stacking junk silver. Oh my God, I can't even do the math. This dude's so fucking old, but he's cool. Anyway, so Dad said he walked in one time and it said the guy kind of like stumbles around, and if any point he bumps and hits a bucket, there's gonna be a wall like $1 million following him. And I was like, wow, dude, that's cool. He got a crap load of junk silver. Yeah, well, the thing is that he's gonna leave it for his daughter. His daughter has no idea. I think she's like my age, maybe 45, 60, 50, who knows? And she has no clue what's in that room. She has no clue that there's buckets of halves, quarters, and dimes. And for God's sakes, I hope he left her a sign. Hey, sweetie, I'm dead. Read this. Yeah. Holy shit, these are all silver. I mean, and also one of the points, it's kind of off the top of my head. When I stack for my kids, it might be a good idea to when you do your inventory on a spreadsheet, if you're going to leave something for somebody else, even though you might explain to your kids or your teenagers, whatever, this is what we're doing, and they got the plan. If for some reason you suddenly fall over dead, well, they said die suddenly. If you just all of a sudden fall over dead and your kids are like, oh shit, what's in this? They open it up, try and leave them a couple pages. Hey, call my buddy Jake. He can help you out with it. Call the LCS. Here's some videos, have some phone numbers, emails. Let them know what it is and what to do with it. Kind of like in a will or, something like that. Help people out when they maybe stumble across, some people don't even want to tell nobody what they have. So it's like, well, good luck when they don't know where your treasure map is, or,
that's what Shadowworks just said. He said he's leaving a treasure map.
Yeah, well, that's cool. Everybody do their own, but to me, I just think it's best to have it organized, so that you know what you got, and if the next person's come along or your family or whatever, it'll work out for you.
I got to run upstairs real quick. I'm in the middle of doing laundry. JM and don't choke. JM and Jake, if you guys could hold down the fort, maybe Jake, you were talking about that 100-year gold and platinum chart. I believe JM knows how to pull that up. JM, would you be so kind? I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. Hey, JM, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty well, Jake. How about you?
Doing pretty good. Yeah, me and Neil were talking. So I was hoping you'd throw up that gold chart when we were going to discuss the FOMO, because roughly, if you just look back, gold goes up all the time. So I just, people are getting in. If you want to get in now, you can. But if you wait years and down the road, hopefully this will all pay off. I mean, everybody wants some kind of payoff. I just like to have, kick back and go, yeah, you made the right decision, for kids and stackers or however you're doing it, or for whatever reason, retirement or whatever.
Right on. So you just want gold only?
Well, I mean, if you want to make it easier for people, I don't know what they want,
Yeah.
Don't matter. Gold. Okay. And you can see that when you step back and look at 100-year chart, gold looks a lot different, kind of than what we see on the day-to-day or month-to-month. It's it's not quite fair to judge silver up and down or whatever monthly, because the shit just goes, it's very volatile. So.
Yeah. Okay. So I've just pulled that up, and it's just a matter of waiting for Neil to come back. Like I've shared the screen with him. He's the one that actually pulls the trigger on it, but it's there. We got it.
Cool. All right. So did you have any comments or things to add on some of the discussion we had, or corrections, or your opinions? You're pretty knowledgeable.
Yeah. Well, with dollar cost averaging, I think that started out in the mutual fund industry, getting small investors to just make regular purchases, and they were able to do that because it was all digital, right? But I think it's a lot different, like you were saying, especially if you're buying, the higher end pieces, and how do you keep track of it? It's much more difficult, but the benefit of it is it just removes the emotion from it. So like, let's say you wanted to dollar cost average, just for simple numbers, say $500 a month. You buy $500 a month worth of silver bars or coins or whatever you like. Then when the prices are low, you're buying more of them. And when they're high, you're buying less. And if you keep it simple, I think the accounting's not going to get away from you. But you're right. If you're all over the map on your timing and the dollar amounts and the type of things that you're getting, it's going to be very, very difficult to make heads or tails of it. So
yeah. Well, because the other funny thing is, when we've seen them on channels and whatever, it'd be interesting to see how these people are storing, I don't know, 5,000 ounces of silver, 10,000, whatever, whether it's bars, poured items. I mean, anybody wants, I don't care what somebody wants, but it'd be interesting to see how they're storing, all this shit,
Yep. Well, and you mentioned the ammo cans before, and like, actually, I think that a lot of people do use those, for 10-ounce bars and the tubes and things like that, because I don't know how well they'd hold up if it was full, but I'm confident you can get a couple 100 ounces in your typical ammo can. And I think you could stack them up. I think you could have 100,000 ounces in a relatively small room.
Yeah, if somebody wants the room for it.
Thousands and
thousands.
If
somebody has the room,
would fit in a closet.
What are we talking
about? Storage and stuff. I guess if you had 100,000 ounces in a closet, I sure hope you got a concrete slab.
Well, at what point in time? At what point in time? See, you're thinking of a certain way, but how about this way? Let's say you get up 1,500 single ounces and you get tired of ounces. You take 1,000 of those ounces and turn it into a 1,000-ounce bar. So in that case, to have 11,000 ounces is just 11 small 70, 80-pound bars. It really doesn't take up a lot of space. It's awkward to carry and whatnot, but it doesn't take up that much space. And through time, you would imagine you wouldn't want to carry out more than 1,000 single ounces. You would trade it in for 100-ounce bars or kilos or something throughout time, not just keeping them all as singles.
And what I'm hearing, like what the general pulse of what I'm getting from stackers is, once you hit 1,000 ounces of silver, that becomes an issue, because they're like, if I got to bug out, say there's I'm living in the middle of where there's a wildfire or something happens, I do want to be mobile. I want to be able to move it. And so at that point, they start moving much more towards gold, just for the mobility.
Yeah.
But I did share that screen of the 100-year gold chart.
Right on.
That's I wasn't able to pull it up though. Only you can,
because here it is.
Are the man.
I'm the man.
Sweet.
Let's see if I can get this going. Full screen layout.
So a good chunk of this was while the U.S. was still on the gold standard, right? So
that's how it should be.
Yeah,
should have been, but it didn't.
Nice and stable.
And so
Nice and
Right.
stable.
So that first bump is in the 70s.
yep,
Yeah, 71, right?
1970.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. So that goes back to my point. If nobody was FOMOing in before then, people started piling in, and look at gold. It just goes up.
Well, when
You know?
did we start the Keynesian economics? 1980.
So here, this will
Shit,
bring.
no, that's back in the 1900s. I mean, yeah, before World War One.
Fractional
When they
fractional
started planning this
banking.
shit out, they started planning it. But
No, when
you
was it
know,
enacted? Wasn't it around the trickle down economics time?
no, because they started printing too much money around the Korean War a little bit at a time. But by the time they got to Vietnam, they were printing a shit ton, and then I think that's when it really started going, going crazy or a little bit on the printing. And then as you see, as the decades, whether it's the U.S. dollar or M2 money supply, whatever you want to pull up, it's, you see it start going up, and and so, yeah,
So
basically.
basically, the UN has been trying the long-term plan to destroy America because both those confrontations you just mentioned were UN police actions that America took over, and our industrial fucking military machine drove our economy into shit.
Yeah, well,
All from the UN.
yeah. So I want to share with the chat and all these other guys that are on here, or maybe people that'll watch this in the future. There are two guys when you put them head to head on the same channel, and it's fucking awesome. You get Tom Agondo and Vince Lancy together, and man, you better sit back because it's a trip. They did a video, if you look back, about 3 or 4 months ago, on what's that, Palisades Gold. It was a two part video. That one was some of the best shit. And whenever I can't find something to do, can't find nothing cool to watch, that's probably one of my top 5 videos. The second one is about 10 days ago. If you look on the Daily Gold the Daily Gold podcast, a guy named Jordan Roy Byrne. And so him and Vinny did a video. I think it's like 10 or 12 days ago. Look up on his channel. It's called They Want the Gold. And so a few times on Arcadia, they were posting. Oh, yeah, Arcadia. Got my Arcadia shirt on for Chris and Yara.
Right
Man,
on.
and so when Vinny was going over it, one or two of those, he was going over that in the mornings with They Want the Gold stuff. And man, let me tell you what, dude, when Vinny starts laying down the hammer, it's a pretty cool shit. These guys know their stuff, and I think Tom Lagondo is probably one of the best all around geopolitical dudes. I mean, this dude knows so much stuff. It'll sit there and blow your mind. I usually got to watch it twice just to kind of take in, and then I sit and think about some shit later. They said, and then go back and have to read. I mean, it's just these guys. These guys are top. And if anybody's got him on the radar, luckily, now I teased Vinny online on X. If anybody didn't know, in the last week or two, Professor Vinny started posting his videos on YouTube again, and so I think that's super awesome. And you can look up on YouTube Vincent Lancy. And the last 2 weeks, that sneaky bastard, he started putting them online. I was like, man, this is awesome. And so, yeah, you go and learn some stuff, and you go to the Daily Gold podcast. This guy is doing charts. Man, Roy is something else. And so we got a lot of good channels where you're actually learning stuff versus just people like, look, I got a fucking eagle. Look,
Yeah. I will
look,
be
I
doing
bought some junk silver today.
I will be doing an
Yeah.
unboxing to show you people what I got when I had my tax return came back and I had too much money in the bank. I should
Sweet.
be getting all of it at once. I got a 1 ounce platinum bar, a 1/10 ounce platinum coin, a 10 ounce
Congrats, bro.
silver bar, and 12 pieces of crystallized osmium, all in one order. And that's what I wanted to talk about too. People are talking about problems with these credit cards, and we're all talking about it. There is a way to go about it that you don't have issues, but it's a specific, there's a route, there's a pathway that you can go through not to have issues with getting purchases that you want. How I was able to spend like $1,700-1,800 at this one place all at one time and my bank had no issue whatsoever with it, was I did
Right.
an electronic transfer where you give the account number and routing numbers and you transfer it electronically. And there was zero issue for over $1,000, over $1,500 purchase of precious metals, to where the same bank, when I used my bank card to try and buy it from like SD Bullion or something when I was a newer stacker, would flag my
Right.
account and say it for fraud. I had to call them up, undo all this crap. Then I could buy it from them. And I didn't have any of that problem when I did it through electronic transfer bank to bank. So there is pathways out there to get around things if you're open-minded to look around and see what's available, and don't close yourself off unless doors are already closed off for you for certain types of ways that you can purchase things. But there are a lot of times there's workarounds to things.
And it's similar too for people that are wanting to withdraw large amounts of cash out of their account. Your way to do that is to go into your bank and let them know that you'd like to make a large withdrawal, but you let them know in advance. Tell them, look, I don't need it today, right? How long will it take for you guys to get it for me? And they'll undoubtedly question. They'll say, what's it for? They'll want to make sure you're of sound mind and that, someone isn't sitting in your car with a gun on you getting you to do it, right? They absolutely. My younger brother withdrew 15 grand cash a couple months ago, but he had to let them know in advance, let them know, everything's cool. And I think he had to wait 3 days or something like that.
Wow.
But yeah, if you're planning on doing that, give them a heads up on it. The other way too, if you want to make a large purchase from an LCS, is you should be able to just go into your bank, tell them, look, I want a bank draft or a certified check or a money order made payable to the LCS for whatever the amount is, or even close to it, and then you can make up the difference with pocket cash.
So there's still some ways to do it, but the doors are closing.
Yeah, they don't want.
Yeah, it's getting harder.
It's not as easy as it used to be. It's a lot harder, which leads back to you guys giving us the amounts of what state you're from and how much cash you can just walking into the bank like a normal person would, and see how much you can withdraw of your money. And then let us know next Sunday what state you're in. Don't care about the bank, just what state you're in and how much their limit for you is. And then to Alan Greenspan's saying of bank run, I think there's like a secret bank run being stopped from happening right now, and it's coordinated throughout America and all the banks to prevent us from getting to our money, so we can't make a run. That is also a type of bank run. It's like a preventative measure to keep it from happening. It doesn't mean it's not the thing that's going to cause a bank run isn't going to happen. It's just your ability to get to the bank after you ran there and get your money has been stopped ahead of time.
Yeah,
Right.
And Chad makes a good point in the chat there. He says stack some cash. It's just as important, and I think that's really, really true.
You know what?
What's anyone doing with 100 grand cash sitting in a checking account anyway?
Yeah. Well, hey, so check it out. So the other day, I don't know, James, did you hear that story about my friend tried to go pull out 4,000 and he only got $1,000, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. All right. So yesterday I thought, well, let me go get a little bit more. Well, I drove down to my bank, the same one he went to, but I went through the ATM, and the first ATM was sold out. I guess they're all out of cash. So I got to get out of my car, go in there, grab a pistol, go pull out some money. And then I said, well, that's weird. Let me go to my Chase. So I drove to the other side of town, probably about 10 minutes. And damn, dude, they were like, there's 2 ATMs out front that are drive-through, and both of them had 3 or 4 cars in them. And I was like, man, everybody must be excited for tomorrow morning. Everybody's grabbing. Yeah. So by the time I got to the third, I was the third in line. The ATM in front of me ran out, and then everybody's racing to turn around to the next. Yeah. So one of the ways they limit it is they only put X amount in the ATM. And then that way, when a bunch of people come in and go, I mean, was it a Saturday night? Yes. What's the chances that this many damn people? I mean, there were people in line when I drove up and had to drive around. I was like, man, there sure is a lot of damn people here just trying to get some cash. But yeah, whether they're trying to do the ATMs outside and notice how now they don't have the little branches that are open where you could walk into, where nobody's in there. It's just ATMs. They don't have those anymore. So
Well, that
It's
happened.
just weird. It's just weird. That's all I'm saying.
That happened with Silicon Valley Bank. People were lined up trying to get their money out as
Right.
it was failing, and we see it happen in second and third world countries regularly. People lining up, and it's like a quota, a max. You know, you can only take out so much per day, and people are having to line up every day just so that they can buy their daily necessities.
Yeah.
You don't
I
want
mean,
to be
yeah,
ever caught in that position ever.
yeah, right. Yeah. And so I've heard from people that some banks, like say for instance, I got a JP Morgan Chase and I want to send my brother $1,000 or $2,000. He lives in Austin. And so if I wire it from Chase to Chase, nobody cares. But I am hearing things that people's like, well, Jake, you can't send Chase to, I don't know, make up ABC Bank. I almost sent my brother $5,000 for his birthday. Oh no, you can't send, bank to bank. Bank to bank's one thing, but bank to a separate. Yeah, now there's a problem. There's a delay, and also, who knows? I mean, I keep hearing things, but I want some concrete. If people chime in, and I keep hearing more of it. If I can get one person or two that will talk to me face to face, or somebody that I know that happens. I mean, I told my mom and dad 2 years ago to get the money out, and they started laughing. And the next day, Dad's like, "Yeah, let's go see what Jake's talking about." And I think Dad went down for about $12,000, and they argued, and Dad was pissed. He came
Well,
home and he's like, "Yeah." He called me, and him and Mom went down there later that day, closed the account, yanked all of it out. I mean, they were down there for hours. He was so pissed, and I was like, and then they kept asking, "What's it for? What's it for?" And my dad's like, my dad's like 79. It's ain't your damn business. I mean, I wish I could have been there. 'Cause if I'd have filmed it, y'all have been laughing your ass off. This old redneck dude going like, "Hey, no, your damn business. I want my damn." I told him, "You think it's your money?" Just like on Ron's video, I argue with that guy. And now a few days later, after I'd left and went to Ron's basement and went home, his father-in-law came back and he's like, "Yeah, I don't like that guy, Jake. He's crazy. He's full of shit." Angel's just laughing, like, "Yeah, hey Jake, that's exactly what he said." I said, "Yeah, I told you he would." And I said, "But funny thing is, that dude hasn't gone down to his, but this dude's loaded as shit. Yeah, but he ain't gone down there and said, 'Hey, I need 20 grand. I'm gonna buy a boat or something.' He won't challenge it." That's the funny part. I told Ange, wait until he does.
There's
Wait until he does.
There's two things in chat here. William said something about it.
Cool.
The hydrogen 2 tech being in abundance might be a wild card that brings a lot of good fruit. I 100% agree with that. And then Chad's going to take us up on a challenge here. He said last year he pulled 7 or 8K cash out with no problem. And I'm challenging him like I did everyone else. By next Sunday, go down just to see how much. Don't pull it out. See how much you can pull out. And let us know, and then let us know what state you're in. I don't care what the bank is. We're trying to get us a feel for nationwide what the limits are. Because again,
Right.
I'm kind of agreeing with Alan Greenspan on there's a stop on bank runs, and as it gets worked, someone else had mentioned that what happens if they only just pull 500 and only buys a tenth of the amount that you can buy now. That again, it's a stop of a bank run that I feel like is occurring now that no one's talking about. That if we can kind of sort of get a feel for it maybe happening, we can get ahead of it. Hey, you can't save everybody, brother. There's only 19 people here right now, so tell everybody you can't. I don't know what to do. We can save. We can see about trying to save everybody if it's seems like it's an issue nationwide, and we do know that prices are going up exponentially. Then start fucking taking care of business, brother. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And this will just be a check for all of us. So we won't be listening to someone else. You can say, hey, I'll go watch this thing, and this guy's right there. I can touch the screen and ask him a question. He'll talk to me. It's not just somebody, it's someone who's out there finding out answers for you. Jake, Neil, we're trying to get some answers here so we can get ahead of something that I feel might be coming,
The other thing is just to keep in mind is the government's always going to track any large withdrawals. But as far as limits go, I don't think it's so much state to state or even institution to institution. I think it's really based on the client or the customer, the depositor. So
You know,
you have your account, you should be able to talk with the bank manager and just say, oh, I see that you set my limit here, or you ask them, what is my limit? They say it's $5,000 cash. So tell them, well, I would like it increased because you never know. I'd like to have a limit of 20 grand. And, so long as there's lots of cash in there and they don't see a problem with that, they should be able to adjust that. So I think it's more on an individual.
That might be part of it, but there is also a tightening of credit. There's a hiring of interest rates, and there's other things that are leading to another direction as well. Yeah. I know my bank won't allow me to pull out more than $1,000 and $300 a day out of the ATM. And a couple of years ago, it was unlimited. I could pull out 300 at a time, back to back to back, and they charged me for a little bit for each pull out. Now it's just one time. So
it's for your own personal protection.
Well, they
might
for your own good.
They might say whatever they want to say, but if I'm at the bank and they tell me it's only 300 a day, how can I undo my personal protection that they've put on me? Now it's no longer personal protection; it's something else, in my opinion. And I wasn't bank, and they did tell me, well, you can go out there and pull out 300, but then you can come back tomorrow and pull out another 300. And I was at the teller, so there is no personal protection. She didn't say, oh, well, you're for protection, because then I would said, well, release my protection. I wasn't given an option. So that,
Yeah. Hey, now, so I want to tell that story. Last year, probably last year, I drove to Austin and I was going to my LCS to go get some stuff. And I pulled out some cash. And as I started driving, I was thinking like, well, maybe I need a little bit more. So I pulled into this Chase Bank, and it's right on the right-hand side. Grab some cash. 5 minutes down the road, I'm back at the LCS. And I was like, well, so I walk in there and I said, yeah, I need some money. She goes, and I walked to the teller and she's like, yeah, can I have your debit card? And I go, no. I presented my ID. I'm face to face with the teller. I was give me a withdrawal slip. Oh no, I need your debit card. I said, well, we ain't doing my debit card. There's a lot of fishy shit going on in the last year or two. And that was one of them. I was like, I ain't using my damn debit card. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing. I'm standing here. You took my ID when you opened this bank. And then years ago when I put money in it, I want some money. And so she argued. She had to get some other supervisor dude. It took like 10 minutes. Then I finally got my cash and left. And I told my buddy down there, he's like, yeah. He said, well, if you ever need some money, come in here and write me a check. And I got a whole safe full of cash. But I was like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, I mean, it's like, and I told him, I said, it's getting hard to get cash. A year or two ago, it was hard to get. You got to plan like days and weeks, and then the bank's complaining that you're coming in, grabbing money. And I just tell them, I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to see my son. He was stationed there for 3 years at Nellis. And, I go to Vegas all the time, but not lately now that he PCS'd out. But, I just tell him, oh, we got to tell the IRS something. I'll fucking tell him Big Jake's going to Vegas. Yeah.
I just tell them I'm going down to Mexico, get some cocaine. The CIA.
There you go.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, the bank chicks, they go fucking bananas. And then when you show them pictures, oh yeah, Jake's lying.
Real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Look, sweetie. Here's one when I dropped $20, and I think I walked out. I think one of them was like $1,300. I said, look, here's the video. Then they started walking away. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Whatever. Yeah, that's all I tell them. I got to tell their IRS something. Tell them you're going to Vegas.
I got to pull out 20,000. They ask me what it's for. I'll be like, oh, I need to buy a plane. The fucking cartel needs me to rent some price over the fucking border. And I know I'm going to lose the plane, but one delivery and I can pay you back.
Yeah. This one time my mom was with me. It was probably about 2.5 before COVID. And I went in, I yanked out some money, and she's like, oh, yeah, what's all this for? I said, Vegas. I think about 3 weeks later, I went back and grabbed some more. She goes, now what's this for? I said, Vegas. She goes, what about the account about 3 weeks ago? I said, that's the money I'm going to lose. This is the money I'm going to win with, So yeah, they just keep fucking with them. I mean, they just go, they're just stupid. I mean, they just got to write down all this shit. Yeah. I'm like, I'm going to Vegas. It's fun shit. You got to have fun with them. That's all I'm saying. You got to have fun with them.
Chad, what are they going to do about hydrogen again? Here in California, we just signed a law. The Goober just signed a SB 740 that turns the work of construction of hydrogen power plants, carbon sequestration, solar, and something else over to the Iron Workers Union here in the state of California. And anytime they do that, that means there's going to be projects coming up. And I found out that through our union here in my district of Northern California for Union 378, we're going to have 4 hydrogen power plants being built here soon. 2 of them are going to be built in the Bay Area. They've already got the numbers for it for the union for us to do the work on. I don't know how big or anything. No numbers like that have come in. It's just they let us know that one's going to be built here and one's going to be built there, and they've told us where 2 of the 4 are going to be built. So hydrogen is definitely going to be a thing, and Chevron and Phillips 66 are the ones that are behind it. And Chevron's going to be building 30 hydrogen fueling stations throughout California to support the infrastructure for hydrogen fueling station infrastructure. So that's why another pro for platinum, guys. I know this for a fact. I was talking with Jake about it. Ironworkers, first, we understand the economy before economists, because if I built high rises for 20 years in San Francisco, well, maybe 15 years in San Francisco. All I did was high rises. The money was good. The times were good. I'd go down to the Union Hall, and on the books, it would have a list of the jobs, the billion-dollar projects that were going on. Once they started disappearing, you know the economy's going bad. That's about 2 years before Kramer gets on and tells you, bye, bye, bye. So I always find out ahead of time, and I've been doing it for 30 years. So, you know, kind of like how Ninja will say, don't trust a realtor that hasn't been through a recession. Well, ask an iron worker when one's coming who's been an iron worker for at least 20-some years, and he'll be able to tell you exactly when one's coming, a couple of years before anyone else. And that's why I always say I'm early. If you hear me say I'm early, it's because my job set. I see that I go to the Union Hall. I see we got 10 years of work in the future. Then all of a sudden it all disappears down to 2 years. What the fuck? And now all of a sudden, then COVID hits. Yeah, it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned.
As a winner.
You know, talk to an iron worker, bro. We see it all. We see it all before everyone else, man.
Yeah. Hey, JM. So you live in Canada. So what are the premiums on precious metals lately, or like if you can remember back earlier this year or last year, or you know, what are they looking like? What's it look like for premiums up in Canada, or how that works out?
Okay, so I'll tell you in Canadian dollar terms, we can do the math fairly easily on that. But before 2020 hit, you could buy like generic rounds for $2.50 over spot, which would be, say, $2 or $1.75 US over spot. Coins, you know, add $1. If it's a maple or an eagle, you might have to add $2 to that. So let's say for an eagle, it was probably 4 or 5 over spot. For maple, 350 or 4. But as soon as COVID hit, it more than doubled. Those premiums more than doubled. And then once, remember the American Silver Eagles actually sold out. You remember that? No one could get them, and the premiums just skyrocketed. I remember actually seeing a listing at a local coin shop here near Toronto. They were trying to sell the Type 1 American Silver Eagles at 2 times spot price. It just went absolutely crazy.
Wow.
And my local coin shop actually sold out of silver, and it's a fairly large coin shop. They were completely sold out 2 or 3 times. Now it's still hasn't fully normalized, but it's come back about halfway. So right now I can buy generic bars and rounds, 1 ounce for about $6 over spot.
Right.
Canadian.
Okay.
So that's like $4.50 US.
All right,
Still
cool. So I got a question to throw out. Of course, if the chat can chime in or anybody else, I don't care. But I had a birdie tell me maybe a week ago, the reason why the sovereign mints, not all of them, but most of them were on allocation or have been, especially U.S. Eagles. I hear that I don't know, say two out of 5 monster boxes of Eagles are going to Dubai. that they're buying them overseas, and for some reason, somehow, there's a decent amount. I'm not going to say a third, but quite a lot, is going over to Dubai, and then it's going wherever else it's going. I can only imagine further east, but nobody's quite explained the allocation shortages of. Now, maybe the other mints don't have as big as an allocation, but everybody can remember last fall when Andy was slapping down millions, waiting weeks, and and so I don't think nobody's ever really explained or whatever reason it was a silver shortage, no plancha shortage. I think Bix and them did that video where the guy from the Sunshine Mint said, no, we got plants. So anyway, that'd be interesting to find out if truly, if other countries, or I don't know, maybe it's hedge funds, maybe they can't take any more contracts or physical off the COMEX anymore. And instead of, COMEX that they can't have the silver, maybe for some reason, I get the feeling maybe they might be, the U.S. Mint has to back them up. Maybe the U.S. Mint has to back up the COMEX. I don't know. It sounds weird, but, but when my friend or this guy tells me that, shitload's going to Dubai, well, that's about the only explanation I've heard on why the mints are on allocations. But what do I know?
Well, the American Silver Eagle is the most popular bullion coin in the world.
Right.
So it's recognized. There's only very few countries, where they won't accept it readily.
Right.
But I also wouldn't be surprised if there's other entities like Sprott's PSLV, physical silver.
Right.
They're buying up physical. I know Dubai, they're big on gold. Like when you walk around in the malls there and the retail outlets, it's gold. But yeah, India,
but right, but of all the shows we've seen, the news articles, everything, I've never heard of anybody saying that they were short allocations of gold eagles or, gold buffalo. I never heard the problem shortages with gold, the allocations. It's always been silver. It's always been silver eagles, silver maples, maybe for a little bit, and whatever the other, Austrian,
A good explanation for that is shitty economy and high price of gold. So it's not going to get sold out. Obviously, everyone's going to drop to the lower class asset, which would be silver. And people are talking about, and I saw this mentioned, they're looking seriously at making silver a strategic metal. And what will that do to the price in and of itself? Because it was intentionally left out last time they added to strategic metals to keep its price low. So you got that in play as well.
Seriously would not be surprised if central banks are actually hoarding silver. Starting to. They absolutely won't come public with it. But when I look at the actual storage of it, when you look at that Exeter's pyramid diagram, how much silver there is worldwide, storage for them, sure enough, it's 50 times what it would be for gold. But that's still relatively small for a large organization like a central bank.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously India, for some reason just loves the silver, and maybe they realize that China is going to, get most of the gold market in the next 5 years, and Russia's doing good, and the rest of the BRICS are stocking up. But for some reason, India's got a big fetish for silver, and we'll find out down the road. But it'd be interesting to see, or if we ever hear about the allocations and the issues with the mint. I mean, I know Bixie's hard on it with Chinese doing the solar panels and and all that, and I could see that part of the industrial size of it. But when you talk about just regular old eagles and coins, and and he shows that deal on his channel on Road to Ruta quite often. How many eagles they made 10 years ago, 1986. We see all those numbers, but then all of a sudden, the last year or two, it's like, well, we can only pump out a few.
You're gonna have to see chat next time. Alan is raping on you. He said Jake is a silver hater.
Oh, I'm not a silver hater, dude. I like
That's what
silver.
Alan Greenspan said. He said Jake is a silver hater.
And you know what,
Alan?
Jake? I think that you can get the chat active if you still got that iPod or iPad. Rather than going rather than
Right.
going.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
I turned it on. I got it onto YouTube,
Yeah.
but I can't figure out how to open the screen to where I can see the chat, because I'd love to chew Alan's ass. That'd be fun. But it's like, it's not like my phone.
Yep.
Um,
Go to YouTube. Go to Neil's channel.
Holy
Find his,
shit. No, wait, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. It's up now for some reason.
Okay.
I see you, Alan, Lick Silver, Jake. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we got it on now. Yeah, I got you, Alan.
Now you can see him ragging on you without you
Jake
seeing
has to
it.
use YouTube app. That's right. That's right, William. I'm on a fixed income. Yeah. Oh, Annie Oakley. Okay. Hey, girl. Yeah, eat some pizza, Jake. Right. No, I do like silver. But one of the things I've done it my whole life, and when everybody's running right, I run left. The last year or so, when everybody said go buy silver, I was like, yeah, for some reason, I don't feel like silver, and I got my gold, and then when I did, I got great deals. But yeah, I mean, there's a point to when you have too much, or I don't know what the word is, but I get some when I can, and I don't have like a monthly like I'm gonna spend two. I have no idea. I just grab some. But like junk silver, here's another concept theory. Bill Holter's been pushing it out, not too often, but the last couple months for sure. And I think it's kind of interesting thought. He thinks that possibly down the road, the premiums for junk silver and the demand could possibly be the same as Eagles, or actually go higher than junk silver or than Eagles.
It's
Silver
limited
slingshot.
supply. It's limited quantity on the Constitutional.
Here's a good
Right.
question.
Jake just upgraded from dial up.
I'd like to touch on this one. C4 asks, are 100 Eagles worth extra grand over 100-ounce bar? And my answer would be,
That was for Silver Shire.
why couldn't you get both? Because I do see a reason to have some Eagles, probably like 20 or so Eagles at least, because of the laws being changed and for the use case. But I can also see the use of having 100 ounces over 100 coins because of the premium savings. So what I would suggest would be get the 100-ounce bars and go the extra mile and get 25 Eagles and you have 125 ounces. But as far as premium goes, I wouldn't forego one for the other. I'd go for a 50-ounce bar and maybe get 30 Eagles for the same price as the 100-ounce bar.
Unless you're already stocked right up. If you're already stocked right up and you're just going for weight, then go for your 100-ounce bars.
Yeah.
But for anyone that's just starting out, I think it's great to get lots of 1 ounce.
Well,
and
the
10
laws
ounce
being changed are
what's
what's getting me to the liking of the Eagles, or not liking, but the seeing of the need to have Eagles is because the laws are being changed. In certain states, you can deal with legal transactions with gold and silver Eagles. And that is just a new law that's being passed in like 5 states. That tells me it's worth having some for sure, to where before I was all about just a silver. But as laws change, my perspective changes with the availability of the legal means to liquidate it. And if you can go to a state and get rid of your Eagles tax-free, well, then hold on a second. Is it worth better to have a 100-ounce bar or pay the extra 1,000 to have the Eagles?
Yeah. Hey, let me
there's
jump
more
in on
to it than the quick answer, because the laws are changing. And you got to look at the ever-changing laws and continue your learning experience with the precious metals to see which avenue actually is best. You can put it in a 401k where you pay taxes now and don't pay taxes when you get it out, or you can put it in something where you pay taxes now and you don't pay taxes later. There's all different types of ways to do things, but you got to look at the full scenario. And if there's states where you can sell that stuff without taxes on it, if there's a reset, shit, man, get the Eagles. Get the Eagles.
Yeah,
You know?
I want to jump on. I want to jump on Silvershire with his Chinese pandas. One of my neighbor buddies, he likes pandas. I said, you know what? I said, I wonder what happens down the road. Just say, for instance, in the next 5 years, they get upset with that. They blame China for a hack, or they go to war, or something like that. They're going to try to turn all of America against China. They'll hate everything. Blah blah. Good luck in trying to sell your pandas when we're at war with China, and or slash they're blamed for 10,000 things they didn't do. And somebody walks around and says, "Hey, I need to sell some pandas." Yeah, I ain't buying no pandas. And sorry, Silvershire, if I meet you next time, I ain't buying no pandas from you.
There's
Just
always a
saying.
flip side, always a flip side of the coin.
That's
If all
right.
that shit does happen throughout history, further down the line, the pandas,
Maybe
because
two.
most people will be melting them down and getting rid of them, will be a commodity to be had. Just like the 1825 to 1845 Russian platinum coins. There's 4 of them. A lot of them were melted down, but the ones that are left, ooh, boy, howdy, they may. Hey, find yourself a real fucking silver dollar, a silver certificate dollar. It's worth a hell of a lot more than $1, you know. So value comes at things, and actually, and this is a hated topic. The Nazi silver. It's got the
My buddy Dan's got some.
You know? Yeah, you know, it's not a like thing. It's a bad thing in history. Good collectible though, so it's got value.
Yeah, right. So Neil, do you remember that picture I sent you on the phone maybe a year ago?
I don't remember last week, man. What you talking about? Hold on, I'm gonna forget. I'm gonna forget real quick. Hold on.
No big deal if you forgot. But yeah, my friend Dan, he collects.
Oh yeah, no, the one that, yeah, the picture of the coin. Yes, I remember that. No,
the gold bar.
Yeah, it was a bar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say it wasn't a coin.
Yeah, no, it wasn't no coin.
The intrinsic value of that is worth more than the ounces of gold. The historic value of that.
Yeah, so the cool thing was he bought it at an auction.
You know, right now it's not a good thing, but in 50 years, 70 years. So
it's worth quite a lot now, but he had bought it at an auction in the 80s. He was a military guy over in Germany and used to cruise around auctions and pick up cool stuff and World War II memorabilia, legit stuff. And so, yeah, when he picked up that gold bar, I was like, holy shit. Yeah, that's a cool find. Show me somebody that's got one of those. Yeah. Who's ever seen one?
All I would like to see from stackers more is of what I like to see is the true conviction of the reasons you're doing it to be held the same level of conviction as knowledge is gained in other things. It seems like we change perspectives depending. And anytime you do that, it seems unstable and possibly could fall apart. That's, you know, and I don't want to see that happening. I want to see people apply the same principles, shall we say, to every part of their stacking thought processes, and not change the principles depending on the subject of the precious metals, but have a baseline to go by, and then, you know, different ones like keys on a keyboard, different ones, but keep the keyboard at a base level on every level of the precious metals perspectives that you're talking about. Because I see a lot of perspectives, and that's cool, but that's kind of sort of liberal too, and that also gets you in trouble in the long run because it makes you blind yourself by only seeing what you want to see, by not being consistent, and you miss a lot of shit.
Yeah, here's another story from my friend Dan. At least it's quick. When he got out of Vietnam, I think he said about 73 or something. Him and his wife were first married, and if I remember right, it's pretty close. Somebody at the job bought gold coins, and he bought five $10 Liberties, and it was his buddy, whatever. He threw $1,000. I think he paid $1,000 for all 5 of them. Back in the day, and man, he said his wife chewed his ass. He didn't hear about it. I heard about it for a whole month. As the years gone on, she forgot all about it. Well, when I started mentioning to him about 2 years ago, we went to go look at him. He did have some key dates, one or two, funny enough. And if you just leave the key dates out of them in pretty nice condition, when I told him the value, you can get on ST Bullion, give you a roundabout average. He's way up on it. He's like, holy shit, that's worth a whole lot more. Yeah, and he's still holding them, so that's cool.
Is that a 1-ton coin?
I think so. I was just thinking I wouldn't mind getting one of these.
No shit.
Man,
yeah, try and steal that without a freaking big pickup truck coming through your front door.
I don't think you could pick it up.
Yeah. So I think I saw that on the news. I think it's the world's biggest, heaviest gold coin, and it's actually legit. It's got face value. I think they got it in a museum.
Yeah.
I think that's the one.
Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah, it's just not some cute chick. It's just it's a real kangaroo.
When I was at the silver symposium, I was able to hold it. I think it was a 1 kilo platinum coin. I think it was a panda. I'm not sure. It was definitely. I'm pretty sure it was Chinese. I was just enamored that it was 1 kilo platinum bar. It's like,
Hey Neil, Neil, how come it says in the chat that Alan Greenspan was hidden by somebody?
What?
Hidden, unhidden?
What? I'm not seeing that.
I see it in my chat. I'd use my phone. Alan was hidden and then he's not, or what's going on here?
I see.
Are we having some excitement in the chat?
No one should be getting hidden.
I think that Chad accidentally hit the wrong button. So
okay, well, where's Alan?
I think
he's supposed to be giving me shit.
Yeah, Chad.
My bad.
He'll be back.
Where's Alan? There he is.
YouTube jail. Who hid you?
Sorry
what the
about
hell?
that.
We can't be fucking with the Federal Reserve. He's gonna fucking raise rates. Come on, guys.
Hey, Alan, when you gonna start QE, buddy? When you gonna start it? We're waiting.
Oh, was it a YouTube jail where the YouTube algorithm thingy got you? None of my mods?
No, because mine shows Chad, but I guess it was accidental. I was freaking out. I was like, you can't ban Alan. We need him.
No, yeah, we need the Federal Reserve with us, man, until we fucking throw them all in jail.
That's some good shit.
Hey, hold on. He was in YouTube jail, so maybe he's getting warmed up.
Yeah, cool. We got to have him out of YouTube.
See what you can fit in the cell. Hey, it's an 8x5. I can get my bunk bed in, my chair, my arm.
Yeah, well, Alan's got to be out of jail because I need to see him tomorrow morning when we do Arcadia Economics tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I lost my chat again.
So I talked to my CIA buddies and told them you were ratting too much on the fucking chat and to hide it from you.
Ninja Channel has blocked Neil.
Has me blocked, Neil. Oh.
Yeah. Hey, so did you want to junk silver? I did want to throw that out, see what the chat or if anybody gave a shit. My concept of junk silver.
What's up, Diabolical Debbie? What were you saying?
Did you want to talk about precious metals anymore, or just want to cut this loose?
I thought you said you were going to give away some silver. My bad.
No, dude. I only got 3 dimes. If I give them away, I got 3 kids. Somebody's going to come up short.
That reminds me of Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Was it Total Recall where that guy? I got 7 kids.
Well, thank God I only had 3. That means I slept in the hallway only 3 times. That's what I told her daddy one time. So, I slept in the hallway 3 times.
We can talk about precious metals. We can talk about anything.
Yeah, junk silver.
Yeah, so
I've got about $50 face value in American junk silver and about the same in Canadian.
Sweet.
So not a whole
junk
lot,
silver.
but definitely enough to have a little bit. But I got just fractional bullion too, like 10th ounce, quarter ounce, half ounce rounds.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So one of the things I want to talk about, I have a different perspective, obviously, I think, because I don't think nobody's going to do it. But when I had a friend of mine that wanted me to, he was living in Michigan. He flew back to Austin. He wanted me to drive his, he had 2 giant U-Haul trucks. He wanted to drive all the way up to northern Michigan. And I'm in way at the top, bro. Anyway, so I asked him, I said, hey, I said, you want to do me a favor? He's like, yeah, I'll pay you cash. I go, nah, I don't want your cash. Do you want to buy me some precious metals? You can put it on a credit card. You know, no, he didn't want to do it. And I said, how about junk silver? He goes, hey, wait, I got junk silver at the house. And apparently he said he had some in his safe, but he bought it years ago. So he don't even know what he paid for it. Has no clue. I said, well, cool. You want to sell it? No, I'm going to hold it. And I said, all right. So at the end of the day, I ended up getting, some stupid cash. Anyway, so a month later, I asked him, did you find your junk silver? Well, lo and behold, he gets into a safe. He pulls out I think it was a 100 face bag of junk silver. Well, he never looked at it. And then so I want to tell young stackers a few things, or new stackers. Just because somebody sells you a 100 face bag of junk silver doesn't mean that there's $100 face in there. Now, the chances of you getting skimmed maybe by a big bullion dealer is probably slim to shit. But regardless, you should open it up, count it, and look at it. Now, the funny thing is when he looked at it, he showed me on the phone, all his junk silver was super duper slicked. I mean, if you look at a bag, let's make this easy math. If you bought $100 face worth of dimes, in theory, every brand new dime was supposed to be 2.5 grams. Okay, well, so say they're a little bit worn, 2.3, 2.4, not a big deal. But when you start getting a whole shitload of slicks, and I'm not saying the slicks where like you can't see the dates, but some of these coins are warped, they're bent, they got holes drilled in them. Anyway, all this other different shit. When I first started getting them, I want to let stackers know that you don't have to just walk in and the guy throws you a bag and says, "Oh, I'll take it." Some places, LCSs, will let you handpick your quarters, your dime, whatever you want to do. And I only shop at places that do that because I want to pick and look for my own.
Yep.
But the sad thing was the guy was short a couple bucks. He had no idea what he was looking at. He didn't know if there were key dates or anyway. So it turned into quite a little mess. But one of the things I learned in the beginning was when I started grabbing these dimes and quarters from this guy down in Magnolia, and I could handpick my own stuff. And I thought, well, that's cool. When I got home and looked at it, I was like, man, this is dirty as shit. So I took it in a sink and put some degreaser and shit and tried to wash them off a little bit. Then I was like, man, these things are nasty. Anyway, so lo and behold, I don't remember. Maybe I got on SD Bullion and ordered something. And they sent me a bag, and it was all clean. I was like, man, that's pretty cool. But you start watching YouTube videos, and they're like, yeah, don't clean nothing. Oh, okay. I don't do that. I do usually the opposite. So I called them up, and I said, hey, this bag I got, I said, man, this thing's all nice. How'd you get all these mercury dimes and all that shit looks so nice? Oh, yeah, we clean everything. I said, oh, okay, so it's cool to clean junk silver. Well, yeah, I mean, unless you got a key date or like, what's the chances I'm going to find a 1917D mercury dye? Yeah, not happening. Anyway, so I started cleaning them. Anyway, so just to let people know, we do have a Hobby Lobby somewhere down the road, a few minutes away. And so they sell that cheap $5 silver cleaner, like jewelry cleaner. Anyway, I take that screen out and I throw a handful in there. I shake it, I clean this up really good. And then I try to save the fluid in another can, and then dump those dimes or quarters or whatever in a hot soapy strainer in the sink. Anyway, when I'm done, I sling them all over the kitchen. I ruin all my wife's towels, stinks the shit up. She calls me a porpoise in the kitchen. Oh, I fuck up everything. Anyway, but at the end, I still have a bunch of clean silver. And so from now on, I have been cleaning my silver, my junk silver. The cool part of it is if it's cleaned and I want to sell or trade or do something with Neil, it's a whole lot easier for somebody to look at a 1950 dime that's kind of cleaned and it doesn't have 10 years or 100 years of gook and shit stuck on it. Meanwhile, if you roll them all up in your hand and you have, $2 worth, and you stand them up on the ends, it's a whole lot easier to look to see that they're all silver when you have them.
Yeah.
Now the last point I want to make is that because I clean them and I buy them from my buddy in Austin, and he knows I clean them. If you have clad and accidentally, now I've had it happen a couple times where I get one or two. If you have clad coins and you throw them in mixed with your silver cleaner and you shake it around and you dry it out, whenever you throw all those shiny dimes or quarters on a towel, all of a sudden you look and you see a couple of them are rusty brown and they look like shit. Well, that brings your eye right to it. And all of a sudden you pull them up and guess what? It's a 1967 quarter. Guess what? It's a 1980 dime. Yeah. And so I could call him back and go, hey, look, dude, I found a couple clads. Well, we'll work it out next time on the visit. Well, one time I bought a bunch of dimes and I had $5 face worth of clad. Now a dime and a quarter here and there every once in a while, not a big deal. $5 worth. Okay. So it wasn't the LCS that screwed me. It was the guy that sold it to him. And I called him out and he's like, yeah, I know who sold it to me because I give him I sell you the buckets I buy from him. And he thought the guy had been screwing him, but there's no way to prove it. And no LCS is going to pay some guy to sit there for, 3 days to look through every dirty dime. And, but he knew that I cleaned all my shit. Well, the bottom line is now when I look at mine, all my stuff's nice and clean. I guess there's another point. Keep in mind when you're stacking them or if you're picking them out, try to make sure you get some good ones. Because what I've realized was now that after I gathered up some, there's a few of them that aren't, that are pretty slick looking. Somehow I missed them or they got, anyway, so I took those and sold them maybe October, November, maybe about, somewhere a few months ago. And I got rid of all my somewhat slicky looking dimes and whatever. And I traded them in and bought gold with them. So to me, I think it was an upgrade, but man, keep an eye on your junk silver. Because what's Alan saying? I'll trade you a 100-ounce bar for junk silver. Yeah, sorry, Alan. I don't trade. That one time that I did trade. Well, I consider it a trade. And so if you ask an LCS dealer when you're buying, they'll say junk silver is junk silver. Well, yeah, funny enough, how half of your bag looks nice and the other half looks like shit. Well, if all you end up getting is slick and shit, not try to think about this if you're going to go barter with somebody, or what happens if the fruit stand guy, you want to barter and you want to buy some veggies, and the guy's like, yeah, I want a dime for whatever. Well, at some point he's going to say, well, the dime ain't going to cut it, son, because I need silver and weight. And what happens if you got to end up giving him 2 dimes to equal, the weight of one? So, because I'm not going to show up and purposely screw the guy at the fruit stand or wherever I'm bartering with, because everybody's going to say, well, I'm gonna give him all my slick, ugly rosies first, and then I'm gonna save the mercuries for last. Yeah, so I've already upgraded now. Everything looks nice and new and the best that I could get, nice, clean, and I don't have any, slick looking stuff, because if I have to sell, trade, or barter, yeah, they're gonna be good looking. So I just want to throw that out there. It might be helpful to people.
Another quick way too, like if you're looking to buy that sort of thing, is to take a high-powered magnet with you and just run it over the whole thing. And because if it starts picking stuff up, then you don't have the real deal there.
Yep.
Yeah, but those magnets don't pick up clad US change, does it, Neil?
I do not know. I've never been into constitutional, but if it will pick it up, if it's not silver, majority silver, it will pick it up.
Yeah, like if
it'll
the
date, keep your eyes on your
ferrous metals, and if clad is a ferrous metal, it'll pick it up. I don't know if it's a ferrous metal or not, though.
Yeah, I mean, so even though I go to, this is another thing. Like I said, we could talk about this shit for days. When people go to the LCS, me and this guy named Chris, it's KRISS, Chris Coins in Southern Austin, Texas. one of the, I'll give it right now, the coolest fucking coin shop in the United States. I've been to a lot of them. I've shopped and bought. This dude, Chris, is the coolest dude. You can call him up. I think they have it. They have an eBay store. You can call him up, tell Chris, hey, I talked to Big Jake, and he said you guys are the shit. See what he's got. He'll ship. He's got an eBay store. You know, he'll do what he can, I'm sure. But this dude's just super cool. But yeah, so even though I walk in there and I go buy some stuff, Eagles or, you know, whatever I'm buying, I still bring my magnet. I still bring a digital scale. He throws it on the Sigma machine, and you know he double checks it right before the. And even after he does that, I'll still pull out my magnet. I'll look at it with a nice microscope, or not microscope, magnifier. And he's like, "What the fuck?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude." So remember, whenever you guys are buying something, don't leave the LCS until you are 100% sure and 100% satisfied that with whatever you're buying, it's exactly right. It's exactly what you paid for. It is what it is, because once you walk out that store, good luck in coming back telling that dude that, hey, man, this $5 pre-33 gold coin, I went home and weighed it, and this shit ain't, you know, yeah. I mean, so have your stuff checked at the LCS. That way you don't end up like some of these schmucks on YouTube. They're like, I got to fake this, I got to fake that. Or they find out after they've stacked 500 ounces, they can't remember where the fuck they got it. Hey, all these are fake. Oh, no. Was it on eBay? Was it? Yeah, you know, just another point to keep in mind. Have your stuff checked at the LCS while you're there.
Or you could buy platinum and you won't have to worry about it.
Yeah, you're full of shit. Every coin, everything, if you're going to buy it, you know, junk silver, yeah, you could spend more time looking through it when you're done, but that's a little harder to do. But that's why I clean everything, because if I get one fake dime, I don't care.
See,
You know, but if you start talking $5, I was back there the next day and I sent him pictures. I said, hey, dude, look at this shit. There's $5 face. Holy shit. Yeah. And he called that dude and he admitted that he had been chunking in clad change into the junk a little bit at a time, try to figure out how far he could go without getting caught. But that guy, like everybody else, will tell you, oh, don't clean your junk silver. Oh, never do that. Yeah, bullshit. I do, because it only takes a split second to go, I got a fake quarter. Well, I would want my kids to open up a bucket and go, wow, daddy got me a whole jar. There's $10 face in here. Then they could try and go sell it. Half of it's clad. Yeah, you're not going to know because it's all dirty. It doesn't make sense to me.
If you get into the platinum groups metals, the thing called crystallized osmium, it's got 10,000 identification points on the size of a pin. That's how small identification points. It cannot be faked and cannot be replicated, duplicated, or anything. Well, it can be stolen from you, but they won't be able to sell it because they won't have the identification codes to be able to sell it. So it's
sorry, Neil, not all of us can afford osmium.
Well, you know, I just had to throw it out there, brother. You know me. I see that opportunity. I'm like,
wow, dude, beating on poor people. That's fucked up.
Crystallized osmium.
Silvershire, what's he got? Absolutely, Jared. Yeah, Silvershire's got a good one up there. They seem like some pretty cool dudes. Like I said, I've been in a lot of FOMO, Jake. Oh shit, no, I've been buying for too long. I'm way past FOMO. Yeah, I mean, you know, it'll just be exciting. And I tell you what, I went to Florida last year. Went to Florida in October, and I hit 3 LCSs. All 3 of them were assholes. The women were rude. You know, you're asking, you're looking. You know, I don't know. I mean, so from now on, I really don't go to other LCSs, because either A, you're not gonna get a deal. 2, they look at you like you're fucking alien with 2 heads, and it ain't worth the bullshit anymore. If I want to get something, I just go to Austin. You know, call my buddy up. Sometimes I do. I call him and give him a heads up. Hey, I'm coming in tomorrow. He's like, oh shit. But if not, I just show up at 6 or 7 in the morning, and he'll open the shop, and I can walk in there and buy shit and be out the door, and be at Mr. Gaddy's in Brenham, Texas at 11 a.m. getting pizza, or 11 or 12, and watching Chris and Andy on Arcadia and eat my pizza. And then after the show, I leave. I do it all the time. Yeah. Well, Alan, he has my number. Well, maybe he does. I don't know. I guess, Alan, you can contact me on Twitter, or you can email Neil or whatever. Surely somebody's got my number. Give me a holler. And I see Thuran just made it. Glad you made it, brother. Rapoli's Pizza. Well, you'll have to set up a date, a time to meet that ain't during Arcadia. And after Arcadia, or we can meet there and watch.
100% diabolical.
Yeah. We can watch Arcadia on our phones and eat pizza and talk shit. That'll be awesome.
Just don't make sure there's no lady Pac-Mans around. He'll kick your ass.
Yeah. Diabolical Debbie. Just stick to the most reputable brands. Pam Swiss, Perth Mint, Britannia. Yeah. And so I agree with that 100%. I only have sovereigns and junk silver. And that way the liquidity will be so easy. It doesn't matter. But like I said, good luck to everybody that's got all the different stuff. To me, it doesn't matter, but to me, it does. I mean, like I said, it's just my preference of sovereigns only and junk silver. And if Cowboy Billy's right, junk silver ends up going the same or higher, and junk silver or as Eagles, 6 months or a couple years down the road, that's gonna be really awesome to see. Where is ATX store, Jake? Alan Greenspan, ATX.
Where is
Does
ATX?
he mean
I don't know what he means.
What's the ATX? LCS? Where's Alan?
He's there. I see him anyhow.
Yeah, I see him. Answer what an ATX is. The hell is that? Oh, Austin, Texas. Yeah, Alan, it's called Chris's Coins, KRISS, Chris Coins. He's off of Slaughter Lane in South Austin near Congress. If you want to ride there with me, I'll drive you.
I'm not getting paid for this promotion. I need half ounces.
Neither am I. Neither am I, buddy. If I could have one sponsor, it'd be Taroni's Pizza in Evansville. I've eaten a shit ton there, and I go there all the time. They know me. They're like, holy shit. It's that guy from Texas. Yeah, I'm in the neighborhood. I need some fucking pizza at my table. Where is it in Austin? Yeah, so you can look it up. He's got a friend. Yeah, if you need a ride, Alan, call me up. We'll meet up. I'll drive. I'll introduce you to Chris and Billy. Super cool dudes. They got all cool shit. Anybody that's in the neighborhood. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's a 4-hour plus drive, but I go there usually once a month, give or take. But I like the store. I mean, these dudes are just cool as shit.
So, Jake, you said you don't buy bars. Is that right?
That is correct. I have no bars. I have no generics. I have no gold bag. I mean, I have nothing but sovereign coins.
He's sitting outside a bar right now, though.
Oh yeah, I forgot to tell everybody I'm homeless and I live in my car. But
okay,
yeah,
so just coins.
Yeah, it's Chris Coins in South Austin, Texas. My wife's in there watching movies, and when I get loud and I walk around, and so she's like, yeah, take your shit outside. And I was like, well, I'd rather sit in my car and have a cigarette and a drink. And if it gets cold, I can turn on the heater. And if not, this is comfy. I'm good. No gold confiscation. But I mean, I just prefer sovereign coins. Now I do have, let's see, I think me and Neil, maybe 10, maybe 8 or 10, not too many, but I do have some Libertads, only because I live in Texas, and a few of my Hispanic and Mexican friends, my mechanic will take silver. And a few last year, he helped me move and do some stuff in Austin, And I asked him ahead of time, and he said, yeah, he wanted silver. And so I ordered him and his buddy Mexican Libertads, and man, he went fucking bananas. It was awesome. His mom came over, I don't know, 20, 30 something years ago, and their family gave her, I don't know, 8 or 10 Libertads, and she still has them now. But yeah, it's
Yeah. You
you
and
know,
I
when
were talking about that. The only
yeah, it
other
was funny.
ones
Yeah, because
in
so check
Mexico.
us out. Right, so my buddy, he's like 45 years old, and he asked his mom, "Hey, Jake's telling me about silver and all that, and you got silver liver." Yeah, she didn't want to say nothing. She didn't want to show him. She didn't want to do shit. When he told me that, I was like, "I'm gonna get on SD," and I ordered, I don't remember what it was, 8 or 10 or something, and I gave him 6 and his other buddy 4 or something like. They were all happy, and I told him, said, "Go show your mom what you got." He said she went fucking bananas. Where'd you get those at? Yeah, my buddy Jake.
Thank you, Anti.
Wealth of Nations. Why don't you like silver bars? Um, Let me see here. For one, I've I kind of made my plan a few years ago, and I'm sticking to it. If you have bars, let's look at it 2 different ways. If you take your bar and you go to an LCS, whether you bought it there or not, it might take a little bit to verify, this is real, it's a serial number, they got to test it, you got to have a sigma. Yeah, some places, bars, they might want to drill them. Maybe they buy it, maybe they don't, they drilled it. Same thing with gold. Like Cowboy Billy says, you buy cheap, you get cheap. Hey, maybe people have tons of bars. Hey, that's all good and dandy, but liquidity wise, if I only want to sell a little bit, I can just grab 1 or 2 coins. I just don't want to handle a bunch of bars and try and figure out what's real, what's fake, what's not. This brand, and so I tell everybody, I like pirates. I like the same shit everybody else has. That stuff, whatever Neil has. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff's cool. I'm good with whatever anybody wants to buy. I just don't want to complicate my stack, and my stack is plain Jane, super easy. There's nothing that you wouldn't see an Eagle, a Britannia, a Cougaran. All you're gonna see is the same old shit, and you'll be like, yeah, but it's easy and it's condensed, and you can pick up a dolly and go right out the door. So it's just one of those things. But I just find it easier. Uh, you know, yeah,
Well, it,
Thuran, 3 silver dimes. I can carry it in my pocket. Yeah, and a stomper truck. Yeah, hey, Silvershire. When I get a chance, I might put 3 Mercury dimes on the back of that stomper truck and do another video, because a lot of people, they like that on Twitter. Last week, Ron gave me a stomper battery operated truck, and when I got home at 1:32 in the morning, I went to my room and grabbed some batteries, and sure enough, a AAA uh, gave the tires a little push, and sure as shit, it works. And so I gave it to my grandson the other day. But yeah, it's pretty cool looking little truck, and we might be hauling some silver in it, make some fun out of it.
that's right. I remember those little Stomper 4x4s.
Yeah. So at the
They
very
were
end,
cool.
of Ron's Basements video from Monday, I think the thumbnail says $100 silver or something, but that's when I made my little surprise drop in on him. And at the end of the video, he gives me one of those stomper trucks. Funny enough, when you look on eBay, them things are selling anywhere from 60 to 100, 150 bucks. I was like, cool. But yeah, I'll let Junior play with it.
See, this is numismatic right here.
Yeah.
There's only 1,000 of them ever made.
What is it?
Oh, sweet.
It's a ½ ounce. It's got some Satoshi on it. I think it's an actual. It's got actual Bitcoin, and it's also a ½ ounce of silver.
All right. Can you hold it still for a second? Don't do a Mineko where he flashes it for a split second.
Yeah.
That looks cool, dude.
And you can create, yeah. Okay, so it's like a generic ½ ounce generic silver round in a cryptocurrency style. Is that right? That is cool.
Help, I know. It's yeah, it's a half ounce of silver. It's got a QC thingy code here
QR
that
code.
protects the Bitcoin that's on it.
Yeah, so what that looks like is one of them old poker chips from
Yep.
Las Vegas where it has a little bit of gold and a little bit of
I actually
silver
got
in
it
it.
at Las Vegas. It's got it at
Yeah.
Silver Symposium. The thing
Yeah.
that Ninja was doing. This is, I think, like number 102 because they all have serial numbers.
Right.
And I think this is like 102. It's half ounce, like I said. And I got this cool sucker. This is black and gold.
Right. Yeah. One time I gave somebody one of those coins, and I told them they could use it for their golf when they spot their ball. And I told them if it sucks and if it brings them good luck, call me and let me know they had the best game of their life, like on Caddyshack. But if they had the worst game and it sucked, take that fucking poker chip gold coin thing and throw that sumbitch in the lake. You know.
See, the only thing about this statement right here is last time Diabolical Debbie, they did confiscations, about 90% of Americans were walking around with silver and gold coin in their pocket. That was
Right.
back in 1933. Nowadays,
Yeah.
not even 0.1% can afford to carry around gold and silver in their pockets. So the amount of money it would cost to be able to confiscate legally that smaller percentage, what they would go for is they would confiscate out of vaults, guaranteed larger pockets to where they'd spend less manpower, less money, less time, less legal bullshit on actually possessing. But to go to each and every individual citizen, it's not even worth the law passing a law. It would cost them too much to even pass a law to do that.
Yeah. Hey, LLC, you want to say hi? Hey, I was looking in the chat when people were talking about the confiscation from the 1930s and shit, and I thought about that, and I said, you know what? I bet you the only people that turned their shit in were cheap people and weak, fear of the government. And I think those people, when they said, "Oh, I can go get, I can make an extra 50 cents or whatever," and they turned all their shit in. And then what was it? 3 months later or a year later, they revalued it at 35. Yeah, then those people look like dumbasses because they're like, yeah. So those rednecks, they probably held on to it or their daddy did. I was just laughing. I was like, yeah, I bet you the cheap people took their shit in and said, hey, look, I'm making 75 cents. Yeah. Good move there, Junior.
We're looking at it from our eyes now in this millennium, but that gold increase they did.
Yeah, from 20, it was like $20 and 37 cents to 35 the first time.
Yeah, that jump back then when the economy was so much better for the individual, to do that jump right now would take gold from 2,200 to about 7,000. That's the same differential with the buying power loss that we've had. Because again, I go back to, we're all slaves and we don't realize it. Because back in 1920s, 80-90% of us were so wealthy individually, we had gold in our pockets, in our sock drawers. We had gold. We had gold. Who has that now? And back then, you could buy shit with gold. You could get some good shit. Nowadays, you can't get shit with what little we've got. And gold's at 2,200. Back then, they were carrying 3, 4, 5 of them, just carrying them around. They're 8,000, 10,000 in their pockets of today's cash.
Right.
You see the difference? Who now is walking around with 8,000 to 10,000 assets in their pocket? Who can afford to is the question. And if you cannot afford to, then we are more poor now than they were over 100 years ago. We are worse off financially. That's all I'm saying. Right. If you look at it like that, we are getting poorer as the generations go on.
Well,
so if you add that in your thought process for stacking for generational wealth, it might help to have the perspective of we're fucking dirt ass poor comparatively to 100 years ago.
it's more people sharing a more diluted currency.
It doesn't matter. We're
More and
poorer.
more people, and the currency is getting more and more diluted.
And in which case you need to be more frugal, more fucking proper in thinking, whatever. Get more fucking gold, silver, platinum. Get more inheritable wealth to change that, because it's not going to get better the next 100 years. So if you don't stand up and be your grandparents and start passing along, as Jake's story from the beginning is, these two older guys came in with a bag full of 1933 golds and would sell a couple every year and live off of it because they had it to do so, because someone gave a fuck 100 years ago to load that bag up for them. Be that person and start loading up your grandkids' bag and guarantee them the wealth that you don't have now. Because in 100 years from now, 50 years from now, man, it's going to be 1/1000% of the people have gold and silver or will be able to afford it. What the fuck? You want to know why they say we're going to own nothing, be happy? Look at history. If we are so much more physically, actually poorer, and we don't even know it, than 100 years ago, how much more do they have to head fuck us before we get there, own nothing, and are happy? You know?
Yeah, well, so that's why I tell people gold for the win, because right now gold's winning, it's going to go up. And I try to tell people over a period of, I don't know, maybe a year or two, chatting, blowing shit. As you're stacking silver, stack a little gold, stack a little platinum, do what you can. But if you didn't get any a year or two ago, what are we going to do? The same thing when they talked about earlier in this show. It's too expensive now. Okay, well, did you get any a few years ago? No, it was too expensive. Okay, well, if it's too expensive, cool, then just stick with silver. But don't do like my friend down the road. He always woulda, coulda, shoulda bought. Oh, it was $4.50 an ounce, and yeah, I mean, if I would have known, I would have loved to have thought that maybe I did, or like I said, if my granddad would have said, "Hey, boy, buy a gold coin," I would have done what my grandpa said, but I didn't have that luxury. So, share some knowledge, share some stuff with your friends and family, the younger people for sure. Some of these guys in the chat might be, 50s and 60s, whatever. Share stuff, and tell them, hey, let's see, what's Andy? So, what do you think about what Ted said about the Type 2 essay, the Eagles being trackable? Yeah. So actually, I didn't watch it. I haven't seen that one yet.
Isn't he supposed to be on my channel?
Well, we'll see how things go, but I want to answer her question. Yeah, so I've heard it both ways. To me, I think anything may or may not be trackable. I'm not really worried about it. Like I said, if I choose to sell something, I'll sell it. If I choose to barter something, I'll do it. But if you think the government's going to come knocking on my door and going, "Hey, Jake, we need the gold and we need your guns," and you're gonna come up with all this bullshit they're doing in New York, where some firefighters booed the attorney general, and now she's going to thump. Yeah, come knocking on my door in my house and tell me, that we're coming for you. Done something illegal. We're coming for your guns. We're coming for some. Just come on. That's all I got to say. Just try your shit down here in Texas. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like it ain't gonna happen.
You ain't even got to worry about it, brother. You guys don't even know what kind of tech they have, if that's what you're concerned about. They already know.
Oh, I know, but
they know everything we're saying, everything we're doing. And so I'm again, I'll go back to this. Okay,
that's
back in the 80s,
video,
Voyager. Okay, stupid, dumbass, less than cell phone technology Voyager that's still out in space right now, gathering information in the 1980s, crossed over radio waves from a live Hitler speech from 1942, and it was captured live through Voyager in the 1980s because the signal kept going. And Voyager caught up and surpassed it with speed and time and space, and re-recorded over 50 years later, 45 years later, the same speech from a dead man, but it was still a live broadcast because the signal kept going. Every signal's out there. The NSA's already captured every signal. If they want you, you already got them. They've got technology. They ain't going to come with They're not going to come the way you expect. That's bullshit, man. We got so much more advanced technology. They want you out, they'll take you out. It doesn't matter how they're going to get you. They ain't going to waste their time. You got to think every guy they send to you is costing them $150,000, $200,000 plus tech support. Right. So they send 5 guys. Are you worth that much? Then don't fucking worry about them coming. They're not coming. They're not coming. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're not worth it. You're insignificant to bigger fish that have been allowed to come across the border. Those are the ones they're worried about. Especially 300,000 that were gifted special flights to strategic areas of America. Those are the ones they're going to be worried about. Little shits like us, they ain't worried about, man. They say this, they say that. What's going on? They ain't worried about us.
Yeah, Silvershire is saying he gives an ounce of, I guess, an ounce of gold for every A his son gets on the report card. Well, I can tell you what, if you was my daddy, you would never be giving it out. You'd be maybe one a year. Maybe art class, gym class. Yeah, back in the day,
I offered me that shit. I'd get straight A's. Fuck that. That'd have been easy as hell. I'd still skip tool. I would have actually just done the test and still got
silver chair. Well, silver. Ounce of silver. Yeah, sure. Probably an ounce of gold. Well,
everyone's got to make their own choices and decisions. The best thing is to have the best and most information from as many perspectives as you can get and apply the one that applies to your scenario. All 3 of us up here can give you answers on anything, but to your particular journey, whatever spot you're in that journey would depend on whose message is more applicable to you at that point in time. So gather as much as information as possible so you can make the most informed decision for yourself based on our personal experiences and opinions, and their personal experiences and opinions, and gathering knowledge that we've been particularly got that we're trying to share in however we were able to do so. That's we're all up here.
That's correct. Yeah, it's kind of like those graded coins. Graded Eagles or, newer numismatics and stuff. And like I said, sovereigns, so I got the kids a few, but most people, they don't agree with them and they're overpriced. Well, funny enough, when I got mine years ago, even if you just consider spot plus $2, I'm up a few bucks on them, but, I kind of looked at them. I thought, well, maybe the kids should have a couple. Well, the funny thing is that at least the grade, it's not going to be so much as, it's going to be valuable down the road. But what it does do is it guarantees that the coin that's in that case is a legit Eagle, or it's a, a Morgan, or, you can decide on whether or not, half the time people say, well, we don't buy the grade. When you're buying a coin from the dealer, they mark it up and they say, oh yeah, it's an MS-70 and you pay more or whatever. But funny enough, sometimes when you go to sell, people will tell you, well, I don't pay for the grade. I pay for the coin. Oh, okay. Well, whatever. But the bottom line is that when you verify that NGC or the PCGS coin is legit, you can at least stand in front of somebody there might be people down the road in the beginning that are maybe just getting into stacking. Maybe they only want to buy graded coins because there's so many fakes. And people don't know what to do. And if they can verify it on their app, hey, this is a legit coin. Yeah, I only want to buy this for a while. Well, you wouldn't have a hard time selling it because they can verify it. And to me, if you have to do something, liquidity, it's nice to have a couple on hand. That's just my opinion.
And this is my opinion. I say silver, but you know what? You also stack to make you happy. And I found a coin that I never thought I'd buy because it's too much money for what it is for the silver. But I'm happy I got it. And I paid $85 for 1 ounce of Libertard. And I don't really give a shit because it makes me happy. And that's worth more than the fiat because it's still fiat that I'm getting rid of for that feeling. At that point in time, the feeling's worth more than the fiat. So I use that perspective to make myself happy to continue to go forward. And I can accept in my own head that my own personal reason for spending 3 times as much on that coin, which I don't care because it's a kick-ass coin I never thought I'd freaking own. So to me, that was worth it. And I have to justify that to sleep at night. So And that's another reason we all come together and we all get each other's points of views and opinions. So each and every one of you can grab from that experience or from that perspective or from that point of view and sleep well at night, knowing that you are confident in your own personal decision based on the wealth of knowledge that you've gained to make that decision. That's the important part of stacking. The journey, not the stack. What you learn on the way. The stack is the prize.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of guys in here that are in the chat. One I know specifically, he's been stacking a long time, so I'm sure he's heard and seen a lot of things come and go.
Those
but
stories
he
need
stuck
to be
to
told.
His guns and he did his own deal.
Those stories that he knows about should be told him, because it's all the perspectives of learning that could save these newer kids, not even older, new stackers, new people that are coming in buying just willy-nilly, coming in like when we all first started. Oh, hell, man, my first 300 ounces were numismatic that I sold and lost fucking money on before I figured out how I wanted to use silver. I bought this shit, overpriced shit, and figured out I wasn't buying for long term. I was buying to be a bank, and that was the worst decision I could have made. Had I had more knowledge, I would have never done that. And instead of having only 300 ounces, I could have had close to 1,000 ounces.
Right.
My mistake. Oops. Mistake. Cost me a lot of fucking money. That's why we put this information out there so that other people who are coming in can say, well, Jake's this way. I agree with his perspective. JM's this way, I agree with his perspective. Neil's this way, I agree with his perspective. Or I like a little bit of all their perspectives. I'm going to put it together to fit my scenario so I feel good about what I'm doing. And at least I gain the knowledge before I gain the stack. And that's the best way to stack. Gain knowledge as you stack and pass it on no matter what that knowledge is. Because it will benefit someone else in their scenario somewhere in their stacking journey.
Right.
Like I said, sorry, Jake. I was just going to say I took a different approach than what Jake did, because he's pretty much buying coins. Yeah. And most of what I got was bars.
Yeah. See, a different journey, same stack, but different.
Right.
But that's just
no bad. That's not bad. That's actually damn good in my opinion. What was that? 35 ounces?
45. Yeah.
45.
Those are all 10, and then.
Sweet.
But like I got the smaller things first, like the eagles and maples and generic rounds. And then once I started getting the generic rounds, I was like, oh man, I just want to go for weight. But every once in a while I'd splurge a little bit, like Neil did on that one that he was showing you.
Yeah.
And, right.
I never went
every now and then one comes along that just tickles your fancy.
Yep.
And you have to break your own rule to justify it for yourself to spend the money. Well, don't make those rules. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Just learn from others. Don't make those rules on yourself that prevents you from being happy with your purchase. That like when I do get that Libertard, I'll probably have it out looking at it. I don't do that with but that one I probably will. That makes it worth it. That makes it worth it. That, and then Jake and I were talking, it's always good to have coin of the sovereign coin of the currency right next door to you. That's the basically all British and Canadian coins, because they're all accepted in Canada, which is right across, right there. And Mexico, it's right there. It opens up options. There's nothing wrong with that. And if you like the coins, you can still stack them and use that as a reason. Right. Don't limit yourself. The main thing is, we could all be full of shit. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. And they have an excellent, history of kicking the can down the future. And one thing is for sure, we always come out the other end. It's a hard track, but we come out the other end and we try to make it better. But your own personal mental health and happiness is the most important thing. And if people are losing money, if you have something that you've gained in value because you made the purchase because it made you happy at the time, that's a double fucking win.
And you know what? The purchases where I paid the highest premium for coins and rounds were actually because I was getting it as a gift for someone else.
Yeah.
So actually the most expensive stuff that I bought, I've actually given away.
Yeah.
Based on premium. Based on premium.
Oh, I'm sure I've lost my ass being my own bank, learning how to be my own bank. And that's why, again, I
Yeah.
don't buy the sovereign coins because I am my own bank. I know I'm going to be exchanging them and I'm going to lose that premium. So another differential of stacking purposes for this part of my journey. And, if I become a millionaire, oh, fuck yeah, man, I'll have a couple monster boxes of silver eagles and of fucking maples and I'll have them all. But, right now in my journey at this point in this phase, this is it for me. For Jake and his part of his journey, for JM and his part of his journey, you take the experiences of all of us and try and not get screwed by someone who was out there. Because when people all run into this business, a lot of motherfuckers are going to be out there trying to screw you. Hey,
Yeah.
welcome.
Yeah. I mean, what I'm going to try and do the next couple months is I'm going to try and keep an eye on the premiums, because I would like to see gold and silver. And I'm just going to keep doing the same website. I'll just match it up against ST Bullion. But as the prices start to go up on spot, I want to see how crazy they get with premiums, because if I'm going to end up being right, it's going to be exciting to see how these sovereign coins go up. Now,
Dude.
some people think that if it goes to, just say whatever, 10 years down the road, $50, some people say there might not be any premiums at all. They might just say that, well, everybody gets spot price, and then so it's going to be exciting to see how it all plays out. But it'd be interesting to see if I get my premiums back, or I think I will, because Andy mentioned that one back in October, or well, maybe it was a year ago. That he was selling them, and then they were buying them back. The premium was like 14 up to $16 buyback. Yeah, so if you bought Eagles in 2005 and you paid $20 a piece for them, and Andy's buying them back for 40, you doubled your money.
You change perspectives. When you bought them, you bought them for generational wealth. So in 20 years, you'll have definitely got your premium back.
Yeah, but I mean, but I'm going to keep an eye on them.
That's what I'm saying. You change perspectives in your talking point. Unless you're going to sell them and not keep them for generational wealth. What I'm saying is when you look at something, keep that perspective. Is it for generational wealth? Then the premium doesn't really matter at that point in time. What matters is the acquisition. And that depends on the economic scenario and your personal economic scenario, availability to be able to spend the money to get the acquisition of whatever it is, whatever the premium, because it's for generational wealth. Now, if you're going to be buying because you see some economic hard times coming and you see yourself liquidating it soon, then the premium will come into play. But if you don't change perspectives, then from the
right. So
wealth, a $20 premium on an American Eagle right now is mute because it's going to be 10 times that in 20 years.
Right, I understand, but what I'd like to do is keep a little recording record, and I'm not changing my perspective. It's still generational wealth long term. I don't give a shit. But what I'm saying is I want to keep an eye on the premiums. It's going to be interesting to see, do they go up? Do they go up a little bit? Is it because spot was up? Was demand up? Is demand, so I'm going to try and keep little notes, and we'll see, maybe in 6 months, see what happens.
JM, he sees your dogs.
Yeah, Tim's texting me. But yeah, if I try to click over, dude, I'll end up losing the stream, and I can probably answer the text later tonight or tomorrow. But yeah, I'll end up screwing this shit up. I've never done this before, so
it's a learning curve. And you got to come back next week, because everyone here, please remember to call your bank and see how much, if you came into the bank, how much they would allow you to take cash out of your bank, because the limit per state, I believe, is going to give us information to come to some better analysis of what's actually going on and how serious we should be with getting and acquiring the stack that we all want to get us through whatever might be coming. And that's the only reason that Jake and I came up with this. And it'll be to help all of us get a better vision of where on the road we are at, basically.
Yeah.
Or at least
because if more people have information to share, we can all learn together. And then we can all pass it along, and and people can look back later maybe and, hey, Jake was wrong. You did, I told people, if I'm wrong, and I say something. If I end up being wrong and whatever, I'll call up Neil and I'll say, hey, get me on the live stream. Hey, whatever I said was wrong, whatever. But tomorrow morning I'm gonna call those banks and I will report on Twitter first. And I'll tell them it's like, is there a limit to the amount of cash I can walk? I can walk in and to the teller, not ATM, but walk into the teller and say, because I'm being told right now I can't pull more than $1,000. Yeah, but the funny thing is, I ain't got $1,000 in there because I ain't that dumb. I pulled my shit out 2 years ago, but it's gonna be interesting to see. I leave my accounts pretty low.
Yeah,
If something happens, I ain't got to worry about it. I can go, well, that's the way I see it.
I just pulled those dogs up for a Striker there for you, Neil.
Hey, Striker, look at them dogs.
Silver Shower, send a picture of 11 good condition. He's about $25 is a great price for Eagles if people are selling them.
What was that one time just a little while ago? You were up in Indiana. How much did you get them for? 27 with premium.
Let me see here. Yeah, so when I was there last summer, I couldn't find any 23s last year, and lo and behold, I go into the small little coin shop in downtown Evansville, and he had them for like 27, 28, whatever. So I picked a couple up while I was there. But if anybody, I know Tim knows this guy, but if anybody lives near Southern Indiana or wants to go take a little hour trip, go get you some pizza at Taroni's on Weinbach and Lloyd Expressway. Then we'll go there. And then downtown Evansville, there's a shop. The guy's name, let's see, I can't remember his name, Ryan or I don't know. Anyway, some old timey shop. The dude sells junk silver for spot. And so I waited 3 weeks to go on my little pizza adventure. Neil knew about it. Well, yeah, I could have gone to Austin and I could have gotten it, but I said, I'm going to go on Friday, whenever that was, last Friday. Me and my cousin going to get some pizza again. Then we're going to go to the shop and go get some coins. And sure as hell, he was selling it at 17 spot. And then after me and my cousin left, my phone's blowing up. Silver jump, it should be 18x, 18 and a half. Dude. I mean, when I calculated the money, I saved $72. As soon as I walked out the door, if I would have walked back in, that poor guy, Tim, it's crazy. This guy didn't even have a TV, didn't have a kid. None of them was talking about spot. None of them are. I mean, you just walk in. Now there were people in there buying gold, and I was wondering why. Like 3 people rolled in buying gold, looked like they were in a hurry, and they didn't wheel and deal. They didn't do shit. They bought gold and ran out. And then after I left, I figured out that I think on Friday afternoon at 2:00 or something, gold jumped 30 something plus bucks. Premium's going crazy. I was like, this poor bastard probably lost $500 worth of sales in 20 minutes. It's hilarious. Anyway, I was like, well,
Yeah, spreading
we were
knowledge.
17 face value a few weeks back. Yeah, but Silver Shire that Friday when I was there last. Let's see, I guess 2 weeks ago. Well, yeah, 2 weeks ago. Yeah, that Friday, that was the last day before it started jumping up. And right as I walked out of the shop, it was going up to 18 and a half, 19, who knows. But that dude sells it at spot. And I know your other shop has a good deal, but, I was going by there first, so no big deal. Several people I follow say silver is far the most undervalued. Probably. See, anti-jack. It doesn't matter what the bank's answers. They can change it the next day. Yeah, they can. Anti-jack, but but Americans. I mean, like I said, I know JM lives in Canada, so can't really include him. But people are used to just going down there getting their money, and as the last couple of years, people realize that they're harassing, they're asking questions. That all of a sudden, now all I can get is 1,000. 1,000. I don't even know if I'd even go to Vegas with 1,000. I'm like, no, I'm gonna need more than that. But Yeah, that's going to be a bummer if that's. And I know they can change it, but if this policy stands, I'll let y'all know tomorrow. It's pretty weird. When I told my dad, he started laughing.
Let's leave
So.
that for the next live stream. So I'd like to. There's some more information about the withdrawals nationwide and how there's more information that could be given on that, but we'll wait till next Sunday.
It sounds like a ratchet type of thing. They're testing to see how much they can reduce.
It definitely is. But let's save that conversation for next week, and I have too much of that conversation this week because I got some stuff to go into about that I spoke with Jake about beforehand. That he was like, you know what, you're right. It was just in this one location, but it was for specific reasons, and it shows a lot of manipulation and all this other crap. But it's blatant.
Yeah.
But to guarantee that information to be shown as blatantly manipulated, I need people from different states to give me that information that I asked for about how much their bank is allowing them to withdraw cash from the actual teller when you go. Because once I have that, then we add it to the other information I know about this one place. You'll be like, yeah, no, that's a bunch of crap, and I need validation before I go.
Right. Hey, and Neil, Chad Wolf in the chat, he asked about the 90,000 tax people. Yeah, so when I looked into that a little bit, maybe about a year ago or 6 months, yeah, they're going to try and hire 80,000, but it's not like they're going to drop everybody at one time. I heard that there's people retiring, they open up slots, maybe 10,000 a year, so it's not going to be like a bunch of them all at one time.
Another mistake people make. Next administration is going to change that, and he's not going to allow any of it. They've already added that to the budget deficit. So there goes that budget deficit of $100 billion for people in the IRS only a year. Yeah. There's $1 trillion for 10 years. You can knock off the deficit just with a signature. Like I said in a couple of the chats, there's quite a few things that with just a signature. If you voted for Neil Hahn for POTUS, I could guarantee you with just a signature, which means executive order, you could have $5 trillion over 10 years knocked off the debt. Another one would be $7 trillion over 10 years knocked off the debt. And I could probably get another $3 trillion knocked off over 10 years. So what's that? That's like 15 trillion knocked off the debt. What's it at? Knock off 15 trillion. So that's put it out 19 trillion, much more handleable. Then you go ahead and you start firing overstaffed people in the government, reduce the government by 30%. Holy shit, there's another 12 trillion over 10 years. Now we're down to what, 7 trillion left, and we pulling in 4.5 in tax revenue. I could have that shit balanced, and I'm just in my basement,
Yeah. So what I try to tell people, right?
6 trillion that the administration now okayed for us to get. We're not supposed to get it. Start spending it till 2026. So you can knock off 6 trillion by saying, nah, we're just not going to spend it. And they've been doctoring these numbers to make it look. And I hate it for whoever's in the next person in the administration, but they've been doctoring these numbers for whoever gets in next is going to look like a fucking shit king, because you're going to clean house on shit that was just added to the books, not actually spent yet. Like the 5 trillion over 10 years for the illegal aliens. Well, they haven't been here 10 years. Why did we add it to the debt already? Oh, well, whatever.
Yeah, well, so what I try to tell people is to stop watching the regular news, because it's all gaslighting. When they have somebody in Congress and he gets to chew Nancy Pelosi's ass, okay, who cares anymore? Because there's real things going on that you can watch on YouTube. What I try to tell people is you can't hardly control anything in the world, so don't worry about things you can't control. You have God, you have your own life, your own family, your stack of do it. Ignore all the dumb stuff, and then maybe at some point somebody actually does get arrested and goes to jail. Yeah, then you might spend a minute and go, well, holy shit, look, what's his face, Hunter boy, look, somebody, oh no, okay, then maybe pay attention for a minute. But I try to stay out of fairyland and all that. Like my wife likes to watch Dances with the Stars and all these other. Okay, you go live in reality world, but downstairs is real world. I want to know what's going on in the banks. I want to hear, so I try to keep that kind of perspective, and I don't waste my time with clickbait videos on, because sometimes people, they post something that makes it look new, and you're looking at it and you're like, yeah, no, that shit's like 2 years old because he ain't even a congressman no more. I don't know. I mean, as like I said, people try to put clickbait. Don't waste your time with it. Just work on the things you can work on, prepping, learning how to learning a hobby, something. Just don't focus everything on what's going on in the news and the Chinese balloons. All this shit's just to get you to look at the shiny object over here when there's some real serious shit going on the other side. We all know what's coming. Please be prepared. Take care of your family. Like Neil says, be kind, helpful, grateful. Keep an eye on your elderly neighbors. I got 3 of them. They almost keep me busy. I mean, holy shit, you could almost have a full-time job helping people, but I do what I can.
No, I did a video on what I do for the street and the sidewalks in my neighborhood and how I try and keep them clean in front of several houses both directions. I also take care of the lawn of a couple of neighbors who are not in a good way to be able to take care of their own. I actually do what I say, But then that's also, I'm sure everyone in chat knows, I just try to bring information to people, opportunities that I see. And that's why I started hollering out buy platinum, silver and platinum. And I'm glad a lot of people have taken advantage of that. And I see a similar opportunity, more narrow of an opportunity, but a greater opportunity in the silver, in the crystallized osmium field. Right. It's not for all stackers, but if you look at it just logically and you apply the same logic as you do to any other precious metal, and it is precious metal, in and of itself, it's kind of worth it. And then you add other circumstances that I have been talking about, and I will talk about in my other live streams. There's great potential. There's no guarantees. Right. Anything. No guarantee we're going to wake up tomorrow, but there's great potential there. And I like bringing potential to people's attention, just like I did with platinum. I believe this one has as much opportunity to it. And there's no charting on it, but the opportunity.
Right. And if some of us are lucky years down the road and, you have extra and prices go high, if you can help other people or maybe your neighbors or, whatever, maybe you can consider, sharing some of your wealth to help buy them some groceries because to me, it looks like nothing but bad news, doom and gloom the next couple of years. There's going to be some real issues coming, but, if it's possible and you got extra and you can help, try to help some other people, that's probably too late for them to stack, but, maybe you can help or, donate to your church or, family or friends or, I don't know, just try to consider other people because, God wants you to help other people too. Just because, we ended up making a good decision. Well, I guess we'll find out how good it is, but, if things work out good, we should be able to help other people too once the dust settles and we figure out exactly what's going on. But, just try to keep in mind to try and help your neighbors and other people, especially kids and elderly, because they don't know.
It's funny. Stackers are always saying, I'm hearing them say, or not stackers, I mean preppers, excuse me. They're always saying 2 is 1, 1 is none. Well, it's pretty much the same when it comes to stacking, because of what Jake just said, think about someone else as well when you're stacking. Well, since we have the opportunity to stack and we're pulling in all this stacking stuff that we're pulling in, and we're thinking how we're going to benefit from it. Is that not the same type of thought process that got us into this economic situation? Selfishness. Right. So actually, maybe apply a prepping scenario to it of 2 is 1 and get twice as much as you think you need so that you could help someone else out. Because right now we still have the availability to do it. And we all know the statistics of who does not and how many percentage do not own even one silver ounce. So why don't we, take some time and extra effort to set some aside for, to help someone else. Who knows who it'll be for? Just say, hey, this stack is going to be the someone else stack. I'm going to, pay it forward. I'm going to be a good American. Hard times are coming. I see it. It's my responsibility. And the word responsibility that I love, the definition of the best is it's your ability to respond. Responsibility is your ability to respond. So if you see something coming and you do nothing, we all know what that is. You're a jackass. You see something coming, try. Not saying you can, but at least try to do something.
Yeah, consider.
Yeah. So like I said, put a little stack aside for the someone else as you're stacking for yourself, if you can. If it's only 1 or 2 ounces. I started off when I first started stocking out. And again, I do what I say. And you can ask Belly Dancer Reese because she kept up with me. I had over 300 ounces like 2 years ago, and I started giving it away. I sold about 120 ounces, and I pretty much gave the rest away. And then I started over because I started off numismatic, and I knew it was wrong. So I just like, fuck it, give it away, and then sell it, and I'll start over. So, that's the way I handled it. But I thought of others. I knew I fucked up. I got the wrong shit. I'd never, it'd be years before I got my money back on it. I was like, fuck it, make a great gift to this guy. It'd be a nice thank you for this guy. It'd be an interesting way to get this guy to get interested in silver, possibly. And I did that for a year. So I do what I say when I tell you guys to do it. And I have done it. People know that I've done it. So
yeah. A few times
I haven't already done, in other words.
Yeah, a few times my wife would be like, "Yeah, I don't know. Are you sure that?" She was always a little bit iffy, but like a couple months ago, we were watching the preacher, and he read something. I'm gonna have to look it up in the Bible somewhere, but he said something like, you should do generational wealth for your kids, and or something like that in the Bible. If somebody knows it, they can look it up. Maybe they can put it in the chat for us. I said, but maybe we will get extra blessings to help other people and do good for mankind, because if they're right, there's only 3% of us helping.
We're not even going to stand a chance of helping everybody. But what you can do is you can't
help everybody, but
you can help yourself in more than one ways by preparing to help others as well. Because I honestly believe that the perfect life is the perfect frequency. And it's in tune with all the other frequencies where it causes the least amounts of resistance or friction. So it moves along as smoothly as possible. It's all frequency based. And the more in tune you are with that frequency, the better off you are. Basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you see a hungry kid or a neighbor or somebody, they're struggling,
feed them.
Maybe try and help them out. I mean, because, I guess I'd even have to hand over some extra pizzas. I can't sit there and eat food and see that, neighborhood kids or, something. There's enough for everybody. We'll just have to share. But, like I said, tell people, be prepared and prep, because anybody that's jumping into metals now, you can call it financial advice, you can call it whatever you want. But I'll tell you right now, don't buy metals and stack or do nothing unless you already have, you're pretty much out of debt, kind of, for the most part. And you got extra food, you got extra stuff and whatever. And, then consider it. But yeah, well, something, for a couple months or 6 or, whatever, but have something, because if you're just listening to this podcast and you're all of a sudden you want to go dive balls deep in $50,000 worth of, whatever, do what you want. But, if you don't have all the rest of the stuff situated, it's going to cause you problems down the road if you don't, not that everything's perfect, but you can try to put together a good plan.
You could save yourself so much money by just buying in advance 2 months of food supply of food that you actually already eat. It doesn't have to be special prepping food.
Right.
It's what our grandparents did. You buy for future meals that are your pre-designated the meals. You get the stuff in advance. You fill it up. In the 2 month time period it takes for you to get that, with food inflation going up, you probably saved a couple ounces of silver and cash by not buying every 2 weeks.
Well, that's crazy.
So it's an economic advantage to have a full pantry. And if the product doesn't exist anymore, you had it for a couple more months than other people because it disappeared while it's still in your pantry.
That's right. Now,
each of everything.
Right. So check it out. So I got 3 kids, 2 daughters and a son. Everybody's been recently married the last couple of years. I told them when COVID first started, stock up on extra soaps, laundry soap, dish soap, cleaning stuff, whatever, toilet paper, paper towel, whatever the normal stuff. And then start doing canned goods. Oh, daddy. But now that they've been married for a year or 2, and now they're starting to see a little bit of inflation. And I'm talking like, where's my camera? A little bit of inflation starting to hit. And these kids are like, oh, shit, Dad, you see the price of this? Yeah, sweetie, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Wait until you see heavy inflation. That's the problem I have to deal with.
Yep. So
yeah, so all those people that laughed at those women 2 or 3 years ago, whatever, stocking up on, $1,000 worth of toilet paper, but if they kept it, look how cheap it was. Look how cheap it was 3 years ago versus what they charge at Sam's now. Or, so was it hedging? Yeah, you can call it hedging. Look at the prices you paid on your canned goods or the bulk dish soap or line, whatever. Every household has their own needs of I use this, I don't do, whatever. But
Yeah.
yeah, but if you walked and bought 50 bars of Dial soap and you spent $30, 3 years ago, yeah, you might have enough soap to last you 10 or 15 years, maybe. I mean,
Stock.
all that counts. All that counts for the future when you're trying to go to the grocery store and you're going to buy and like, hey, do we need cleaning shit? Nope. We don't need cleaning shit for like years. Just keep it in mind.
Yeah, I
Yeah, there's
say
lots of things we can all do to help each other, even if there's nothing financially we can do for each other. Just the
Right.
ideas that we can pass back and forth can enlighten our own selves to find ways to help ourselves just by being inspired to do so. So as long as we keep spreading information to each other, we'll be doing good. One thing I will be trying to do is bring platinum to y'all cheaper, because I'm going to try and hook up and do a commercial for Arc, Silver, Gold, and Osmium. I'll also be doing an Osmium commercial, but I'll be doing a platinum
Sweet.
commercial, even bring cheaper prices than I was able to do on my last platinum special.
Good luck. That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
Good
I
luck
want
to everybody.
I was showing these $half before, and someone said to cut them out. They're all 1945s, extra fine, so they're not really graded other than by the coin shop.
Right. Hey, Thomas.
So someone said cut them out. Oh, that was Silvershire. But I didn't cut them out just because I figured, you know what, it's perfect way to preserve them anyway, right?
Oh, I'd capsulate them myself.
Would you?
Yeah, because I think what I've seen over the years is when those old guys did that back in the 60s or 70s, that plastic isn't the best for them. That's how they get gummed and faded. I don't know, whatever. It changes the deal on the coin, and you can dip them in acetone to clean the shit off of the coin to get the plastic or whatever off of it. But any of the decent coins, I capsulize, and over the years, I've picked up a real nice barber dime, a barber quarter, a standing liberty. I picked up a few of everything, and I've told Neil the story. I've even bought graded coins, and boy, do those LCSs get pissed when you break them open. Because I'm saying, when I tell you I want to see that quarter, and I got an 1855 standing liberty quarter. When I tell you I want to see that quarter, that means I want to see that quarter. I'm not going to look at it through a plastic deal. Yeah. Hey, Neil, you want to see my? No, fuck that. Hey, you want to hold it? Yeah. Let's just take a look at it. So I've cracked them open, and I put them in capsules so that my kids and people can look at them. Because most time when you show somebody a real nice barber, nobody's really even seen a real nice barber because, and I'll tell you God's honest truth, that is one ugly bastard. He looks better with half his face shaved off than when you actually see one legit, because it almost doesn't look like the same. Like, oh shit, I got a fake. No, he's that ugly looking. That barber, oh my God. But anyway, yeah. But if you want to have some cool coins and show history, I got a few. I'd have to go dig them up somewhere, but I got a little bag with capsules, so that anybody that wants to see a decent copy or something nice of a Walking Liberty or something where they're not skinned off and and so I think it's kind of cool. And so people want to look at them, all they gotta do is go, hey, I want to see some. But that's the way I see it. Some of those graded coins. Yeah, it drives my LCS crazy because he knows there's a damn good chance I'm gonna crack it open and look at it. So he said he would refuse to sell me any more graded coins, but when push comes to shove and you slap down some money, he'll fucking sell it. I mean, I don't know. I just see him and I'm like, that is a cool coin, and I'm gonna see it. So good stuff.
Ooh, you got a maple. There you go.
Was that a 2 ounce?
No, they're actually kind of big, aren't they? No, it's 1 ounce.
Well, that's
Oh, okay. When I saw that, yeah, when I saw that, it looks thicker on my phone. I thought, man, dude, like an inch, like a ounce and a half or 2 ouncer.
Yeah, they do have 2 ounce coins.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, I don't have any silver to show off. You guys are rich.
I got 5 silver dimes. Fuck you, 3 silver dimers.
You know what? I'm not particularly rich. Like most of what I got was just
The newer
week by
plastic
week.
doesn't have the PVC.
Dude, I have 2 Ferraris out back. What are you talking about?
So yeah, those
One for
$50
Friday night, one for Saturday night. Yeah, silver showers reminding those old coins in those paper flips.
2010.
They have it's the PVC that's in the plastic that rubs off on the coins. So I do know you can clean those off with acetone real quick without damaging the coin. But you know what I mean. To an extent, all these coins have been clean, whatever. But like I said, people that argue about clean coins, look, so none of us are digging out rare, odd date, whatever. So it doesn't matter if your junk silver's cleaned or whatever. I mean,
I agree with
at least if you dip it in, like one time a guy tried to sell me an eagle, and I said, well, I'm gonna drop it in some of that. What's that shit called? Not Duralast.
Chunky cheese.
A speed dip. No, speed dip, and it
No,
cleaned up. And I said, well, the cool part is, at least I know it's silver, because once I dipped it in there for a second, it cleaned off all the shit. I was like, yeah. So at least if somebody wants to say, hey, I want to see your 3 dimes. Yeah, but at least they're nice and clean looking. I don't have no dirty, nasty shit. So at least if I show the kids and they want to help count junk silver, it ain't all nasty and you can see them and you can count dates. And if one of my neighbors was trying to help his 5-year-old daughter fill in a Roosevelt dime book and he was short a couple, and I was like, well, come over here and look, and sure enough, he found what he wanted. So
you like fractionals, JM?
Yeah,
I do like fractionals.
I got tons of fractionals.
But I agree too. Once they've looked at it and you've confirmed there's no numismatic value to it, you may as well clean it.
Yeah, and like I said, the benefits of cleaning junk silver or whatever else, it outweighs everything else, because if it's not numismatic value, it don't matter. And if you buy a numismatic coin, cool. You can look online. That's what it's worth. Values, eBay, whatever, give you a rough price. That's cool. But I'm saying all my junk silver is clean, and there's no question, without a doubt, that it's junk silver. So I've already gone through all mine at least twice, and
What do you got there,
ain't
Neil?
got no issue.
What do you got there, Neil? Oh, Space Force.
The $2 bill, an official United States, I could spend it if I wanted to.
Right on.
That's cool. You guys are high stepping.
That's some of the numismatic shit that I got when I first got into stacking that I haven't got rid of yet.
Tens of thousands of dollars in junk. Never found an especially rare coin. Yeah, Thomas. A couple years ago, well, yeah, maybe during COVID, 2 or 3 years ago, you can go up to the bank at Walmart, and they have the coin store at Walmart. Well, inside the bank, they got their own coin collector. And anyway, you can go up there and give them $1,000 and get 1,000 face of dimes. And so I slung them on the table. Boy, was that nasty. I ended up finding 7 silver dimes. 7 silver dimes in a $1,000 face, and it took me about maybe 4 or 5 hours. Pretty cool. My mom called me on the 6th dime. I told Neil that story. I told my mom, I said, it's emergency. I got to hang up. Call me right back. And she called me right back. What happened? Oh, yeah, well, while you was calling me, I found a silver dime. So I wanted you to call me back again, and maybe it'd bring me luck. And but sure enough, a few hands later, towards the very end, I ended up with seven silver dimes. It was kind of fun, but yeah, that's a lot of shit hauling that thing back and forth in a cart, and people are staring at you like, what the fuck? Yeah, look at these dimes. A shitload.
Some people are doing that and they're not coming up with anything, or they only come up with one. it's getting tough out there for the coin roll hunts, I think.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to do it once, and I did it once, and I did quarters too, but the quarters turned up 0. But like I said, we're all late in the game to be trying to go through junk. I mean, trying to find junk silver, and it's not worth it. I mean, it's easier just to go down and go to your LCS and pick out. But like I tell people, if you can pick your junk silver, pick it. If you go to LCS and they say they won't let you, turn your ass around and leave and call us, or get online, or call a few shops, because if I don't hand pick it, I ain't paying. I don't care if you charge me 17 to give it to me and I gotta pay 18 or 20 to hand pick it. I'll hand pick my shit all day long. I'm not doing that, bag. Here's a surprise bag. So
did you see the kilo bar that Neil just showed?
What was that?
I was just
the kilo bar.
Yeah,
that was a kilo bar.
Sweet.
I got everything. Yeah. I got 10th ounce all the way up to kilo bars, baby.
Sweet. I mean, I'm glad everybody has, stack whatever you want to. I just expressing, my feelings and my thoughts and my opinions on it. It don't matter. We'll see how it all pans out down the road. But, I'm glad everybody's got whatever they enjoy. That's cool.
Yeah.
He's going to be eating my glasses here shortly. There he goes.
He is too.
Get off my shoulder.
Oh yeah, junk. Hey, so I got a cool story. A couple years ago, I went to Vegas many a times. There's a shop. Let's see here. It probably on the northwest end. It was a veteran, and he gave me a discount, which was cool. But him and his daddy started that coin shop in 64, whatever. They spent years scooping up nothing but junk silver, and from what he sounded like, man, it sounded like he had a whole dump truck full of junk silver. But when they opened their shop in the 80s or whatever, when prices were going up, him and his daddy started selling junk silver, and they made a fortune. And so that's like a way of generational wealth for all the older guys, that somebody that foresaw and saw that the silver, they started stacking it. And that's what I tend to argue with people. I don't think it's the 1 or 2% anymore. I think there might be 4%, maybe even 5% of people that have junk silver, because I know a lot of people that that ain't bought junk silver or any kind of silver in 20, 30 years, but they still got it. Old guys, my dad's friends. And yeah, I think it's a lot higher than what we think or what we're told it is. But yeah, I mean, you count all these people that are buying what Andy said he had, earlier in the year. Nah, maybe early March last year. He said he had 40,000 new customers. And then here we go back again to $100 million worth of gold 1 ounce bars from Costco. And I mean, Sam's, Walmart. I mean, man, all these companies are getting swamped the last couple of weeks buying. And yeah, I bet you it's a higher percentage than that of Americans. I don't know what it is around the world, and I don't really give a shit, but I think there's a lot more people in the United States that got it. We'll see.
I think so too. And I think if the performance of silver was doing better, a lot more people would. Gold's looking really good. Like anyone that's been looking at gold is definitely looking at silver as well.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So Neil remembers, I might have told Thuran last weekend when I was in Indiana. I said, when I talked to Professor Vinny, and he said in that video, he said, hey, we're going to have a good week for gold. And then sure as shit, I show up at Ron's basement on Monday morning and it broke 21. I was like, damn, this is a good week. Well, who knew what was going to happen Friday? And has anybody hit the spot price on gold yet? Because I was going to keep an eye on the Shanghai, and now I'm on this live stream. So do we have any movement or action on gold on the futures while we've been on the...
I'll pull it up. I'll present the
screen. I mean, that'd be interesting, because I was hoping China was going to keep buying, and I get the feeling we're going to get a few more weekends, where they're just
I
buying the
saw
shit out of everything.
I saw
2181 by Chad. Okay. All right. So nothing's really moved that I can see. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it spiked up a little bit. Yeah. Let's wait and see tomorrow morning. Because I hear a lot of people are freaking out about that program and, the Fed's going to shut. Who knows? But, I think we're going to have some exciting
they
gold
were having
prices.
runs in fucking China on gold.
Jake did say that to me on the phone.
On retail jewelry was selling out like fucking wildfire in China.
That chart shows the run nicely. That's going back to October 16th till now.
Right. Yeah. And like I said, Thuran, he's throwing it out there. If there's three people that you can watch and you don't have any time to watch any other fucking channels, check out Vince Lancy. He throws out so much information on Twitter. Now he's throwing out videos. And Chris Marcus at Acadia, man, dude, you're getting some good info. And then that guy Jordan Roy Byrne on what is it, the Gold Podcast or the Daily Gold Podcast. When you see these guys telling you shit ahead of time on Twitter or on videos and shit, and they're right, and I've told them, I said, you can be wrong, 1%, a little bit, or I was off. There's a difference between being wrong. This is my opinion. I think it's this. All right, cool. There's a difference between you telling me something and then me just coming out lying to your face. That's bullshit. So when people start lying, you're like, oh yeah, you're a piece of shit. Okay. Well, when you see these guys and you read their information and you subscribe to the Gold Fix and you get videos and you get extra little, man, holy shit. You hear and see a ton of shit. And I'm like going, wow. And then, like, what's his percentage? I don't know, 99 or 100. I mean, it's incredible. The information you get from some of these guys, it's awesome. Thomas Lancy is good.
See,
these guys are top notch. I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm an idiot. I do my own thing and I do my own research and I follow my own path. It's pissing Ninja off too, but he appreciates what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, it's cool. I mean, like I said, I just give suggestions.
I'm still waiting for him to talk about platinum, dude. And then it's going to take.
Well, maybe if platinum would go up a little bit, you might get a little action.
You should talk about it when it's real profitable to purchase, not after it's starting to go up. But that's my perspective. And right now,
Neil,
but in the world,
Neil, but check this out. What if you told a bunch of people to buy platinum right now at $900, and 2 years later it's down to $500, and they got to wait 15 years, maybe longer?
There's a serious problem with that though, because if it goes down below 7 for any period of time whatsoever, it's going to go up to $1 million, because all the binders are going to go bankrupt, and there's not going to be any available. And when you have none available, the price goes through the roof.
I understand that, but I'm saying let's wait for the facts. Let's wait for the numbers to come in. Silver's going to go up and down. Gold, they say on the internet, whatever. I hear is gold. Gold's going to go up. When gold goes up, silver goes sideways. They're not really going, like, people are thinking, like, because gold's moving,
and that's
silver's going to, like,
right now 90 to 1, 89 to 1. One of the better times to start looking at trading gold to silver, because what Jake just said, when gold runs, silver goes sideways. That's called opportunity to change your ratio from gold to silver ratio and trade your gold for silver. Once it gets to between 90 and 100 to 1, take 1 ounce of gold and get 90 to 100 ounces of silver, because then it's going to change up to 20 to 30 to 1. And you'll triple your money just by doing arbitrage and knowing how the game's played. So gold runs first, silver goes sideways. That's a money-making statement right there.
Well,
right there.
What was that, Ian?
But
that's gold and silver being charted out right there, going back to February 27th. Silver's the blue line, gold is the orange line. You can go out further.
Yeah, so hopefully, if we're all lucky, this will all stair step up, and it'll go up a little bit, sideways a little bit. So people get freaked out when it's sideways. Sideways is actually good from what Roy and them said, because it's kind of like capitulating, and it's getting coordinated together, and it jumps up, moves up a little bit. But as long as we get little steps up and sideways up, a little pullback, we might get a pullback this week in gold, but it don't mean anything. I mean, if you're in it for the long term, it really don't matter, but it's exciting to sit there and watch it, especially when you got guys predicting you and telling you, hey, this week it's this week, man. I like it. I mean, I don't care what happens. I just want to sit there and watch it and sit there in my recliner, eat my pizza, and watch it go. Holy shit! Look at this mess. Yeah, I mean, I'm in for the long haul. I'm just here to have fun. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm here to tell people about platinum and other opportunities that come along that no one else sees as of yet. But I always see things way early before other people.
Yeah, see, Thuran's explaining how he did a swap back. So people have asked me. Yeah, people have asked me if I'd swap, and my answer is no, because this is what I can guarantee. I can guarantee that if I drive down to my LCS and I swap my gold for silver, I'm guaranteeing that swap's going to happen. But in a year or two or something, let's say it starts swinging back, and all these people are piling in, there is no guarantee that I'm going to get to trade my silver back in for gold, or that I might get the same gold pieces that I handpicked.
There's risk and reward in everything. There's no guarantees in anything. Right. That's part of the risk you're taking. It's in everything. Walking across the streets, risk versus reward. Are you going to get hit, or are you going to make it across the street? Is it worth going across the street to take a risk of getting hit?
Right.
You got to balance it out all the time.
Yeah, I mean, so to me, I'd rather go with the guarantee, and I'm just going to hold what I have, because the minute I think you try and flip, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to try and flip that, and something's going to happen. The market's going to change. The day before you go back, some millionaire walked in and bought all the gold. Well, we can't swap now, and we're not going to make enough money swapping this, and I mean, there's no guarantee of anything, but there is guarantee of your first swap, and you lose all your gold. Because if all the rich people are buying gold and all the central bank, by the time you get around to swapping and waiting, well, am I waiting for 30 to 1, 25 to 1? Yeah, by the time you figure out and you get off your ass, the gold might be gone. And you'll be like, well, now I got a dick load of silver. Well, I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, so I'm not going to play the game of try and flip and make money, and I'm just going to keep and hold what I got. That's the way I see it.
That's one way to look at it. I'm going to take
that way I'm safe.
I'm going to take 1 ounce of platinum, and they're going to give me 2 ounces of gold.
William, you want to guarantee you buy a washer and dryer.
Just for anyone that didn't catch it, that chart's now showing a gold as the orange, silver is the purple, and platinum is the turquoise.
Yeah, look at that. Which one's the best one to buy? Which one's the best one to buy right now? I would say, by looking at that chart, not knowing what they are, I would want to buy the turquoise and the blue one, and I'd stay away from the
that goes back to 1998.
Because back maybe it was at 2018, they all looked about the same, and then they broke in different directions. 2 of them went down and 1 of them went up. I'd stay away from the one that went up and buy the ones that went down.
2018.
Yes, yeah, they're all about the same there.
They're all the same, right about there.
That's a good chart, JM. Thanks.
That's an excellent chart, man. Thank you very much, JM.
Yeah, that brings some insight to a lot of things, really, if you can just kind of look at it. I can't see it right now, but I can, when I go home or get home, I can
watch the show.
Yeah.
That's the furthest back that it goes, showing platinum.
And that's the best view of fairly valued, undervalued, and severely undervalued, and you pick the color as to which one fits what.
But you know what?
Hey JM, what's the year date to the far left? Is that like the 1980s, 1990s? What's that starting year
down there? Yeah,
August 1999.
99.
Okay, so the turn of the millennium, basically, somewhere around there.
Well, was 90? Hold on a second, Neil. Was 99 the first year they came out with a platinum coin?
No, 97.
97, okay.
So let's scroll out. We can scroll out more. It's just, there's 97 is in the frame now, but it's not showing platinum back on the left. And it wasn't tracking platinum back then.
Oh, there
Right.
you go. Yeah, I see that
platinum
clearly.
starts here.
The following year.
97.
Right.
The year it became money.
Yep.
Hey Neil, so were they FOMOing in '97 when they came out with Platinum Eagles?
No, they saw the opportunity 30 years down the road, 20 years down the line where you could sell it for 2,200.
But did they?
You'd have to ask they.
If we have any FOMO Platinum stackers from back in the day, chime in, let us know.
I only got into platinum about 2 years ago, man. One of the best times, actually. And then I got a geopolitical channel going, and I saw a correlation between that chart right there and when South Africa joined BRICS, which would be around between 2011 and 2013. And if you look at that chart there, I think gold and platinum are about the same price at that time. 2011 to 13, somewhere around there. Right about there, yeah.
That's 2011. That's 2013.
13, boom, right there. 2013, that's where platinum fucking got lost.
Oh no, it all went to converters.
No, that's when South Africa joined BRICS and the economic war started on them.
It's down.
Yeah, buddy, let's go BRICS.
Since then.
Let's go BRICS.
Yeah, it's done nothing but go down and sideways, down and sideways, down and sideways.
Oh no.
It's beautiful if you're into buying. That's a gorgeous looking chart.
Yeah, but at some point, somebody's going to want to take profit, and if they end up buying those coins
there's
at
no
12,
profit to take in platinum, brother.
Yeah, because
you can't if you sell it to your LCS and a Platinum Eagle, you damn well are expecting to.
No, you're paying $1,400 for a fucking Platinum Eagle.
Mm-hmm.
You're paying more than it costs to manufacture it and bring it to you at that point by about $100. So they're actually making money on you.
It's going to be industrial demand, in my opinion.
That's what's driving them. There's several.
It's not going to be stackers.
No, there's several
stacker money that's interested in it.
There's several possibilities for what's driving the price down. The future will be able to tell us ideally what it is. It's either the Chinese or the Americans that are depressing the price. One of the two.
That's obvious. It's the Americans.
Yeah, probably.
The Americans are the only government.
The Chinese are benefiting highly if we're the ones responsible. I'll tell you that right now.
The American government is the only government fighting Basel III compliance. They're the only ones trying to hammer and keep gold and silver and precious metals down, while the rest of the countries are trying to get it to jack up. So, like I told my dad,
the rest of the world.
Well, I mean, the rest of BRICS, the rest of the world, whatever. I told my dad, in probably a year or two, when precious metals go high, me and him are going to sit down. We're going to write a Christmas card to Xi Jinping. We're going to go, hey, Xi Jinping, this is Big Jake from Texas. Hey, thank you so much for bringing the gold prices higher and getting it closer to the true value. And my dad's like, holy shit. And I said, yeah, I'm going to sign his name and mine, and we'll see if the Chinese government doesn't do a raid in Texas. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Xi Jinping, because I guarantee you the U.S. government ain't going to help. And I'll guarantee that Joe Biden, none of these guys are going to help keep gold up. We'll see what happens. Whoever gets elected next, it don't really matter. But the U.S. government's keeping everything they can to keep all the shit under control. That's why all the arbitrage is leaving the United States, going through the LBMA, whatever, and going all east, and everybody is sucking this country dry, and we are in a world of shit.
All I can say is April 1st.
It's going to be funny.
When you send the letter to Xi Jinping, make sure to include Winnie the Pooh teddy bear with it.
Yeah, I know. I don't want to have that kind of knock on my door, because I bet you they'd send 50 of them. I can't do 50 guys. But yeah, I told my dad, I said, we'll do it, and we'll post a picture on Twitter, and I bet y'all get all kinds of shit. It'll be funny though. Hey, Xi Jinping, thanks, bro. Thanks for bringing gold to 25.3. Maybe they will reevaluate. Yeah, well, watch and see them help push to reevaluate gold, and so and Yeah, it's going to be BRICS or other people. It ain't going to be the United States. They've been screwing us for decades. So, yeah, they're going to keep on screwing us. That's why you can look at these cameras and videos from all around the world, all those people on YouTube or what is it, Rumble, where they're showing all those lines of people at the Austrian Mint, the Australian Mint, all these places. People are buying the shit out of everything. But the most we can get is a few people that are standing in line or they're online at Costco buying it with their wife's credit card. Yeah, that's going to be interesting how that works out, how they're paying off their credit card to
You
buy
heard
gold. I
wrong,
mean, you do whatever. Yeah.
Thorand heard wrong about platinum.
2013, platinum got lost.
No. Yeah, right here.
Oh, is there more? Yeah. Welchco. He's got it right. Gold tier 1 asset. Andy mentioned that back in 2019. Quietly, all of a sudden, the BIS decides, yeah, let's make gold a tier 1 asset along with U.S. Treasuries. Yeah, now all these countries are ditching them. Now, I've also heard they're not really like selling them per se that they're ditching them. Some of them are, but some of them are trading them. China and other countries, they're trading the U.S. Treasuries to other countries that want to still use them for trade and stuff back and forth. So it's a way to get out of the U.S. Treasuries without causing a war, which is what we'll see what happens before this year and before election time if we even have one. But it's going to be exciting times. That's all I got to say. We're watching history. We're living it.
It's gonna be all right.
Oh yeah, it'll be all right. All right. All right. Just remember the sham bank lending program was officially ended.
Smoke some pot, Jake. Smoke some pot. It'll all be better, baby. Here you go.
Sorry, buddy, I can't. I also get treated at the VA, and they don't care about Marlboro Lights. But I've been there for 12, 13 years, and yeah, if you fail a VA drug test, they won't treat you. They won't, whatever, so I've never had issues with them.
Another reason for me never to go there. Hold on. Let me explain that a little clearer. That's the best drug I could ever do for the VA.
Expired at midnight. Yeah, I guess it's midnight in Washington, D.C. So, yeah, like I said, it might have expired. You never know. They might reiterate it. They might change its name. They might have another program. They'll just keep making up more bullshit and more ways to QE quietly or do this and that. It's all right. All this is going to come out in the wash down the road. The U.S. dollar, the Dixie, it don't matter. This shit's going to come. They see the cracks. They know what's coming.
Yeah, it's all going to work out, man. If you see somewhat of a pathway to take to navigate more safely than anyone who's going into the storm blindly, your chances are 1,000% better, brother. I mean, here we are, we're talking about shit being worried and all that other stuff, and that's all well and good, but you know what? We're kind of sort of probably already safe because we see something coming. The rest of the ones don't. And it's the ones that don't see coming, they're the ones that are going to get wrecked.
Today I was telling Mom Andy's story where he tells you that Randy Johnson fast pitch, and she didn't know anything about it. So me and Dad had to find Randy Johnson, throw that fastball and hit that bird. She goes, "Oh my God, the poor bird!" Right, Mom, it's dead. It fucking disintegrated midair. I said, "That's what's going to happen to other people. They're not going to see it coming." And then all of a sudden, bam, right in the head. And of course, I already had a friend call a few days ago. "Hey, I'm interested in something." I was like, "Yeah, you can get it." I said, "But you're just going to pay more, But if you would have listened a couple years ago, but you didn't believe me, you didn't listen. You could have done a little bit. Nope, nobody wants to. Oh no, Jake. Okay, well, cool. Go ahead and get in it. I got phone numbers. I got people you can call, buy whatever the hell you want to spend. But if you think you're going to be up, maybe you are. I don't know."
Thomas Toops, I need to inform him of a new technology that involves kitty cats. He has a statement here. Is it when California falls in the ocean, you can send your cats here to Mississippi? But see, I developed this new technology with little wheels, and you stick cats in them, and you attach them to a boat, and they actually move it for you. And that's why I have
Yeah.
7 of them. They're like 7 little engines. I put a little mouse in front, and they start running, and the boat moves. It's a cool invention.
Yeah.
It'll save me from drowning with everyone else.
So it's like a
AC4, I appreciate the positive comments. Like I said, everybody's just kind of chiming in and giving their info, but hey, dude, we're all here to help and hope everybody gets along and down the road, everybody works out better.
William says, that seems like a terrible idea, Neil. I was being facetious, my friend.
Kitty power instead of horsepower.
Yes. Kitty inertia. Kitty inertia.
Kitty power.
Yeah. I better watch out. I might get one of them claws jumping on my back. Yeah, I was just playing, William. Totally playing. I'm still interested in that copper mine they're looking at up there that William was talking about, and some sort of a salmon fishery. And I gave him a pathway that they could use. They could start hitting environmentally on the disgusting part of the fisheries to the natural environment, because they're all naturally getting pushed to where they have big fish tents out in the ocean for the waste disposal of the thousands of fish that you're trying to contain. There's always a sewage issue, whether you're rather 10,000 people, 10,000 cows, 10,000 fish. Shit is your main problem. And it's also the most environmentally destructive. And you could always bring that up to shut down that fishery, which would open up that same county for the possibility of getting revenue off of the mine.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, also, if anybody in the chat or anybody down the road, if somebody needs help with firearms or questions, or they have a problem child or
Jake's
like
Custom
that
Car Parts is good for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, it ain't car parts. I used to have a YouTube gun channel, but YouTube was going crazy and I don't know, threatening shit, whatever. So I just cut out the guns and it's just Jake's Custom Parts. But if people have questions or thoughts or whatever, I talked to somebody, I don't mention the name, but I talked to somebody and they're like, well, I need to get a gun or something. Yeah, before you go buy a gun and you decide on 12 gauge or 9mm, whatever you're going to do, go buy the ammo first and buy a shitload of it, because the guns are going to be there. The ammo won't. So if you're just like new into guns, or all of a sudden now I might need a home defense. Yeah. If you're getting into it now, you better get the ammo and the gear and the shit first. You can get the guns later, but yeah, I would invest in some good ammo and shit first. That's my opinion. So if somebody wants more information, they can email me or contact me on Twitter. If I know them, whatever, I can talk to Neil and give him my phone number. I mean, I'd rather talk to people. You don't want to see my emails, and I'm not doing no chain link shit. No, give me a damn phone number, I'll call you.
I don't think the ammo is going to be getting any cheaper either.
No, it's not.
Nope.
No, that's an intentional thing. But it doesn't matter. It's already too late for whoever wanted to try anything. There's more than enough out there already for anyone who wants to try any kind of insurgency of any kind, for them to have major concern with every blade of grass having a weapon behind it.
Yeah. Well, funny thing, people have asked me a few times before, what'd you do before you were stacking? I was into guns and ammo way before I was into stacking. and I'm glad that I got what I got, but I'm also glad that I got AK. I got all kind of shit. Well, yeah, so I ain't got to worry about whether or not there's a shortage or, oh my God, 9mm is $25. I don't give a shit. Yeah, I got plenty enough shit for generational wealth. Yeah, it's gonna be something else down the road. Quickly, we can change subject or whatever. For everybody that has firearms, 1, 2, whatever. If you got your favorite pistol, rifle, semi-auto, whatever you got, for God's sakes, hurry up and order extra spring parts and kits and extractors and stuff to rebuild it once or twice for your kids. Because if you don't have the parts and some basic stuff to fix some of the basic stuff, in 10, 20 years down the road, you're going to be having an expensive, what do they call that, a paperweight. If you can't fix it and all of a sudden they ban the ammo, or they ban the the parts, and you know, and nobody watches any YouTube. Most people don't even know how to take their gun apart basic.
Well,
Well, you can
here's
also do a
something.
little deep dive too.
Here's
Just saying.
something people ain't thinking too much about is making your own damn parts with this 3D printing shit. You can make a lot of your own parts.
Well,
So, you know, consider that, or getting to know somebody, whatever, who has
yeah, but
what
look, but if somebody can't
right.
afford a 3D printer and the knowledge and all the stuff, you know,
Man, they
before you
go,
go get into all that, please buy basic spring kits and stuff like that, because you know, I had a friend of mine, actually the same guy, Dan. He had a Russian fold over AK. It's indestructible, Jake. It'll never wear. Okay. Well, after I don't know, let's just say a couple years worth of shooting, all of a sudden his AK starts jamming. And I started laughing, and I pulled out my AK, and I pulled out my top spring, slid it into his. His started shooting again. I said, well, looks like your top spring, recoil spring, is worn out. Oh, it's impossible. Yeah, well, anyway, so I gave him the one out of my gun, came home, grabbed another one, charged him $30, and he ordered me another one. I got, so, you know, AKs are not indestructible. There are some parts you can go in there to upgrade it. Those walking, what they call a shepherd's hook pin, you can get that piece of shit out of there and get the lock set. But anyway, just a bunch of different shit. I mean, I know a lot about a lot of guns, and I ended up doing my own gunsmithing for years, because at first I thought, well, only a gunsmith can do it. No, that's bullshit. Two, the gunsmiths charge too much. No. Three, they take too goddamn long to get anything done. Four, I'm not going to leave a weapon at a gunsmith for 3 or 4 weeks, and then all of a sudden shit hits the fan and I got to grab 2 or 3 others. Yeah, just get you some extra parts. Make sure the kits that you have work. If you have time, you want to play with it. Install the new kit. Make sure everything works and everything functions. You know, swap it back, keep it in there, you know, whatever. But yeah, I mean, you know, because years down the road, your kids are going to want to shoot your World War II P-38 or a Luger, or, you know, some of the old guns, or CZ-75, or, you know, whatever. Well, if you ain't got springs and shit to fix it, it ain't going to work. And they're going to be like, wow, Dad, you left us a piece of shit. Yeah, no, I didn't leave you no piece of shit. All of them have had all new, you know, all of it.
See, I have a different perspective. I don't know nothing but a shotgun because I got a friend of mine who's a federal weapons dealer, so I can get whatever I want through him. I just got to go to a certain state that makes everything legal for whatever I want, because we and I have already talked about it. So because I have that avenue, I'm not concerned about any of it. You know, if all that stuff comes unavailable, there's still, the military has to have something, and he's got the legal right to buy it. So that means I can own it. So it's all cool.
Yeah, we'll see. But remember, those federal the guys that own those federal FFAs or FFLs. My buddy down the street, I've known him for 20 years. He's fixing to close shop and retire. So when he submits and turns in all that paperwork, if they're not making money, the IRS, or the ATF, they're closing them down. And then you know, so you know, I think at the end of this year he's closing down, and he's going to retire and go to Arkansas or whatever. But all those forms that people sign, if he keeps it in the last 10 years, he's submitting. He has to submit all those background checks in paper and physical to the ATF. So, you know, just letting everybody know.
That's 3 months took me to get that, because the federal background check with the FBI and other agencies. So I'm not concerned about any weapons that they want to check me for, because that one's even more harder to get than anything for a weapon. So again, I come at it from a different perspective. I'm already cleared, because from my perspective, I've never owned one outside of the military, because I have not needed one. I've never been concerned or felt the need to own one, although I'm very well versed at several different weapons. I've got clearances at the yin yang. I never concerned myself about it, so I've never been stopped at getting it, because I've never tried to get it. So that's never been an issue for me. And not only that, if you're really concerned, my God, man, it's go down to 7th and 12th Street. I'm sure any bigger city out there, you can get some for $400 or $500.
Yeah,
quicker than you can get with a 10-day security check. You know,
yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, for
I
JM.
know around here it's easy enough to get one without a security or a background check. You just have enough cash, you can get anything.
Yeah, for JM, it lives in Canada. I know for a fact that in Canada they banned the AK-47 platform in Canada, but what they did do is they legalized, or they're still legal to have, as far as I know, what's called a VZ-58, and that is a Czech-made rifle, and they are badass, and they're usually more accurate than an AK. They run the same ammo, but the mags and everything else are different. But if you have friends up there that got VZ-58s from Czech Republic, man, those are badass weapons. They're short, they're accurate. They got a top open breech when it chambers. It's a badass rifle.
I heard they were
I like
banning trigger fingers in Canada.
them. Is JM here or no?
Nah, he fell asleep, man.
Oh shit.
I just got back. I had to get a refill. What did I miss?
It was a silver giveaway, but I made it platinum instead because I knew you weren't going to be there to collect. So I figured, fuck it, now it's this time.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my friends, Dan, I guess somebody at church passed away, and his wife wanted Dan to have some stuff, and she ended up giving him an SKS, and I don't remember. There's one or two other rifles or something, a pump 22, but the funny thing was she gave him about 6 ammo cans, and he ended up giving me some of it, and because he didn't have weapons for the ammo, but I ended up scoring a bunch of 32 ACP, which, as everybody knows, is European pistols. Pretty cool shit.
I'm kind of in agreement with Chad. He said my perspective.
Thuran, yes, I am.
He said if it gets
Thuran.
If it gets that bad, guns will be everywhere, and that's why I've always said this. I have a shotgun, and I have 30 rounds. If I need anything more than that, by time I've expended that 30 round, if I have not upgraded, that's my fault. And that's the way you need to go and approach anything. If it gets to that point, you must commit to it and realize that, it's going to be one or the other. Best weapon start off with an urban environment, shotgun. If you need to upgrade, whoever you had to pull the shotgun on, that's where you get your weapon from, your upgraded weapon. Because obviously they were untrained, so they don't no longer have any use for it. So you can. So you get enough of those weapons. It doesn't matter what ammo you have. Whatever ammo you have, it'll fit one of them, and you just take advantage of it.
Yeah.
That's my perspective.
So the way
that's my perspective going in helps you, because if you go in thinking, oh, I need to get this many rounds of this and this many rounds of this for this type of this type of this. Well, what if it goes sideways and you don't need any of that, and you need something else? If you go in it with a perspective of, well, basics, and I'll trade up. And by trading up, that means you'll use it properly, effectively, and be able to successfully get other stuff from other people while in the operation of your shotgun.
Yeah. Thomas was asking a question. Yeah. So I have a 30 cal suppressor that I screw on my 300 blackout, but because it's 30 cal, I can shoot 5.56. But that's not really suppressed. If you want to go movie quiet, yeah, I can pull out my 300 blackout I got in my bedroom. But I have not tried to shoot 32 cal. We do have a what is it? A semi-auto. It's a God damn it! It's a Czech pistol. Man, I'm tired. I'll have to call you sometime, and I'll pull it out of the case, and I'll have to look it up and remember. But it's a direct blowback Czech pistol, and it's 32 ACP. And I mean, you can screw a can on it, but man, if that barrel's not perfect and it wobbles and it tears up that suppressor, I'd be super pissed. But yeah, 32 ACP is pretty cool on little pistols. I got a lot of European and World War II guns, and I got a few World War I guns. But yeah, all my shit's clean. All of it works. Rate them. Yeah, that would be. I've tried to chase down a World War II Radom pistol, but can't find one yet. But yeah, I got a broom handle. It's like 1896 broom. I got a lot of old shit, but unlike most people, I'll let you look at it. No bullshit. I shoot mine original Luger magazines, P38s, Hahn's one of my favorite with original World War One strips that you load and top feed. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I've been buying a lot of shit for a lot of years, but at least when people come over, you want to shoot a World War One trench gun and 1896 slam fire. Yeah, I got all my shit, and you can shoot it. It ain't just like.
I like the new lever actions they have for pistols. Have you seen those?
Yeah,
those are pretty badass. I haven't seen a lever action for a pistol in fucking.
Yeah, well, lever action's legal in California, so they'd probably let you buy them. And so I used to have lever actions and shit back in the day, but I like to shoot fast. And I like to shoot a lot of it.
It's like it reminded me when I saw it was a set. It was a rifle and a pistol. It reminded me of the samurai sword and the katana, both going together. You had the pistol that was lever action that had a different grip, and then you had the rifle that had the same bottom receiver and same similar top receiver with the longer barrel. It was like instead of a 16 inch, it had like a 19 or 20 inch when it went into the rifle form, and it had a longer butt. But when it was it had the same bottom receiver for both the pistol and the rifle. It was just a new design just came out with this year, and it's pretty badass. It looks kickish. I wish I could remember the name. It was like SPS or SPR or something like that. Something like I don't recall totally. It was kind of badass. The handle for the pistol was just like a little rounded part where you handled it, and it was badass, man. You had I could see it like a John Wayne kind of mover to fucking do the lever action with it. That's what caught my attention to the set.
Yeah, large loop handle.
Yeah.
The most people that did that where they did a pistol with a rifle, most common was 45 long Colt. I used to do single action quick draw.
I think it was like
it had a lever action. It was pretty fun.
Is there like a 303 or something like that?
Yeah, there's a British 303 round that they used over in World War II.
I think it might have used like a 303 or something. Is what I recall off the top of my head. Like I said, I didn't really pay too much attention. I was just artistically, it looked like it was a beautiful weapon. I mean, now the way they designed it was gorgeous. I didn't really pay attention. I was enamored by it just looking at it. I was like kind of shell shocked. Like, oh, pretty. And I didn't hear anything the motherfucker said. I mean, I did, but I didn't pay attention because I was like so enamored at looking at it. And it was a two-set. It had the rifle and the pistol. I was like, oh my God, that is so awesome. And they were talking about shit, but I don't remember.
Yeah. Hey, Neil, so do you remember the picture I sent you last week at my aunt and uncle's farm from Indiana? It's like 200 years. It's been the generation with our family, and they showed a wedding picture. Did I send that to you? It's like early 1800s wedding picture, like a whole bunch of people at the same house. Years later, it's been restored. But did I send you that picture or no?
Hold on.
I don't remember if I did. And if I try and do it on the phone now, I'll fuck it up. But so my uncle, when I went to go see him, I said, "Yeah, y'all are prepared. Like if problems." "Oh no, Jake, don't worry about it. We're way out here in the farmland. Nobody will come mess with us." I said, "Yeah, okay." I said, "Well, if you need help, let me know, and I'll bring a big, a broom and a dustpan, and I'll come sweep up the mess out here. Because if people think just because they live out in the country they're going to be safe, that's not quite true. Because even we've had crackheads or whatever get into my dad's barn and try and steal shit, and he's out in the middle of nowhere. That's where they go. They try and sneak around and steal stuff, and we'll take your tools and go to pawn store or whatever. But I'll tell you what, you go sneaking around my dad's barn, you gonna get in trouble."
Holy shit, man! You eat a lot of pizza. You send me a lot of pizza pics.
Well, I wouldn't want you to think I was talking shit and I only had it one time or maybe two and try to pretend that it was. I don't know. I had it every day for lunch and dinner except Sunday night when they grilled hamburgers and hot dogs because the wife and kids were coming over. It's good times, brother. Good times.
I was like the pizza they had at the high school at lunchtime. I don't know what type of trash they were feeding, but it tasted good as shit.
Yeah. I tell you what, if I ever become a millionaire, I might go to Evansville and go buy that damn Toroni's, and I'll give all the employees the profits. I don't even give a shit, just so I could sit down and have a pizza. Just keep the business running. Y'all can have all the money. I don't give a shit. Just give me a damn pizza.
Fuck, Jake, I ain't gonna go any further back. I can't find it. I know you sent it to me.
All right. Well, when I get a chance, I thought I sent Neil whatever. My uncle pulls out
I only
a
got back
picture.
4 months, and I saw like 72 pictures of pizza.
Oh yeah, no, that should have been. Anyway, but yeah, it's a cool wedding. There's a whole bunch of people, 50 or 60 people, and this is early 1800s. Now, I think he said the barn was built in 1832 when I did the math. So the wedding might have been a few years after or something. I thought it was crazy. I was like, man, look at all these people. But on the same farm, he said it was his great-great-grandmother and her sister. And I guess their daddy wanted both the girls going to get married at the same time on the same day. I was like, well, might have been the trend back in the day. Who knows?
Hell, one wedding instead of two, man. Shit. That's a money saver right there.
I guess. This year, April the 8th is when they're supposed to have the eclipse. And so both my buddy Angelo and my uncle, they're all like, come back. We're going to have a big eclipse and a big party. And I was like, man, dude, I don't, yeah, I'll pass. I'll pass. Bought my first lever action in California. 44 mag. Yeah, buddy, that's a good one. I deer hunted with it.
44 mag's a real good lever action. Got a lot of power.
Yeah, I deer hunted with it 2 or 3 times. Every time I hit that deer, boy, it just knocked his ass out.
Yeah. It does its job.
Yeah, 44 mag was good. I liked it. Shotgun wedding. Yeah, I don't think so. Funny enough, it shows now when my daughters looked at the picture, there looks like 6 women. Funny enough, they're all wearing white. So it's kind of hard to tell if there's, 2 brides and each of them with a couple, I don't know, whatever, a bunch of guys. Or it's not, man, you could almost look at it and say, holy shit, 6 people got married. I don't know. I mean, it's good enough to see, but, who knows who they are and what their names are. But it's pretty cool to go walk around the barn. It's 190 years old. And the timbers on that sumbitch. Yeah. Well, that's why I told him next year I'll come back or later this fall. We'll bring the metal detector and I'll let my nephew, I think he's like 30 or 40 or something. I said, I'll let him and his kids roam the property and I'll just sit out there with a smoke with my uncle and we'll just sit and watch the kids dig a shitload of holes all over the property.
You see that X?
Yeah.
Okay. Somewhere in Texas, the one to the right says total solar eclipse. It's coming April 8th, 2024. The other one is the lunar eclipse that happened November 2023. They both crossed in that one spot in Texas.
Sweet.
I found that to be unusual, astronomically.
That is interesting.
Yeah, well,
it's a total lunar eclipse and a total solar eclipse, and they both X right over that part of Texas.
Yeah, well, the cool thing is we live on the top of a hill, and so if there's going to be a cool eclipse, I'd like to check one out.
Be closer to the aliens when they land.
Well, yeah, if they come, just leave me alone. I just want everybody to leave me alone and everybody mind their own business. Don't make it my business.
English, move along.
Yeah. Yeah. If the aliens come and they're wanting food and no.
Get
the hell out of here.
Hey, illegal aliens. I don't care if it's from Mars or from fucking Ecuador. You're not welcome, bitch.
Yeah. Well, with my luck, the aliens will be like, we seen you on YouTube, Jake. We came for pizza. Shit, no, you ain't getting no pizza.
No, motherfucker, you better have some silver, bitch. My friend told me.
If it's Canadian aliens, they'll bring you some maple syrup.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, so and so I tell people stack pizza because I'll buy it with silver.
That's why I've been trying to tell Jake to make pizza so that way he can sell it for silver.
Come on, Neil, you're working against me, brother.
I'm trying to
have fun making it every once in a while.
I'm gonna make your larger nest egg for your kids.
Yeah, well, I told Mom if I get a chance, I might get some shit and go up to the ranch and build an outdoor oven or have a kid or something. We'll see how that goes. But for now, I'd rather just go back to Indiana twice a year and go get some pizza. It's funny.
Yeah, I love fresh bread, man. If I ever get some land, outside pizza oven / bread making oven.
Yeah. Now bread, yeah, I do all right on fresh bread. Over the years when COVID started in the wintertime, I kind of work on my cooking skills and upgrade my deals and yeah, did pretty good. Had fun doing bread and all kinds of different shit. So I like it. I like cooking and testing out stuff and improving my recipes or barbecuing and so yeah, the neighbors, I mean, if I don't know, shit hits the fan, they're gonna suck because it's gonna smell coming from my house. Oh shit, I smell meat. Yeah, 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 it's gonna suck. You're gonna smell pizza and meat. That ain't no shit. That'd be good times.
Yeah, quite possible. Jake was very uncooperative. I had to make him take a nap so he'd stay up so fucking late.
Well, actually, if you do the math timing, when I got home, I didn't even know. By the time I drove home from the ranch and hung up with you, I walked inside. My wife's fixing BLTs and shit. And I'm looking at the clock going, holy shit, 7 o'clock. I got up 45. Ain't no time for a nap, dude. I skipped it today.
Damn it, Neil. You're fucking up my nap time.
Yeah, I need my beauty sleep. That ain't no lie. Too much pizza, never enough,
Everyone
brother.
can see it, man. We ain't got to put nothing on it.
Well, I was hoping if we had finished earlier enough, I could have gone inside and had a pizza, but I'll have to wait till Professor Vinny fires it up tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I might be able to have time to slide one in between Vinny and Arcadia. See how it goes. Keep sleeping, Jake. Yeah, Thurand, I don't sleep that much. I have problems sleeping. I only need a few hours at the most.
I've averaged about 5 hours. I find if I get like 8 hours, I feel like shit.
Yeah, runs in my family. My mom doesn't sleep much either, so oh well. I don't need much sleep. Like I said, when I was driving around, going all up and back forth to Indiana, and I was up all the nights, and then I got up at I think I snoozed for about 2 or 3 hours. What was that, Sunday night? And then I woke up at 3 a.m. And then left Evansville at 4 a.m. Drove to Ron's basement in St. Louis. Showed up at his doorstep at 8 o'clock. Did the live stream. We went out and had pizza. Left St. Louis about 2:30, about 2:30 in the afternoon, and then I drove 13 hours straight to Houston.
Sorry, as you were talking, I did some visual aids to fuck with JM to see if he was still there.
In my 40s, 5 hours. If I had something to do, I would stay up longer, but there ain't nothing to do really, so I'm just go to bed because I'm bored, I guess. I don't know.
You wake up in a few hours.
So when let's say you were out of town and you had to order a pizza, how do you order it? What do you get on it?
Pepperoni pizza. Every once in a while, I'll do something with veggies on it for my wife. Then I'll pick all that shit off and throw it aside and eat the meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, veggies are bad for me. I don't want them.
Yeah.
Usually, if I get pizza, I get two. I'll get one that's totally carnivore and one that's totally veggie. I do it even different. I'll get a total meat lovers. Yep.
Total meat
Yeah,
lovers.
thin crust for sure.
And then get a salad. Yep. So I keep them separate.
Yeah.
Because pizza's supposed to be fucking meat, man.
Yeah.
And the salad's supposed to be not on
extra
pizza.
Cheese, extra sauce.
Yeah, so there's a pretty good pizza place that's about 15 minutes away. They got good pizzas. They got damn good subs. So I do a pizza and a sub there. And then when I go to Austin, go to the LCS. When I come back through Brenham, I try to time everything. So I come through Brenham. There's a Mr. Gaddy's Pizza in Brenham, Texas. And I stop off there and I get pizza and then I watch Arcadia, whatever day I'm there or whatever. And I get that. And then I come home and it's about an 8 to 8.5 hour round trip to go. But no big deal. When you live in Texas, nobody cares like how far you drive. I talk to people that live in other states like, oh my God, I'd never drive. Should I go 1.5 hours to my mom's? That ain't nothing. Just slide out to the ranch, say hi. I drive 4.5 hours, whatever, to get to Austin to go to the LCS. So, yeah, I mean, if the LCSs were cool here in Houston or, Woodlands or wherever, if they were cool, I'd buy local. But they're a bunch of assholes, and people look at you and I don't know, whatever. You're trying to ask them questions, and I'm interested in buying. Oh yeah, no. So I'm like, fine, And when I found that one in Austin, I pick you. Just like a cat or a Pokemon. I pick you, buddy. Austin is the one, and that's where I go spend all my money and buy my shit there. I like it. So. Pizza for everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's starting to make me hungry.
I've been eating on my pastries, so I'm good to go. But it's the same thing.
I'm having fat pains, Neil, so I'm either have to go to bed or I'm going to have to go inside and take my phone and go make a pizza. One or the other.
Go ahead and go to bed, so I'll cut this off. It's already
I bet me
12:30
and
your
Neil can
time.
drive less than an hour and a half to meet. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool. People
Where
get to
you at,
meet up.
Sacramento?
I've met plenty
I'm
of
an hour
stackers.
away from Sacramento.
Yeah.
What about a cheeseburger pizza? Or a bacon and cheeseburger pizza?
Dude, that does look yummy. That looks very yummy. I'd have to have
You
those
sleep in the car, Jay.
chili cheese.
Yeah.
Bacon
no terrain
cheese.
accident. I parked in front of my house, so I knew this was going to get loud, long, laughing. I knew my wife would be like, "What the fuck? I'm trying to go to bed. It's midnight. It's 1 o'clock." Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do, so I was like, I might as well sit out here in the car, and yeah, a lot easier. I ain't got nothing to do.
It was great chatting with you, man.
I appreciate JM and I appreciate everybody in the chat, and we've lost some people, but that's all right. We all had fun, and
Yeah,
Neil needs to get to bed. It's past his bedtime.
People coming in and out. It's all good.
It's a great chat. I learned a lot. Had fun.
It's all about perspective, and where everyone is on their journey in stacking as to what's their best move. And the more information you have, the better option you can choose from to make your best move.
Thanks, C4. Thomas is here. All the pizza.
Thank you very much, Zardo, C4, Thailand, Thomas.
Yeah.
Appreciate all y'all. Appreciate Jake and JM. And
it's good to be here.
I guess long lived coins might still be out there. Maybe Snakebite or Shadow.
Right.
Anyhow, I appreciate everyone being here.
Hold on, all right, cool. I'm gonna go ahead and X out. You guys have fun.
You too. Yeah, I just shared.
My brother. You take care. We'll talk to you later, Jake.
You guys have a good one. Take care.
You have a good night, my friend.
Yeah, I just shared a screen there showing the platinum, gold, and silver again.
What was that, brother?
I just shared a screen with you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if it was intentional or not.
Yep. I don't know if you're shutting it down momentarily or not. Oh,
no.
You're not? Okay.
Not if people are still going to be here. Why?
Okay. I kind of thought maybe you were, but so here's the very short term on platinum, gold, and silver. Just the last day, really. And platinum's actually, let's see if we can go back a full day. Yeah, okay, so there's the 10th. So between yesterday and today, platinum is leading the way.
Oh, yeah. No, it's it hit 3% when everyone was happy that gold was only doing 0.9%. I pointed it out. No one gave a fuck, so I haven't talked about it. I just quietly watched the best performer not get talked about by anyone other than me and everyone discounting it, even though it's been so far the best performer. And when they come up with a chart for crystallized osmium, you'll look at that chart and compare them, and you'll go, holy fuck. Now I see why Neil likes it too.
Hey, there's a good question, Neil, and I've seen it in chats before because people are looking into osmium, and that is a really valid question. Where can you get live charts or live prices on osmium?
I'm
I
gonna have
searched it.
to. I'll
I
ask
searched
Ian.
it, and it's tough to find.
I'll ask Ian. He's North America's osmium person.
Okay.
Actually, he's the only one. Him and his wife. Hopefully, I'll be the next one. So I have already asked him to send me a lot of the information. I haven't got it yet. But I'll ask you about that too, and I'll have him on probably within the next week or two on a live stream, and we can all find out. Maybe have him bring up a chart, and we'll know where to go to get that chart at that point in time for sure. But
I thought I had a good one, and then I double checked and I cross verified with a few others, and they were all coming in with vastly different numbers.
yeah.
So I don't want to share that.
Yeah. No, that's why I told him, and that's why I haven't really talked about it too much, because I want to get the information that he's going to send me, and then I'll do all my research, and then I'll go from there,
Okay.
And that's how that's going to work. But it's definitely worth looking into, and of the specific small type that he had on hand, I bought him out of stock along with the H. He still has the H's and the numbers. They're getting more of the stuff that I bought at different sizes and whatnot. If I get back to work, I'll be buying them out other weeks too. So, I see great opportunity in it. If no one else does, I hate it for you. I hope I'm wrong in that case, but I doubt it. I would definitely look into it and see what could be a possible great opportunity. And
awesome.
like I said, you have a chance of making something as like into the Queen's jewels, because you're getting something that's never been around before. Truly is the 8th precious metal, and you can add it to a piece of jewelry and change that whole piece of jewelry into something new because it's never had osmium in it, and that makes it a one-off or unique, in which case it gives it extra special value. And when you change any precious metal into jewelry right off the bat, you're going to gain 300% value. That's the average markup on jewelry. So, what precious metal can you buy that you can physically do something with to increase its value by 300%? There you go.
They all do when it's retail.
Yeah, when you turn them into jewelry, yeah. But if you look at gold, if you look at silver, and you get a bar or a coin, you're gonna have to melt it down. You're gonna have to cast it. You're gonna have to do all this other shit. With the osmium, you just take a ring that had a diamond in, take that diamond out, put the osmium in, refit it to fit the osmium where the diamond would be thicker, and it's a brand new ring because it's never been done in that format with osmium, only with diamonds. So you can copyright that ring. You can do all kinds of new things. There's so much great things you can do that totally. You can legally steal designs. It's awesome if you know the law, jewelry. I mean, it's a great opportunity.
Thomas is raiding the fridge due to all the talk about the food and the pizza.
Jag and nabbit, Thomas, you're gonna get chunky, and it's gonna be easier for the alligators to catch you when you're out running with your boys out in the swamps, running from alligators for fun on the weekends, like you rednecks do. Yeehaw! No, actually, I'd be more Cajun. Where in his location would be Cajun. Redneck would be more towards Alabama. Anyone see that little informational I put out about Alabama a couple of days ago on my my channel? Gotta check it out. It's kind of cool.
Do you want to highlight it now?
Nah.
Scared?
It's no big deal. I like watching it, and that's the only important thing.
Yeah, I didn't see it, man. I'm having a really tough time keeping up with everybody.
Oh yeah, it's no big deal at all. No big deal at all. Like I said, that's why I did it. So,
what's happening now is a lot of people are figuring that out. So every once in a while, I'll get an email saying, "Watch this one."
Oh, right on.
You know what I mean? Like from various different people. But yeah, it gets to be that way.
Yeah, I don't like bothering people. I'll grow if it's meant to happen. If it's not meant to happen, it's not going to change what I'm going to do. I'm still going in the direction I'm going to go in. I never planned on this becoming anything. If it does, I'll be even more grateful than I am now to be able to message out about platinum, about crystal osmium. You know, that's more important than making fucking $100-$200 a month on a channel.
Yep. Yeah, big time. I think a lot of people have dreams of grandeur with monetizing their channel.
Boy, howdy, I'm sure they do. It's like anything else. It's like being a professional football player, professional basketball player, professional whatever. 1 in a million. The rest of us are going to fail. So go into it with more proper expectations. You know, that you're not going to make anything. You'll be lucky if you get a sponsor to help cover fucking a little bit of your time. And
I think you can still make money, and it's definitely a decent advertising and marketing venue.
If you get it set up for that, yeah. And I think that's, again, what this crystal osmium is going to do for me, because I've already got several designs that I've sent into Ian of ring. Oh, that's an earring design with each one of those black things would be like silver, platinum, and then gold one. You know, 3 coming up on a 4-piece to where it looks kind of weird. And then I got a ring design here, and I got another ring design, and I got a necklace design, I got a pendant design. And I've already sent him a lot of designs that he's probably going to work on a few of them and take them on to become pieces of jewelry. So I'm getting deeper into this osmium thing. And it's taken me, just like when I was in crypto, and crypto landed me into silver, gold, and platinum. You know, crystal osmium is probably going to take me into jewelry marketing and, you know, development or whatever. It's going to take me in a direction I'm going to have fun with. And I see a possibility. I jump on it. I tell everyone else about it as I'm jumping off the bridge. Hey, jump. It's going to be fun. Woo! And yeah, that's what I'm doing with this crystal osmium. I see a great opportunity. And I see a wide open playing field. That means, you know, first come, first serve. You know what that means.
Yep.
So I'm gonna grab as much as I can. Whatever I can't hold on to, someone else will grab. But I'll still have my piece. And you know, that's how you succeed, right?
Well, you're definitely ahead of the curve with it.
You kind of sort of have to be if you want to be successful.
Yep.
Well, at least it helps to be ahead of the curve. You don't always have to be, but it damn sure is a good start. And like I said, you know, Ian's the only crystal osmium guy in North America. That'd be Canada and America. So I'm already, you know, hooked up with him, sending him designs. He's liking it, and that's what the Osmium Council is wanting. You know, and I already told him, I was like, I let him know straight off the bat what my ambitions are. I want to be on the Osmium Council. Straight up. Yeah, it's that new. It's that new. Hey, I'll be on promotions. I don't give a fuck. I want to be on the council. Where's the spot that I can fit in? I'll make myself fit in. What do you need? You need advertisement. You need promotion. You need design. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Come on. What do you want, boss? What do you want? I see a great opportunity, and I want to be at the forefront. I suggest to everyone else, you know, at least look at it.
I think you're a great person for it too, because you've been very consistent with your message of buy silver and platinum, and osmium is in the platinum
group metals. It is a platinum group metals.
It's very consistent with that.
Yeah.
Right? So it's a bit of an addition, right, to the previous tagline.
Yeah, it's just like adding glitter to it, or adding a cherry on the top of the ice cream. That's all. Yeah. It is you get osmium through mining platinum. So everywhere they mine platinum, they're getting osmium and rhodium, iridium, and one other that I always forget. It's probably because it's meant to be forgot. 3 of the 6 of them coming out of the ground are actually toxic to humans in one form or another, or osmium being one of those, unless it's specially treated, which took a 4-year process, which is what we get crystal osmium out of, which is osmium in a use case that can or is non-harmful to human skin or inhalation, exhalation, or eyes. So it's now being able to be used as a precious metal rather than just to be looked at. And I tell you what, if you go online and you get a picture of a blob of osmium, that shit is reflective. It's like you look at it, you're like, damn, that's like you can't even tell it's curved. It's so reflective of everything. It's like the perfect mirror. But as soon as oxygen hits it, it turns to dust and creates a nasty vapor. But it's beautiful. And now they turn into crystal osmium. So, yeah.
Yeah, I heard if, like what Sal has with that bar in the blister pack, it's probably okay. But if it cracked
as long as it stays in that pack.
Or it was broke, well, even if you took it out, I think it would still be okay. But I'm not sure.
It depends on if there's any. What I would do to make sure is just lacquer the fucker.
Then you'd be in trouble.
Lacquer the fucker. If you lacquer the fucker, you can still see it. You can still hold it after lacquer dries, and you're guaranteed if there's any cellular holes, then air molecule could get in to create that vapor and start the decomposition of the metal through oxidization. Lacquering would stop, and it would be a thin layer, just enough to cover a fucking millimeter, less, half a millimeter thickness over the whole thing. And you'd be protected from the oxidization that could occur if there was a cellular size hole in the metal. And dropping it could cause that. There's lots of things that'll cause a small hole, a small imperfection in the creation of the bar would do the same thing. So there is a possibility, not that it would happen, but a possibility that there's a micro crack in that bar where because it's a molecule. It's like a fucking atom. It's real small. So beyond visual cracks, small could be enough to cause bad shit to happen with that.
Have a good night, the Rand and Thomas. And
what's up, Chef?
Greetings, Chef.
See you later, Thomas. Good night, my friend. Have sweet dreams. You as well, through the Rand. The Rand in 1984.
I shared a screen with you there for it's actually kind of cool. Showing silver, gold, osmium.
Yeah, there you go.
Over here. I don't know if I click on it, if it'll give a bigger picture. Yep.
Let's see if I can do bigger. There we go. Yep, that's pretty rare. Pretty damn rare. And I believe it's worth getting into, owning a piece of that. Whatever that little box is. It says, Osmond, you have this big box. You get this little box, and platinum's in the meanwhile. Somewhere in here.
And you were talking about it in its raw form, how reflective it was.
Now that is nice.
This was a good color.
You can see right here on these star-shaped ones how it changes color with the light. Oh, there you go. Okay, well, there you go. That little round ball, it's the one that's perfectly round. It's reflective as hell. Yeah, you can see all the different angles that the light can reflect off of that cause it to make that weird color that kind of gleams off of it.
Yeah.
There's a lot to it.
Oh, here's the ball you meant.
Yeah, that's a bad rendition of. That's a very shitty. The other one I saw had no flaws in it. It was perfect, and it was like glorious looking. Yeah, that one's not the best one, but it is a ball of osmium. Yeah, it's a beautiful, beautiful precious metal. Did you take your Discord server down?
I don't have. I'm not on Discord.
Uh-oh, I guess he did.
I'm on a flip phone. I'm not on Discord.
No, your Discord channel.
I never
Server.
started one up.
Your server is what he says. Server, whatever server. Is that different than a channel?
It might be a rhetorical question.
Ah.
I'm not sure.
Oh shit! I'm getting attacked by cats.
What I do know though is I got to take off in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and end this stream. We've lost a lot of people anyhow. We're down to 5. So let's go ahead and end this right now so you don't have to worry about it. And take off. We're sorry about that, Chef. We've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. But yeah, I appreciate very much you coming up here, Jam. Very awesome of you to do that for me.
Yep, no worries. No worries.
You have yourself a good evening. And we'll talk to you guys.
Jack, Chef, C4, Thomas, the Rand, Jake
sure
is in here.
Check out how much you can withdraw from your local bank. If you go in person to get it, see what that number is and get the number and the state. That'd be awesome information to have to gather from different states. And we will see you guys next Sunday. Thank you very much for being here.